going to play a little theme tune.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to day 5 of the first test in Rawalpindi in Pakistan. First time England have been there for 17 years. And we may get a result. I'll give you a first ball because that's per normal. They've decided to start early. The first ball goes past the outside edge and uphill as Ollie Robinson comes in around a wicket to Imam ul Haq. It's not out and there is no run. I'm joined by Gary first up, and Messi is back after a sojourn to Perth and watching the West Indies lose. Was it a battering that they gave to the West Indies? The Australians?
No, it was a very good show by the West Indies. Actually, I only went to the first 2 days in the end. I was knackered after 2 days of watching real cricket. I watched the rest of it on TV at the same time as this match, which was rather fun, and listening to you guys.
Well, there you go. Ollie Robinson, second ball of this over, round the wicket to Imam. He pokes it out to vacant third man, and someone at backward point, but he's not fine enough to get that, and then it'll be 4 runs to start the day.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Just give you a couple of jingles.
Oi, oi, oi. 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 Robinson.
Just trying to think who's batting out there. It's this.
You know what we need there? We need a jingle for a crucial first session.
We got a crucial
first session's come. This is crucial.
It is indeed. Ollie Robinson, gets one to jump a little bit on Imam. Pulls his hand off the bat as it squirts out on the leg side. There's no short leg though.
It couldn't be that, could it?
It could be that. I'm trying to find. Where the hell is that jingle? I don't know where it's at. This one, you mean?
Crucial first hour. Yeah, Guerrilla Cricket. Crucial first hour. This ain't no TMS.
Ooh, beats the outside edge once again of Imam's bat.
Bowlers with the tails up. Is it a tornado or a storm in a teacup? Momentum, which way will it swing? Either way, gorillas are gonna bring crucial first hour.
Root's convinced that got the outside edge. I thought there was a good 3 or 4 inches and daylight between bat and ball there. There was indeed. But Rooty was convinced there was an edge. Nowhere near it. Got a little bit of movement off the seam, it seemed to me there.
Already just a little bit of luck going Pakistan's way with a false stroke ball coming off the glove and landing probably no more than 2 or 3 yards in front of the man round the corner at backward square. And if England are to make the most of the opportunity they've given themselves by their batting and their declaration last night, the target is 343, then those little bits of luck need to go England's way. There's 2 slips in now.
Well, yeah, the one thing you will say about this test, is that one again is fended away square on the offside, defended reasonably well by a man. He's on 47 or 65. Shaquille overnight is 24 or 42. There's going to be a result, isn't there? I mean, there's no way they don't get these runs or England don't get the wickets. I mean, England either lose this or win this. I don't think a draw is necessarily. I suppose if England get a whole bunch of wickets and then you get some heroic stand, but even then the outfield is so quick.
Yeah.
You've got to think.
Which is why I think it's a stupid declaration.
Well, if they win, it won't be. If they lose, everyone will say it was. But I mean, I guess they were going for a result. I thought that's defended up to mid-off, and there's no one. I thought England needed another 40 runs really on this track. They needed to be out there for that another 40, 4 overs, 5 overs yesterday. Yeah, get another 40 runs, get up to about a lead of 380, 390. But then they might not have gone to chase that down because they'd have only been on 20 or 30 overnight, and they needed 330 today. They haven't scored 330 in a day out here. They've scored at 3 and over, and there's been 70 overs in a day.
No. They've scored more than that. So I went through the figures last night. They look like they're going to get a total of something like 98 overs.
They're not going to get that.
No, they had 20 overs yesterday. They'll probably get 78 today if previous days are anything to go by. So it'll be 98. And 98 overs in the first innings, Pakistan reached this score in 96 overs in the first innings, right? So the truth is they're giving them a rate that they were able to achieve in the first innings. My view is you need to put pressure on when you declare and say, okay, you got to go faster than you normally.
Well, yes, but then Imam got 100 and what's his name?
Yeah, but
Shafiq
I mean,
got 100
there was
as
nothing
well.
to say that wouldn't happen here as well. That's
No,
why
there isn't.
I think it was
Defended
a
square on your side and there's no one.
declaration.
Yeah, well, the thing is you've got to give them a carrot to make them go. I mean, the chance of getting wickets if they hadn't and they just shut up shop is pretty fucking non-existent. I mean, this track
we
is
ought
still
to
as flat as a pancake, man.
What I'm saying is the carrot would have been there even if they'd batted another half an hour.
Yes, possibly. Well, that's what I thought. I agree with that. But I mean, you have to give
we
them the
ought to
carrot.
say, by the way, that Azhar Ali is fit to bat.
Oh, is he? Oh, damn. That's
Oh,
annoying.
good. That's good to hear.
Well, it's not really. I was hoping he was one of the wickets in the shed. On the back foot, Shaquille plays it down. Oh dear, oh dear. Really nice shot off the back foot, just forced. The problem with this outfield is it's bloody lightning quick. As Jimmy opens from the other end, he plays that nicely off the back foot, just forced through the covers, and Leach manages to catch it just about on the boundary, but his drag back goes one of those ones that goes along the boundary sponge and eventually crashes into the boundary sponge, and it'll be another 4 runs.
That was Keaton Jennings chasing it.
Oh, was it? I thought it was
on
Leachy.
Liam Livingston.
Ah, yeah, well. Ooh, inside edge onto pad. As Jimmy's around the wicket as well, must be said, to Shaquille. And there's no run.
That was a lovely stroke by Shaquille, who stood up on his toes and punched it through the covers for 4 off Anderson. It's important that they take runs off Anderson. They did let him bowl a bit in the first innings, but they need to keep a psychological edge as well as a hold over the required run rate of Pakistan.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing. That's a really nice shot, but straight at Keaton Jennings, who's at a wide mid-off. There's no run. Jimmy's bowling reasonably full. And this pitch is just fucking... I mean, this is it. England could have just batted, couldn't they? And not let a result be possible.
It's only his 3rd over of the innings here, so maybe he's just exploring if there's a little bit of reverse swing available this morning, or even conventional swing.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it though, Gary. Just from,
No,
this,
it doesn't,
from the
I
first
agree.
4 balls, that one's defended up to exactly. There's only 2 people in this game at the moment. That's the batsman and mid-off, and that's defended out to him, and there's no run.
Well, I will say that there have been a lot more wickets in this game than there were in the last test here, where there were only 14 fell in the whole 5 days.
Yeah,
You know, call that progress if you like.
yeah. I think more likely progress, just because of the way people bat. I mean, I suppose Pakistan had to get close to the score. Oh God, jeez Christ! Jimmy's gone past the edge of Shaquille this time. That's like a man was beaten in the last over. But I guess playing the line, and it's just a little bit too wide, and it's missed the edge and gone through to the keeper.
Well, I think you're being a little bit harsh there, Bear, because I think he just got that to move a little off the seam.
Do you think so?
Not much, but it was angling in from round the wicket to the right-hander and just held its line up against the defensive bat. That was a pretty good ball.
I guess the hope is here. I mean, they had the roller out. Presumably the roller goes. I mean, the best you can hope for this wicket really is a little bit of up and down, and that might be enough if you can bowl straight enough.
There's a tiny bit of sideways there off that delivery, and I think Robinson got one earlier on, but it's the tiniest movement. You've got to make a misjudgment, and then it moves that half bat to beat the bat.
Well, and if Azhar is going to bowl, as Robinson continues around the wicket to Imam, England need 3 wickets really, don't they, to break it open. Get rid of whoever's one of these 2, Azhar Ali and Rizwan. And then they might feel they got a chance. Might take them all day to get there. And you imagine that if Azhar comes out, there'll be plenty of short stuff at his hands. So he hasn't broken his finger then, it's just badly
Well, they're saying he's fit to bat. I'm not sure of any diagnosis beyond that.
Well, that means it can't be a broken finger. That's into the pads and clipped onto the leg side. It'll be a single to a man, moves himself onto 48.
I should say that Mog is with us. It says so close to the actual start time. Hello there.
Yeah.
He said there are at least 2 crucial first hour jingles, and he also says, so what Messi is saying is be afraid, be very afraid.
Well, yeah, England well could lose this. I mean, if a partnership gets going, they could do this with an hour to spare.
Yep.
Because
I'm going to expand upon thoughts on Bazball at Maximum later this week, which I'll come to in just a moment.
Well, Robinson's gone back over the wicket to Shaquille. He just defends that out. To the covers.
I think what England have traded here is they have, the numbers may not be exact, but they've reduced the possibility, or probability I ought to say, of a draw by 30% with their declaration. And in doing that, they've increased the chances of a Pakistan win by 20% and an England win by 10%. But this is very much what Stokes has always said consistently, and indeed backed up with his deeds. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd think on a normal test, a lead of 343 would be troublesome. Maybe not for England these days, as that was left alone by Shaquille through to the keeper and there's no run.
But what he said is he doesn't want to draw, and therefore, if the cost of taking the draw off the table is a 20% increase in Pakistan's chance of winning for a 10% increase in his own side's chance of winning, he's going to do that every time. And to his credit, that's what he is doing. And, I'm happy with that. I was against it when I first heard it, but I've been convinced by the evidence.
Well, me too. Left alone through to the keeper. There's no one. I never like losing, but what the hell? I'd rather, considering the boredom we had in the first 3 days of this test, I'd rather there was something going to happen on day 5, having put the effort in. Nothing at all.
Here's an interesting observation. If 5 minutes before tea yesterday you had put $1 million on England to win and on Pakistan to win, you would be in for quids today. Because all of a sudden the draw went from being favourite to being a large outsider. Well, sorry, being close to favourite. I don't think it was favourite.
That backs up my point, I think.
Shaquille faces up to Robinson around the wicket for the last ball of the over. Too wide, doesn't have to play it. Through to the keeper and ain't no run. Over to you, Messi.
So our tweeters aren't actually awake yet. But one of our friends, Dan Liebke, tweeted something yesterday which has been retweeted and I rather like. He says, it's a strange cricketing world indeed when we're relying on Pakistan to be the side to bring sanity to proceedings.
Well,
and we do have some friends with us on YouTube. Marshall says hello. Don Diego is with us. He says morning. Whatever happens today, I doubt it will be humdrum. Game on. And well done, England's men's football team. Very well played, indeed they did.
They did.
As did France. I thought they were both good games to watch.
Yeah, they were. It's going to be cracker next Saturday.
And he also says the word of the day might be debacle.
One of the things I like about what England have done in this Test match, which even though we know that Bazball as the philosophy has still been a surprise, I'll come to it after this ball.
Jimmy in, and Imam just works that into the leg side. There ain't no run.
For years under Root in particular, but plenty of times under Alistair Cook and indeed all cricket captains, I've been here and elsewhere saying, how are England trying to win this game? What's the plan to win? Because the game was drifting, because overtly defensive, passive, and at no point in this match have I had to ask myself that question.
No, down a leg side, and Potent thinks about appealing, but there's no feather on that.
I know how England are trying to win. I can see it obviously in the batting, I can see it in the field placing, I can see it in the lines that are being bowled. sometimes in the lengths that are being bowled, but I do have an issue with one particular bowler that I'm sure we'll cross swords about later on, about his line and length. But in the main, you can see how England are trying to win this match.
Jimmy in, and that's a decent ball. Defended well by Oman, straight back down the track. No, ain't no run.
And in some ways, you can see how Pakistan are trying to win the match. The selection has been strange, but they did pick what they felt was an attack to take 20 wickets on a flat track, giving them a long tail, which they may come to regret a little later today. But Pakistan have also showing that they're hanging in there and are at least at the moment 50-50 to win this match.
They are.
They've shown how they want to win the match as well.
Jimmy bowling that at the pads, and it's clipped by a man up to mid wicket, and there ain't no run.
It's a hackneyed cliche, but Ben Stokes keeps throwing down the gauntlet, and to Pakistan's credit, they've picked it up.
Yeah, as Livingston's got an injury. I don't know if he's going to play in the rest of the series really after this game. I don't know what he's done to his knee. Does anyone know what he's actually done to his knee? Has he just jarred it, in which case he might be okay in a few days, or has he actually done something?
I don't know. I'll look him up.
Well, I had no reports apart from the fact that he'd done something to his knee. That's straight, and nothing happening with the ball. Defended by a man up to mid-wicket once more, and there's no run. Now here's a question. If England baz ball the next... Well, how many tests are they playing here? 3, then 2 in New Zealand, and then they got the Ashes. When does the Test Championship qualification for the final close?
Who knows?
Early next year, I think.
Oh, is it early next year? It's not after the Ashes.
No, because the championship is before the Ashes, I'm pretty sure.
Is it every year now then?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years, but it was only last year, wasn't it? No, it wasn't last year. There was a final, was it? It was the year before. Christ, time flies. Jimmy in.
Well, it was last year.
Defended up to mid on. There's no run.
Yeah.
But it was last year.
Yeah, it was 21, and next year's 23.
Oh yeah, Christ, it is. That's right.
You don't know where you are, do you, Ben?
No,
it's
I don't.
very early in the morning.
Yeah, it is. Well, because I was going to say, if England managed to win 10, because we lost 8 tests out of however many, when we're now nearly at parity with wins and losses. And I was thinking, well, if they balled 10 in a row, we might actually get our percentage up to somewhere close to being at the top of the table, but that's not really going to happen.
No, the only real likely possibility is if Australia fucked up against South Africa, then South Africa could sneak into a final against India. But basically, it's very likely to be an Australia versus India final.
It's going to be in England. It's always in England, isn't it? It's always at Lord's.
Yes. No, I think it's going to be at the Oval, in fact.
Oh, okay. Defended out to cover once more. There's no run. And when's it supposed to be? Next.
That's a really good question. I'm not quite sure.
Presumably that'll be a warm-up test, won't it, for the Aussies for the Ashes then, or something like that?
Yeah. Well, basically, the test they just finished yesterday is the first of 15 tests that Australia has over the next 9 months or so, which is a good run. I like that.
Interesting.
Again, got South Africa, and then they go to India, and then they come to England for the World Test Championship and the Ashes.
Interesting. Ollie Robinson in across Shaquille, who defends it square on the offside to Stokes, the skipper. Because you know, essentially, any sort of Australia, New Zealand, England, probably not the West Indies, but you fancy any of those teams to beat India in a one-off test with hardly any preparation in England. So if it's always in England, India are always going to be up against it, probably getting to the final quite a lot, and serial losers, one would have thought.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Australia's not that flash in England either until they get their act into gear too.
Yeah, true. Good old moving ball. Driven nicely by Shaquille, but can't beat Leach, who's at mid-off. There's no run.
I will tell you something that's quite funny. I think David Warner's under considerable pressure as an opener for Australia. He's really got to make a lot of runs in the next few Test matches to hold his place for the Ashes. The player who's made 3 Test centuries so far, 3 first-class centuries in 6 games in the Sheffield Shield so far is Cameron Bancroft. It'd be very funny if Bancroft replaced Warner, wouldn't it?
We'll have to get the jingle out.
Yeah. That's defended by Shaquille again, out to cover, and there's no run.
Nice little build of pressure here from England. Been a succession of dot balls, and those dot balls have come from Pakistan's batsmen showing patience as England have bowled on or about off stump. So I don't think yet there'd be any concern, but you never know what pressure does to batsmen here. Are we going to invite a false stroke because we've had a range of dot balls here?
It'll be
Shaquille's
nice.
the man on strike. Let's see.
Nice if there was. Shaquille facing up to Ollie Robinson. He gets forward again, defends. Up to mid-off once more. And there ain't no run.
Just be inclined to have a man a little closer there at a very short extra cover come silly mid-off, just in case one does pop a little or he just gets his timing wrong there, Shaquille, because he's very much on the front foot straight away. If there is a little bounce, and we did see it in the first over of the day, and one just pops up a little, you need somebody even close to catch it.
Well, they're not too far away on the offside. Sorry, straight. Fuller this time. And once more just defended. There ain't no run. End of the over.
A little bit of a leading edge on that one, was it? He was trying to turn it to leg, and
Well, it was very full. It was more leg sidey, but he got proper contact on it. Wishful thinking, I think.
good over.
Yep.
Mog says, "Where the frig is everyone? This is a crucial first hour."
I know.
It started early, and it was fucking 5 o'clock in the morning in the UK. But just ideals with us. He says, "Has Stokesy McCullum finally redrawn, pun, the Test match ideology since timeless tests were discontinued? The only reason to seek a draw is if one cannot win." Mark Shepherd says, "I applaud Ben Stokes' tactics. A shot in the arm for Test cricket." Mog says, "Last year is almost a year ago."
Yeah. yes. It's fucking early in the morning. That's defended out to the leg side by a mum, and there is no run.
I'll tell you what, my suggestion at the start, that we make up time by starting half an hour early. They haven't quite started half an hour early each day, but they have started early.
15 minutes. I guess they started as early as they think they can.
Yeah, I think so too, and I hope they'll continue that for the next test, given that we're playing, at the shortest days of the year in Pakistan.
Yeah, it's defended the leg side. There's no run. The problem is they're going south, which means it will get darker earlier.
No, it doesn't, because they're also moving. Is it east? I can't remember, west, I think. But I looked it up. The sunset in Karachi is 40 minutes later than the sunset in Rawalpindi.
But they're not. I thought Karachi's last, isn't it? They go to Multan next.
Oh right, I haven't looked at Multan.
Yeah, it's Multan.
But the problem is, of course, it gets 2 minutes darker earlier. Oh, that's down the leg side. Is that a catch? That is a catch. It's a strangle
It's
down the
out.
leg side. Imam ul Haq has not made his 50. He's tried to just guide one down the leg side, and Jimmy gets a wicket. 1 for 8 for Jimmy, and he must be upset with himself, Imam. I was wanting to just tickle around the corner, but he tickled it too fine. England get that wicket. They vitally needed a wicket this morning, and they get one.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And that'll make Jimmy feel good. Imam will feel a bit sick. He didn't quite get his 50. He was looking really imperious last night as well.
Again, the Stokes strategy here has worked. They've bowled a succession of dot balls, one down the leg side. The Imam's eyes light up, but his timing was wrong, his balance was wrong. He gets a pretty thick edge to it that would have gone to fine leg. But hats off to Ollie Pope, who was across well, excellent footwork.
I know.
Not particularly tidy with the gloves, but what matters is that he held on to the catch. And he held on to the catch.
Exactly.
This is
Part-time
good
keeper
stuff from England yet again.
Indeed. Well, so does Azza come out now or Wiswan? I presume Azza comes out now. Or if this will be the test, won't it? If he's injured but able to bat, he'll come out 8. If he's perfectly fine to bat, he should come out now. But I'm assuming if he does, then they just start bowling short and try and hit that finger and get him off again. That's
Well, I mean,
that's
even
what
if the
I
goal's
do.
short, the ball might not get to
Well,
the
there you
finger.
go. He's not coming out.
He might not be able to, having been off the field. I'm not sure.
I don't think that.
No, I don't think it applies, does
It
it?
doesn't apply to batsmen, only applies to bowlers, doesn't it? No, that's not who's coming out, because he's not really playing, is he?
Rizwan's not a bad bloke to have it coming out anyhow.
No, he's
No,
not
not
at
at
all.
all.
But this is what I mean. Once you get Rizwan, if you get Rizwan and Azhar Ali out, and Azhar's not really that fit, then hold on.
Knows he's not his opponent, as he can hit the ball. Really quite far if the bowling's so far, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is, because he's Mohammed Rizwan.
Well, Azhar's got his pads on, so he must be coming out next. Oh, that must make him sick a little bit.
That's an excellent starting position from Ollie Pope, because he wasn't going down the offside. He was already moving across to leg. So he was in a good position to take the catch when the edge came through. That's the work of a specialist keeper, not a standing keeper.
I know.
Excellent.
I think he's only kept in 8 first-class games. So, I mean, I presume he was a keeper when he was a kid.
But when he came through at Surrey, he was coming through with a batch of keepers. Say, Jamie Smith, I think, is a tremendous prospect in the game, and he's the backup keeper to Ben Folkes at Surrey, not Ollie Pope.
Well, Rizwan faces up to his first ball. We've got an on Hayden, an off Hayden. We've got a short mid-wicket. We've got a leg slip. And we have a slip. So I like the field. It's attacking. And there we go.
I also like the message the field gives, because what the field is saying is we can get you out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And trying to put pressure on. I imagine Rizwan might do a bit of counter-attacking.
Well, that's what it's inviting. It's inviting Rizwan to say, come on, you're the stroke maker. You're in ahead of Azhar Ali, a legend of the game. Let's see some strokes.
Indeed. Jimmy in. Ooh, poked at away from his body by Rizwan. Hits it square out to point.
Excellent
and there's no
ball,
run.
top of off stump or just outside, and early on, Rizwan's footwork isn't at its best.
Well,
And
no,
he was just poking at that. You're right, it was right there.
exactly. He does tend to play in a sort of more one-day mode. More bat to ball rather than foot to ball. He's always been a bit like that. Classy.
I think we'll see Stokes as first change. We'll wait and see.
Well, I would, yeah, he might as well. That's straight by Ollie Robinson, and it's clipped to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Pakistan haven't scored a run for about 20 minutes here.
No, they got that 4 in the first over and a single, didn't they? And that's it. That's all they scored.
They got another 4, I think, wasn't there? Was a misfield on the boundary, but very little since then.
So the Senor Peel, the Jersey Jingler, is with us. Mentioned the jingle crucial first hour, which you probably missed. Just Ideal says, I can sense that Warner is feeling the pressure and trying just a little too hard. I think that's probably true. Josh Hoover says, Cricinfo is saying Livingston is out for the rest of the tour. Ahmed is the most likely.
I'd fucking give him a go. Why not? For Bad's ball in this whole fucking thing, give Ryan Ahmed a go. He's 18, maybe he's got some bull. I don't know. I've never seen him bowl, but what I do hope is he has a full action, which is, as I said to Gary before, is what I don't like about Matt Parkinson. Short and wide outside off stump, through the keeper and there's no run. It's not one of Matt Parkinson's actually is one of those ones that doesn't come full circle. Like when you see Adil Rashid bowl, there's effort in the shoulder. I just don't think that. And there's effort in the wrist, and I just don't see that from Matt Parkinson. That's what I think the England management don't see either, and that's why they don't have a lot of confidence in him.
Well, there's got to be some changes for the next test, because presumably Ben Folkes comes in, and Mark Wood, if he's fit, and he looks that he is fit, will probably play.
You wouldn't be surprised to see Jimmy take a rest.
Left alone through to the keeper and his own. Yeah, so that would be the one for me. I think they'd give Jimmy a rest at the end of this, and therefore Wood comes in for Jimmy. Obviously Pope then. Jacks can keep his place, can't he, for Folkes? And there's your 2 changes really. But then I guess if you want to get Ryan Ahmed in,
well,
then you probably get rid of Jacks and you bring in Ryan Ahmed.
Well, I think it would be simply ludicrous to get rid of Jacks if Jack Leach takes another sort of 1 for 100 on top of 2 for 190. why would you drop the man who's a far superior batsman who's taken 6 wickets for a man who just doesn't take wickets?
Well,
We'll see.
that's short and pulled. Is there anyone back there? There is someone back there. It'll just be the single. Yeah, I don't know about that. I trust. I know it sounds crazy, but Jax is Jax, going to leak runs, isn't he? Leach
Gonna
is
take
Leach runs.
wickets.
Yeah, I know you got to take
You
wickets.
could see that on day one. I said it on day one that Jax was more likely to take wickets because he was floating the ball above the eye line. He was bowling an attacking line outside off stump. Let's see if the 2 spinners who will have a go soon enough. Let's see who carries more threat. But you can't carry a spinner on the subcontinent who just doesn't take enough wickets.
Well, yeah, you say that, but Leach took a hell of a load of wickets in India. It's just the fact that the pitches don't really offer much. Look, Leach is the English Nathan Lyon. I keep telling you this, Gary.
He's not.
Well,
he's not.
He is.
Fucking
He's
not.
got better stats
So
than
far
Nathan
off
Lyon.
that, it's unbelievable. But anyway,
Well,
okay.
Lyon took 6
Stats don't
wickets
lie.
in Perth yesterday. Leach would have taken 2 if he was lucky.
That's left alone outside the off stump by Rizwan through to the keeper and there's no run. Leach has not played an inconsequential amount of tests now and his stats match up to Nathan Lyon's. In fact, he's got a better strike rate and a slightly better
Yeah,
economy.
because most of his games are played in England, that's why.
Well, that's even better then, isn't it? He got a 10 for England last summer.
Yeah, but he's in Pakistan right now. That's the point that Gary's making.
Well, yeah, Lyon didn't do very well in Pakistan until the last test when he got a 5 for in the last innings when they won
he
that
got
test.
the most wickets along with Stark. Along with Stark. Yeah, Stark.
Well,
12
considering there was only
wickets
there was only 14 in the first test or something, wasn't there? 4 or something. That's defended out to the offside and there's no run. Takes a whole test out.
Nathan Lyon now
But
has
that's exactly-
443 test wickets.
Yeah.
He's number 8 on the all-time list.
and he
If
won
you
that
think
test
Leach
for
is anywhere
Australia.
near that class, you're watching a different game to the one I'm watching.
Well, no, but my
What-
point about Nathan Lyon and Leach is that when Nathan Lyon started playing Test cricket, we all thought he was a bit of a fucking joke. And now look where he is. You've got to stick with these people and give them the confidence to play their game. Otherwise, yeah, they're just going to disappear out of the game. I mean, not disappear out of the game, but disappear out of the side. And you're never going to stick to anybody that's defended up to mid-off and there's no run. I mean, you're never going to have Will Jacks as a frontline spinner. He's a part-timer at best.
What?
Well,
Surrey had him as a frontline spinner in the championship last year and won it.
no, true. Defended up to mid-off and there's no run. Over to
Players
you,
get
That's
Messi.
ideal.
reputations and
I
they don't
don't
deserve
see your tweets.
reputations. They deserve to be judged on their performances. Have a look at Jack Leach's performances either side of the excellent match he had at Headingley against
it's-
New Zealand. You look
it's
before
always a
that,
challenge
he's
to
taken
get
something like
tweets
5
in when-
wickets
when
for
you're on, Gary.
200.
Yeah,
Since
well-
then, he's taken 5 wickets for nearly 400.
This is me and Gary's favourite fucking subject here.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
It
it's
just
just
ideal
that-
says if test matches are to be played in winter, reason dictates that the southernmost venues in the northern hemisphere must be used exclusively. I can tell you that sunset in Multan is 13 minutes later than in Rawalpindi. And it's getting later every day, actually.
Later, should be getting shorter every day. It's near the equator.
No, the morning, yeah, but the days are getting shorter, but the shortness comes in the mornings, not in the evenings.
Okay. That's defended for no run. Right, career averages. Here we go. Leach.
33.
What?
That's his career average in Test matches.
Yeah. 95 wickets. A strike rate of 68. 32.62. And we've done this before. Left alone through the keeper and there's no run.
I'm not really all that interested in career stats. We're interested in who's
Well, no, because
more
they tell.
likely to take the wickets.
Well, yeah, but your career stats tell you what you're. You know, there are times. Nathan Lyon's strike rate 64.9, average of 31.91. Not a lot in it, really. I mean, you can't go on anything but stats, really. I mean, they tell you a story, don't they? That's why you have career stats. I mean, you don't have someone who averages 5 in the side because they scored 100 one. Well, you might do in some teams, but that's defended back down the track and there's no run.
20 minutes ago you were saying that Matt Parkinson shouldn't get a chance because he doesn't finish his action. He could have 800 wickets at 18, but you're saying he doesn't finish his action, therefore he shouldn't have a chance. So
yeah,
you're having it both ways, Blair.
I am having it both ways, Jerry, because I'm defending Jack Leach because he's the English Nathan Lyon.
I've got an open mind, but if you're playing a specialist spinner, you've had a declaration. This is the 5th day. That spinner has got to have some penetration, and we saw very little in the first innings.
Yeah, I mean I agree with that.
We did from the other spinner. We did from the second spinner.
I mean there was no LBWs. It was all caught in the outfield somewhere, inviting a shot. Fair enough. That's driven out to cover, and there's no run. Let's face it. Let's face it. The Pakistani spinner in the first innings went for 200. 260 or something stupid like that.
He's no good.
There's a key stat on this. This week, Lyon became only the 5th ever bowler to take 100 second innings wickets. Yeah. That's the key. That's where it lies. And that's why Australia won that series in Pakistan. Because 5 or 6 in that final phase. Whatever it was.
Anderson is around the wicket to Shaquille. It's full, driven nicely, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run.
Barely a run for
donkeys,
half
is there?
an hour here.
Yeah, I know. One run. They won 89 about 10-15 minutes ago.
More. Going back to the point, you've got one spinner who's tossing it up, who is getting the ball above the eye line, who's getting a little bit of drift, who's pitching it towards the rough, and you've got the other bloke who's firing it in. And you're saying you stick with the guy who's firing it in. I say not.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah. I can understand that. I don't think that's driven back to the bowler and there's no run. I just, for me, maybe he'll get better, but Will Jack's too many bad balls.
Okay, tweets. Mog says Stokes is never going to play for England again, is he? He does find a variety of ways to get out of the side, doesn't he? Mark Shepard says, have you guys considered doing football commentary? You'd be brilliant. Well, apart from not knowing who the player was. Oh, White passes to White, who passes to White, who has a shot, and Red stop it. That'd be our football commentary. Just Ideal says, is Gary auditioning for Monty Python's The Communist Quiz? And also says, maybe Gary, the frontline spinners in the subcontinent feel the pressure of expectations, leading to the part-timers reaping the benefit of their position. Part-timer becoming frontline would go awry.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was trying to say. Rizwan is defending back up the track and there's no run. Anyway, enough of that. Who was the other Australian opener? You're saying that Warner's under pressure?
Well, he's been opening with Khawaja, who's done extraordinarily well over the last year. He's got, I think, 900 and something runs so far this year. He did exceptionally.
Oh, so they've moved him up permanently to number 1 now, or opener.
Yep.
Okay. That's defended by Rizwan up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Just the one slip in here, but there's a man at quite close, I think, to Keaton Jennings at a very shortish point, not silly point, but a short point. And England just building pressure. Rizwan's faced 8 balls here without getting off the mark. And no doubt there'll be a lot of chirp out there telling them that they're going to lose a test match. They're going to let everybody down who's come in, supported this test match. Fantastic support from the public of Rawalpindi.
Ollie Robinson in full, driven again. Can't beat mid-off. Jimmy's there. And
just feel like they've got Rizwan in a cage here. He was pushing at that ball, and now he's rehearsing a block drive there. You do get the feel there's going to be a release shot here from Rizwan, and whether that's a leading edge trying to punch it through mid-wicket when it's not there to be hit, or what it might be, but you do think something's going to happen in the 3 deliveries that are left in this over. There's going to be a boundary, there's going to be a false shot, play and miss, something.
Robinson in, a little bit shorter, and he gets on the back foot and just guides it out to that. It's Crawley at the short
Is that Crawley,
cover. short point, sorry.
He and Jennings are quite similar in shape. They're this kind of goalkeeper shape that you get a lot these days. Sort of long,
tall and lanky,
6'4", thin but not lanky.
Will McPherson makes a point that Jimmy had started the day with a spell of 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4, just 1 scoring shot. That's great pressure fast bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Robinson leaked some last night, but he's been very accurate this morning. And mind you, last night they were trying to short stuff, weren't they? And it was successful to a degree. They got Shaquille out early, plonked one out to deep cow, and then Baba didn't look particularly comfortable against the short stuff when he came in with a hard new ball. Got that under edge and was caught behind. And then Azza was hit, 3 balls later. Well, no, Baba came out, didn't he? Because Azza got hit by Ollie Robinson.
Man in at gully.
Ooh, that's a horrible shot by Rizwan, trying to work it from well outside his off stump, outside his eye line, into the leg side. Miss hit, but along the deck to mid wicket, and there's no run.
That's almost exactly the shot I thought he was going to play, and trying to work one from outside off to leg with a leading edge in play. You can see what's going to come here. They've got a man in just in front of square and just behind square on the leg side, and I think they're expecting one to skew off the edge.
And the people on the
Rizwan gets his bottom hand through it.
Very close umbrella on the offside as well. Gets across and defends that one nicely enough there. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. Ends that over. 1 for 28 for Robinson. Yeah, good cricket. England being tight this morning.
Just Ideal says, isn't it also a problem that the Parkies and Swepsons of the world don't get sufficient test match experience, then have the weight of expectation when they're taken to spin-friendly tours? There's an inevitability about that, and I think that's been happening since Adam was a boy, to be honest.
Will Jacks had 5 minutes notice that he was playing, and bowled more overs than he's ever bowled in an innings before, and got 6 wickets, and looked the more likely. So we can make as many excuses as you like, but Test cricket's a bloody hard game.
Yeah,
you're not prepared to face up to the hardness of it.
Well,
find someone who get me a Queenslander.
I know exactly why Will Jacks did so well, because I tweeted, "What the fuck's he doing as England's number 4 bowler?"
You hadn't seen him. He's changed man this last season.
We're supposed to have a change at the end of this over. That's defended out to the offside. There's no run. Jason isn't here yet, so it might just be the 3 of us carrying. Oh no, Jason has just arrived.
Jason's always reliable, Mr. Reliable. I think I'm going to ball by ball. Is that right there?
I'm going over to socials. What we rolled. Good length, 66% of the time this morning. Bowling length bowling really this morning, isn't it? I mean,
just inviting the error, just bottling up the Pakistan batsman.
That one's straight and on the stumps from around the wicket, and defended into the leg side. There's no run. Ollie Robinson wants a drink. Don't presume it's that warm out there, is it? It's probably only about 20 degrees, 22 degrees.
Oh, I better find out for you, hadn't I?
Well, you had, weatherman.
Well, you see lots in the crowd with jumpers on, jackets, and so on. So it looks pleasant, but certainly not hot.
17 degrees.
Yeah. It's not the warmest, is it? It looks lovely. It looks like it should be about 30. Around the wicket, Jimmy. Into the pitch. Just defended onto the leg side. There's no run.
There's a real sense here that something's going to snap. One of the things that might snap is that we obviously need to make a bowling change soon. Both Robinson and Anderson have been going for 45 minutes here. Stokes will be asking them just to have one more. But if they do bowl that last over, which is a bit tired, that's when the half volleys will come, and that's when the long hops will come.
Yeah, and the release shot, well, there's one. Horrible ball by Jimmy. Wide, very wide, outside the off stump. Shaquille not tempted though. It was a tempter.
I think it was deliberate.
I've got to read you this. Mog says, all I can say about Will Jacks is that Jason Crozier says hello.
Yeah, Jason Crozier, Jesus.
Well, Crozier wasn't dropped because of his bowling. He was dropped because of he was a difficult person, wasn't he? But his bowling was good.
Being a spinner at international level is, it's bloody hard anyway. There's a lot of very good batsmen around. That's into the pads and clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, and they're just hoping for a little bit of a leading edge, I think, from that. And again, it wasn't entirely convincing. I mean, Shaquille, having played I think he played a lovely drive in the second or third over of the day. He's barely played an aggressive stroke since then.
Yeah.
He's just tapping the ball back. Maybe he's waiting for the spin.
Possibly. Because there's no bloody rough to work with, is there? I mean, it's not really turning out now. That's the other
Got to
thing.
make it drift in the air.
Yeah, well, yeah, you got to try and beat him in the flight. Oh! That's a direct hit from Keaton Jennings. I didn't realise they'd gone for a run. I thought someone was standing in the middle of the pitch there and he was absolutely out, but they must have got through. They did get a single. It was a good hit from Keaton Jennings, good throw.
Slightly panicky run,
Yeah.
but incomfortably.
Yeah, very uncomfortably.
Have we gone through this match without a run out so far?
Yeah, I went for a run out for the field of the first Pakistan wicket and I was still in it for 230 odd runs.
That's pretty unheard of.
Jimmy Anderson's figures, 7 overs, 1 for 9. Pretty impressive stuff, really.
Yeah.
Having said early on when they hit him for 4, they can't just let Jimmy bowl. Since then, they have just let Jimmy bowl.
They have indeed. We're going to have a change. Jason's going to take over from Messi.
No, you're taking over from me, actually.
Well, I'm taking over from you, but Jason's taking over from me. Essentially,
So Bear,
Jason's
the
coming in.
next tweet is Colin Sardo.
Okay.
Just the one. I haven't looked at YouTube for a while.
Okay. Well, Colin just says the circle of wicketkeeper life is complete.
Robinson is continuing. Stokes showing great faith in his pacemen. They'll need a decent break after this. It's an elongated session with a 15 minutes early start, and Robinson's just outside off stump to Shaquille, and there is no run. Hello, Jason. How are you?
Good morning, Jace.
Good morning. It's a bit too early for me, but it's not too early for England to break through.
No, it's been a good morning so far from England. The strategy has worked. They've been determined to bowl decent lengths on or about off stump. They've invited the Pakistan batsmen to take risks in order to score runs. And so far, the Pakistan batsmen haven't done that. So scoring rate is low, and Imam is out to a ball that was strangled down the leg side. Excellent catch by Ollie Pope running round. Have you seen that, Jason? Your Surrey boy did well. Umbrella field on the offside to the left-handed Shaquille. It's through to Pope and there is no run.
Well, everyone seems to forget that Pope came up through the 8 country age groups and whatever else, and even in the England under-19s as a wicket-keeper batsman. So he's well used to spending a lot of time behind the stumps. It's only in the latter years that he hasn't.
Yeah, it's true. One of a glut of wicketkeeper batsmen that England have produced. Of course, there's Johnny Bairstow as well. Joss Butler, and the man in possession. One can expect
Wow,
in Ben Stokes. So four players in a caging in at point, forward point, short extra cover, and a silly mid-off for Shaquille, who must feel they're all glaring at him as he lets this go just outside off stump. That was a good leave from Shaquille because that was not a wide delivery and not much bounces above the stump. So it's not like Mike Hussey leaving the ball at Perth on length.
Not, but it's almost the plan that they're using now, that they used in the first innings to get rid of Shaquille, was to angle it across him and wait for him to nibble it off to the keeper.
Yeah. Just the one slip, but the men are there for the ball that slightly stops in the pitch. And I think that's a good tactic, not least because it's suggesting to the batsman, ooh, this pitch is doing a bit now on day 5, the ball's stopping a bit now. And sometimes you've got to do that. You've got to make the demons appear as Robinson round the wicket to Shaquille, who drives, but again without a great deal of conviction, and it's just stopped by Keaton Jennings, I think, at silly mid-off, and a lot of Jack Leach actually at silly mid-off. A lot of clapping there from Ben Stokes. This is an England side that will encourage each other, and under Stokes' leadership, it will never be short of a bit of cheer. I think in the main, Stokes, from his early days when he could be too aggressive with the sledging, has reined it in, and generally uses his encouragement well. Let's see, round the wicket again. This ball skews off an outside edge and just goes to the man at backward point, who I think is Stokes. It is Stokes at backward point, and the pressure builds.
It does. I mean, they also has the factor of putting people in the batsman's eye line as well, which is can't be underestimated.
That's quite an imposing.
How long will Robinson and Anderson continue? I suspect we might have he might give Anderson one more.
Depends how much effort they're putting into it
for Sussex. So,
I mean, do you think
changing the field, man going to sort of third slip out of that cordon? Well, it's more kind of gully, isn't it? Just these little tinkerings as Robinson is in again, and this goes to that man, or it would have gone to that man. It was a dive, but he failed to get it. It goes down to Harry Brook, who's at third man, and just the single is taken. Shaquille will keep the strike, but again, that's a little moral victory there for Ben Stokes and Ollie Robinson.
It is. They would
more excellent bowling.
They just tried to cut out the easy glide down to third man there, I think, and that was very nearly straight to him.
Well, it was an edge, wasn't it?
It was an edge, but it was too square of him. Dan De Castro says, this is on YouTube, draw is utter embarrassment for Pakistan. England have won Test fans' hearts, win or lose for setting this up, and it's true, I reckon. Brian says, morning all, not so balmy, 3 degrees in Northampton. Will Pakistan fall over in a heat? Have they the fortitude to go for the win? Well, it doesn't look like it. 20 degrees, 130, slightly windy in Taichung. I don't know where that is. Winter is here. Don Diego, I think it's somewhere in Malaysian archipelago. Oh, fucking hell, I can't say any words this morning.
20 degrees, I'd take that now.
Yeah, I'd take that now.
Jimmy's back for another. Round the wicket to the left-handed Shaquille, goes through to Ollie Pope, and there is no run. Win or lose, what matters here for the Baz ball is that you open up opportunities for the win. Sometimes there will be defeats. What Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum and Robert Key, who put them together, are looking for is to have more wins than defeats. But what they'll do, and the strategy has already worked, is take matches that are drifting and breathe life into them, give the possibility of the win oxygen, as Anderson is in again. And this is a strange one from Shaquille, who just sort of attempted the glide to third man, very much a one-day shot. Look, the kind of shot you play in white ball cricket to rotate the strike, which clearly is what Pakistan want to do. And it's another little moral victory there for England. Jimmy Anderson, I don't know when he last conceded a run, but it must be the thick end of 40 minutes ago.
Yeah. But they're negating taking time out of the game. I mean, I think they batted for 120, 130 overs in the whole match. That's 4 sessions.
Yeah.
Out of 15.
And scored, 850 runs in that time?
Yeah.
Well, more than that, nearly 900.
900 runs almost.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they've averaged over 6.5 and over 2 innings, haven't they?
A barely 1 run and over this morning. Of course, it won't continue that way. This is driven, but with no timing and no real confidence to the man at mid-on. It's another dot ball.
Rizwan's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, none of us will remember this, and it won't be remembered if Pakistan get the victory. But if there's 2 wickets before lunch, we'll look back at this first hour and say that England have been tremendous in building pressure on a pitch that's not easy to build pressure on. So, the history is written by the winners, and the history of baseball and the history of England's tactics in this match will be written as to whether they win or lose. The outcome matters. But having said that, I think that the strategy is vindicated whether England win or lose. As Anderson round the wicket again, and this is on leg stump, but again there's just zero confidence in Shaquille, and he's just pushing the ball back to the fielders. If this works for him, if he's able to get on top of the spinners when they come on, and he advances from his 31 off 83 to, let's say, 71 off 125, then fair play to him. But England have got him in a bottle here, and they want to keep that cork on it.
I think it's the negation of risk. I think Pakistan are not prepared to risk anything in the early overs to let England in the door early on.
Well, it's a strategy that's opening the door early on, because England have made some chances here as the ball's through to the keeper. The end of the over, Pakistan are 92 for 3. Shaquille has 31. Rizwan recently starved at the strike. Oh, there's still one ball to come. Sorry, I thought they were changing over. They're just going to put the bails back on the stumps. Nevertheless, Rizwan has been starved at the strike recently. He is yet to get off the mark from 12. Anderson is about to bowl the 8th over of his innings. I think the 6th over of the day. The game has stopped for some reason.
Presumably the umpire's coming to put the... Oh no, he's playing around with a bat.
Yeah. In Pakistan don't really want to do that. England are quite happy to let the Pakistan batsmen just roast in their own juice here a little. Be thinking about where their next run is coming from. And to bowl the last ball of the over is Anderson, and it's just pushed to the man ever closer, the England curtain or umbrella. It's the man at silly mid-off who fields it. So again, excellent bowling from James Anderson.
Messages was retweeted a Dan Leaker tweet that says, imagine playing against this England team, trying to do proper cricket. Unsure what Stokes will come up with next. Maybe Joe Root will open a bowling. Maybe there will be 3 gullies. Maybe Anderson will wear a top hat. Maybe the slips will stand on their heads. Who knows? Adlai Barmy's tweets in England's innings across this test. 921 for 17. Over only 136.5 overs. And Mog says, I've not run any logistic analysis over what you just said, Gary, but I suspect it was a lot of words for jack shit meaning.
Maybe.
Maybe not. Who knows?
Maybe. Here's Ollie Robinson continuing. The England opening bowlers are approaching an hour of work unchanged, which is pretty good on the 5th day of the test. Robinson is in, and ball is through to Ollie Pope, and there is no run. Of course, there was concern about Robinson. Indeed, he was dropped partly because of his inability to last a test match and bowl long spells. I think any question over Robinson's condition is being answered this morning. He now, in this innings, is into his 12th over.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with you entirely, but I mean, this is the thing, it looks like it should be 35 degrees, but at 17 degrees, I imagine it's quite pleasant for the bowlers in actual fact.
But it's still hard work. He's still putting that front foot into a rock hard pitch there, and he's maintaining his pace, he's maintaining his discipline.
But it's not that. It's not that strength sapping heat.
No, this is outside off stump, and Rizwan, who is now like a cat on a hot tin roof. His eyes light up because he thinks it's a half volley outside off stump, and he was reaching for it. He couldn't get any timing, and it goes to the man at short extra. Rizwan is now absolutely boiling over here. He'll either have to hit a 4 or a 6, or he'll be out, because England have got him exactly where they want him. His thought processes are a bit scrambled, and if he survives this, good on him. Robinson is in, and this is defended by Rizwan. He looks to take a single, which is never there in a million years. Ben Stokes is laughing because he knows exactly what's going on in Rizwan's mind. This is great test cricket we're watching.
Yeah, Rizwan is definitely someone who likes to peel bat on ball, and the longer it goes on, the more frustrated he's going to be. He's in Jason Roy danger zone at the moment.
Oh, he is.
Where he will get himself out if he's not careful.
15 balls yet to get off the mark, and Robinson is in over the wicket to Rizwan, and this goes through to the keeper again. It was a slightly exaggerated leave from Rizwan, who was full of adrenaline. He's dancing about here. We think of Rizwan as being relatively young, but he's not. He's 30. He just took a long time getting into the Pakistan side. For such a class player, that seems hard to believe. But
well, it took him a long time.
Very late.
It took him a long time to dislodge Sarfaraz from the wicketkeeper position.
But he looks perfectly capable of batting in the top 6 as a specialist. But let's see. He's facing up now, and there's an appeal there from Ollie Robinson. They run through for a single. It remains to be seen here. Robinson likes it. Ben Stokes is talking there. It looked a little high to me.
I don't think it was high. I thought
the England team are discussing
going down slightly,
standing on a length, of course, from the middle of the pitch. But they're not going to go for the review, so it's probably a leg by after all that. Only the 1 run added. We're having a look at it again.
Going down, isn't it?
Slightly short of a length. It's going down the leg side, but Rizwan was all out of shape trying to score a single off that, and got nowhere near it with the bat. So it, again, is a little moral victory for England, albeit conceding the leg by. Pakistan go to 93 for 3. Their target now 250 runs in the distance. We're seeing a replay now. The impact is umpire's call, and it's missing by at least a stump's width.
Yeah, it's probably hitting a second middle stump down the leg side, isn't it?
Yeah. So, for the first time in a while, Robinson has the left-handed Shakeel to bowl to. He has a slip, a gully, a point, a forward point, and a silly middle. And he's in, and this is very full. And that's a 4 ball really. That's just to drive it for 4 back past the bowler. But because Shakeel is in such a negative mindset, he just blocked the ball to mid-on, goes down in the book as a dot. Pakistan 93 for 3. Shakeel has 31. Rizwan has none.
Brian in Brisbane. Good morning, Brian. Thanks for all your gifts. They've been well received. He says, which Pakistan turns up will be interesting to see when the game gets tight. He's off in his bus in Leicester now. Slippery and dark out there driving. Twitter. Not a lot. People aren't really getting up. Well, Liam Livingston's flying home with his knee injury. Tony says, in a world increasingly... morning, Tony. You're up early. In a world increasingly moving to franchise short-form cookie-cutter cricket, McCullum and Stokes are determined to win new audiences for Test cricket. It's a fabulous ambition. It is.
But that's not the primary purpose of what they're trying to do. They have declared an intention to entertain, but their primary purpose is at any given time to increase the chances of England winning, regardless of whether that increases the chance of England losing. And I, for one, applaud it. Well, it's a crucial moment in the match.
Yep, it's this man.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
So let's see how England's spinner gets on here. He's got a decent chance to settle into his work. He'll probably initially try to keep it tight, but it's once he's into his 3rd and 4th overs, is he going to give it a bit of air? Is he going to set up some tempters? He has a slip and a backward short leg. Left arm round the wicket to Rizwan, and this ball is defended, and there is no run. So splendid work from Jimmy Anderson this morning. Bowled for an hour this morning, gave away almost nothing, and got the wicket of Imam, danger man, on this ground, one of his favourite grounds in the world. strangled, and an excellent catch down the leg side by Ollie Pope, who has some work to do now standing up. So I think that's... Is it Joe? I think it's Zach Crawley at first slip there, standing very close. So you have to have Steve Smith-like reflexes to take a catch. This ball is defended. No run. Did you see Stephen Smith's catch in the test against West Indies?
Which one? The Chris Jordan one at slip?
Yeah, where he sort of went back on his left-hand side and caught it. Very good.
Yes,
Ball
I
is
did.
defended. No run. Yeah, you expect at first slip to get the ones that go wide to your right, but you don't often expect them to be tight between sort of you and the wicket keeper. And going off his wrong hand, it was tremendous stuff. England just paused for a second there. Rizwan yet to get off the mark, facing his 21st ball, and this is half cut, half driven. That'll give Leach some encouragement, but it picks out the man in this cage that England have set on the offside, and there is no run. Round the wicket again is Leach. A little bit of air, and that is pushed back to the bowler. Well, he's given that more air than any delivery I saw in the first innings, so I think that's encouraging. An encouraging sight. 5 dot balls in a row. Can Leach help himself to a maiden here? Rizwan looks up. He still looks nervous, and he gets one on off stump and just defends it to one of the men in the cage. It's the captain. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden for Leach to start. Pakistan 93 for 3. They need 250. England needs 7 wickets, and the players need a drink.
Yeah, Mog says, but essentially trying to turn it into franchise-ridden IPL-style cricket, in reply to Tony, says Mog. Adelaide Barmy says, morning everyone, this is Delectation, I don't know, was one of the best I've seen for years. All results offered by Stokesy, indeed. I presume he means the declaration.
Auto-correct, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. Jay Grover says, I'm up, just sober, eating noodles and seething at Gary, none of which are conducive to tweeting. Well, I don't see the Gary, but bing bang bang Barto, never. Morning to you. Tuning in from Sydney to get a glimpse of Bazball. Loving the coverage, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awake early does not mean up early. Yeah, that's alright for you, Tone. And Gary's definition of Stokes McCullum mission and mine are essentially two sides of the same coin. Wilson Herbert says, join this group and thank me later. It's a Telegram group.
Isn't that the crazy right-wing website?
Well, no, it's just really heavily encrypted, isn't it? More so than WhatsApp, I think.
Yeah, it's a secure.
It's like Signal. Signal is another one that's like that. But yeah, a lot of right-wing nutters use them precisely for that reason.
Yeah, well, so a slightly longer session before the drinks were taken at the midpoint of what will be a 135-minute session. The musical chairs stopped at 4:45 a.m. GMT, which is when they started this time. On day 2, the musical chairs stopped at 4:53 a.m. where they started. So whether we'll continue with this random opening to the day's play in terms of time in the next couple of test matches at Multan and then Karachi remains to be seen. But it's as long as you're not commentating or you're getting to the ground, it's quite fun wondering what time they'll start, isn't it? It's
well,
a little
yeah.
wrinkle in Test cricket.
Well, I presume it depends what time they reckon. I guess if they think they can get through to the nominal, what is the normal supposed time of close of play, then they might not start early. But I mean, like here, it's weird because on the first day they went off at what the equivalent of 11:38 in England, I think it was. It's like literally very shortly after 10:30, so they lost like 20 minutes. But on every other day of the test, they've managed to go through to nearly 10 to 11, 10 to 12.
It may depend on the atmospherics. You know, the sun is dipping behind the horizon. There's buildings around. maybe if there's a little bit of haze or cloud in the air, then the light becomes much weaker that little bit earlier. I mean, it'll be interesting. It would be there would be a certain justice if Pakistan win this match in the dark at sort of 5 hours local time. The way that was it Thorpe, and who was with Graham Thorpe in that innings?
Was it Nasser?
I don't think it was Nasser, but he was certainly batting for a while in the dark. Maybe it was the two of them. But very famous Test match when I think it was Morgan Freeman who was umpiring, insisted that Pakistan bowl their overs, having spotted.
Well, in those days it was up to the batsman, wasn't it? Whether they went off for the light.
Yeah, it's different now. Light meters do the job, but we're having a change of bowling.
Ooh.
I'm very much looking forward to this.
It is.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably Will Jacks. Yeah, it's Will Jacks.
And it starts off with a shorter delivery, and it's cut by Shaquille. He'll be very happy with the single, and we'll bring Rizwan onto strike. There will be more scoring opportunities from Jacks. That's because the way he bowls just gives that, not just the fact that he is still a work in progress as a bowler, but he'll be taking confidence from his 6 for 161 in the first innings. And already he's showing that he's going to bowl slow, he's going to get the ball above eye level, he's going to toss it outside the off stump, he's going to invite the batsman to be proactive, to get out to the pitch of the ball, to play it outside their eye line. But he has a right-handed Rizwan with a short leg and a slip, and again he's well outside. And Rizwan does what he's been itching to do for a long time now, which is slap the ball over long on all the way to the fence for one of these.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Yeah.
And he's off the mark, but not without risk there, and England won't be too displeased to see Rizwan playing a hoik really from outside off stump. That goes down in the book as a 4 against Jacks, but it's not a bad delivery, and it's not a bad outcome for him, because he didn't have a great deal of timing there, and he was hitting the ball aerial. Let's see what Jacks can do. Again, over the wicket to the right-handed Rizwan, and a bit of turn there. That's the first turn we've seen today.
Well, the only rough that there is going to be quite far outside either left or right-handed off stump, isn't it?
That was only just outside the off stump, and it turned and was defended. Another slap from Rizwan, and I think that might have gone all the way.
No, it didn't. It bounced.
In there by the ball boy.
It bounced short.
But they're attacking Jacks. But this is why you get 657 runs in the first innings, so you can bowl these kinds of lines and lengths, go for boundaries, but get the possibility of a wicket. And that's an inside edge from the ugliest of strokes from Rizwan, quite late getting the bat on it. And Rizwan has scored a very frenetic 9 runs off these 3 or 4 deliveries that he's faced.
He's done very well to get a bat on that at all, because that one scuttled along the floor almost. It kept quite low.
It did, and it also turned. So Jacks has turned 2 deliveries off the pitch here, round the wickets to Shaquille, and just tickles it round the corner, and they're through for a single. But I think, despite the fact that Jacks conceded over 10 runs in that over, I think there was some encouragement for him there. Pakistan go to 104 for 3. Shaquille has 33, and Rizwan a very frenetic end to that over. He has 9. Shaquille will be on strike.
Ravi says, Gary, 3 months and 5 days ago, Leach is shit. Gary, 3 months ago, I'm not always right, Leach got a 5 for. Gary, right now, Leach is shit. Nothing if not consistent, says Ravi.
What I said was he played a very fine test against Headingley. He got 2 lots of 5-fers, which is laudable. You have to praise people when they do well, but then what you want to see is them build on that, continue to take wickets, maybe not the rate of 10 per test match, but a better rate than he's taking now. And again, you look at him. I know how Jacks was trying to take wickets in that last over. I don't know how Leach is trying to take wickets with firing this ball into a pitch which is unresponsive. Let's see. I'm perfectly happy to give him a chance.
Adelaide Barmer says declaration, not delectation, obviously. Yeah, well, we got that. And another West Aussie leads. Great coverage from a very warm Perth in the land of Oz.
I think we're due a change at the end of this over.
We are. Me and you are staying on. Messi's taken over from Jason. Basically, it looks like we're really short staffed because I think I'm on the first 6 sessions of the day before I get a break.
I think I'm on the first 4.
I know you're on the first 5, in fact.
Am I? Oh,
yeah,
right.
You're straight back after lunch doing ball by ball.
Well, here is Leach, who's full, and this is punched by Shaquille, and they take a quick single to Pakistan. So I think they've got together over drinks and said we've got to be a little bit more proactive here. We've got to look for the single, and that has been taken. So Shaquille goes to 34. Rizwan, still nervous, will face Leach, although he'll be feeling a little bit better. But the beans are going, beans for Rizwan. I'm sure that will be the shout from the England fielders. They want him to try and go big. As Leach round the wicket to the right-handed Rizwan, and Rizwan just defends that to the man at silly mid-off. And there is no run. I think it's Ben Stokes there, silly mid-off.
Might have been my feed, but that's a slightly better ball from Leach in terms of pace. It was a bit slower.
Yep. And that's also slower, a little bit of air. Not enough still, I would suggest. And the ball is punched to one of the 2 men at short extra cover. There is no run. Back at the top of his mark. Shane Warne approaches the crease.
Oh!
And there is genuine turn from a good line from Leach. That was outside off stump. He had Rizwan reaching for it, but there's genuine turn there. That's encouraging for Leach. And that's the line I want to see him bowl. That's the pace I want to see him bowl. A lot of talk about spinners, but you have to find a pace for the pitch. That's another ball on a similar line and length, and that's the risk you take because it was just that tiny bit shorter, and Rizwan was able to rock back and cut it to the fence for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too short, wasn't it? Too flat.
Just a little bit too short, but encouraging here from Leach because the pace for this pitch is, I think, a little slower than Leach is bowling. It's not you don't want to, as a spinner, be hitting the pitch. You just want it to dip into the pitch, bite a little and turn. And we did see that turn before. Again, that's a better pace, I think, from Leach, but he's down the leg side and he's turned, swept round to the man at long leg, and they're through for 2. I think that's who is that down there?
Jacks, isn't it?
Long leg. Is it Jacks?
Yeah.
I thought it was Jacks.
It is, yeah. So England are leaking runs here, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing because first of all, Pakistan are playing shots, and secondly, they're bowling more attacking lines and lengths. But I'm going off the ball by ball. I'm moving across to the summarising chair.
Messi is coming back to us.
I have the sense of deja vu.
Well, yeah.
It's good to see another West Australian joining us as well.
111 for 3.
Indeed.
Welcome to West Aussie Leeds. It's good to be joined by people who aren't too far away from it.
Do you know West Aussie Leeds?
I don't think so, but all West Australians are together because the rest of the world is against us.
Is miles away. Down the leg side as Jacks comes around the wicket, and Shaquille might have fairly missed out on just jabbing that down a fine leg for a single or 4, depending on the quickness of the outfield down there and whether there's a fielder. I presume these two will feel happier bowling at the batsman that they are bowling at, as that's unfortunately gets a single off that Shaquille as he places it out wide of cover.
I don't know there. I think that Will Jacks in particular to the right-handers has shown that he's happy to throw it outside the off stump and challenge the batsman there. It's that attacking line that you want to see from an off spinner.
Yeah, I know. I hate being an off spinner. I hate bowling to the. As that one is defended out in the offside and there's no run. I was always glad I was a left-arm spinner when most of the people I bowled at were right-handed, because it meant you could actually target the stumps, and if it turned, you got it to turn away from the bat. The idea of just bowling it miles outside off stump and taking one way out of getting someone out if there was no turn, which generally never was in a club game. So that's turned out to deep mid wicket for a single.
I think it's a part of an off spinner's game is to invite the batsman to put their front foot down the line, maybe topple over and bring the stumping into play, reach for the ball outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Mistime it.
Tossed up by Jackson, defended by Shaquille, out to cover, and there's no run.
Rizwan has 16 from 34, but the construction of that 16 from 34 is a rather different story to what it appears in ball stats.
That's straight and clipped out through mid-wicket. Jimmy chase it down. They'll get back for 2.
But Pakistan got through a difficult spell against Robinson and Anderson, who bowled absolutely beautifully, and now will be feeling much better about life to score 115 for 3.
Yeah, I'm surprised Stokes didn't bring himself on.
Yeah, I am.
After the 2 posts. Well, I mean, he's always going to have to go to a spinner once those 2 came off, but he should have kept it up at one end, possibly with his own bowling. Over to you, Messi. It's not like out there, is it?
I don't know if you've done Don Diego de Silly Pants on YouTube saying, right, let's see Leach get a 5 so Bear can poo-poo all the other commentators.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but yes, please.
And Spud, who is one of our most recent Patreons, has joined us there, says, evening gorillas, great to hear some proper test cricket for a change, where all options are on the table. Goes very nicely with a steak dinner. Yeah.
Steak dinner sounds
nice
good.
Nice combo, Spud.
Indeed. Well, Leach is going to continue. Leg gully is in, slip, and they've got 2 close-in covers. And Leach tosses that up. It's defended by Rizwan. Square on the offside, no run.
I'm much more impressed with Leach's bowling today. He has given the ball some air. He has bowled a more attacking line. Credit to him. I was disappointed in the first innings, but looks better already.
That's straight, decent ball. You've got to make sure you get it up there as well, and it's defended by Rizwan, and there's no run. There's nothing worse on a slow wicket than dropping it short, because it just says hit me, basically.
Yeah. That's why you've got to be brave.
Yeah, exactly. You're better off being full and letting them drive. That is full. There's a little bit of turn off the straight. It's pretty predictable.
Still a bit too fast, I think, that delivery there. Just needs to slow the pace a little, get the ball slightly higher in its trajectory.
Bear, I was going to ask you, if I wanted to win 43 quid for a £1 steak, how might I do that?
Well, the problem with that, yes, I will tell you, is that's played up to mid-on, there's no run. You could enter the GPL, Messi. The problem is there's a chance that Pakistan might win, in which case the number is very obvious.
Well, within 3 or 4, because of
yes, of course.
whatever runs the score.
That's tossed up, driven by Rizwan. He's thinking about the single, but he hits it too hard up to mid-off, and there isn't one.
Now he's bowled 5 dot balls here, Leach.
And Rizwan
is beginning to look a bit nervous again. This ball is important. He's got to invite the big shot here from Rizwan. He doesn't want to just fire this in.
Which he kind of does. And it's just defended out to cover, and there ain't no run. End of the over.
That was the time to sort of hang the carrot out there, but he didn't do it. Bit of a shame.
Oh well. So we've got a sketch from Dr. Dan of the field set for Rizwan initially. But elsewhere I think people are still waking up. I suspect we've got quite a few Australian listeners who no longer have the Perth test to follow, and there were 3 Shield matches that finished yesterday as well. So if
you're a bit quiet, Messi.
This is it. Okay, sorry, is that better?
Yeah, that's slightly better, yeah.
That is better.
Yeah, okay, I had the mic too far away, sorry. Yeah, so this is basically the only action in town if you're in Australia at the moment.
When's the next test against West Indies start?
Starts on Thursday.
Okay. How many tests in that series? 2 or 3?
Just 2 in that series. It's a day-nighter in Adelaide, and then we move into the series against South Africa.
Okay. Now, That's interesting. On the back foot, Shaquille pushes it out into the offside. They go for the quick single. It had to be quick. Good bit of fielding, but Rizwan was there in plenty of time.
A little bit of a shame that, because I think the fielder was slightly too deep. They shouldn't be allowing a single there, really.
No, it's a little bit to his left as well, wasn't it? So, or right, so they allowed him to take the chance.
And battle resumes between Rizwan, who has gone after Jax, and Jax having a little discussion here with the bowling think tank of Ben Stokes and James Anderson. England just produced these 6-foot-tall cricketers now, 6'2" cricketers, just as a matter of course. You don't really think of Will Jax as being tall, but he is tall, and that helps him with his off breaks, because it just allows him to toss the ball that little bit higher, get a little bit more dip there. So one of the things you notice at the ground or when you're in close proximity to cricketers is just how tall so many of them are these days. Not all, of course, but plenty are.
Watching Cameron Green standing next to his Mankuaja in the Perth
Yes.
Test was quite
Well, it
funny.
looks like we're going to have a change of ball. First time we've had that. I thought they were just going to cut off. There's a bit of thread coming out of the seam.
There's a very impressive box.
Yeah,
that
it
it's
is. I
coming
love
out
it.
in. It looks like a kind of presentation case that you'd receive some kind of trophy in or something. But there's a box of balls, velvet lined. Excellent.
Very nice. Star of Pakistan on it.
Yeah.
No, we had a change of ball. See if this brings any luck.
I don't know if either of you has seen any of the interviews recently with Wasam Akram. There's a book just come out, co-authored with Gideon Haigh.
Yeah, I saw one or two.
And I found the interviews fascinating, but one thing they really brought home to me was the degree of absolute devotion to cricket across the whole of Pakistan, and how important this is to everyone. I just think it's a shame that the Pakistan people are being denied full range of cricket by the sort of pitches they're producing. I think that's just a bit sad.
Yeah, you wonder, don't you? I mean, it is interesting considering, India's just across the border, but the soil is so different. I mean, is that the reason why pitches are so different between the two countries?
I don't think so. No, it's deliberate.
Yeah, it's a stretch saying just across the border. I don't know what the difference, the distance is between where they're playing now in Rawalpindi and say Chennai, where they have that red soil. But I think we're talking over 1,000 miles.
Yeah, I know that. But I mean, it seems to be all over India, doesn't it? You can always manage to get Bunsons pretty much anywhere in India. They're either flat.
Well, I don't think that's quite fair, actually. I think the variation in India, we've seen it in series. The variation between one place and another is massive. But where's that? There's one place where they've got two different pitches with completely different soils of them, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's the red one and the sort of brownish one. I can't remember.
I think we will. The reaction of Ramiz Raja, who is the kingpin of Pakistan cricket, some sort of quite forthright quotes about the nature of the pitch suggests that we will see a little more life in the pitches of Multan and Karachi to come.
Yeah, but it's also interesting as well, isn't it? Because Pakistan are much more seam-led, fast bowler-led country necessarily than India.
It's a chicken and egg thing, though, isn't it? I mean,
that's a filthy delivery from Jax. Gets away with it. He's bowling around the wicket to Rizwan, who tries to hit the leather off their ball there, but unfortunately he hits it straight to the man on the 45.
Yeah, the leather off the ball was a problem, I think, with the ball change. So.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know if this is a worthwhile line. Really, outside leg stump.
Yeah, it's worth trying a few things. I'd want to leave the experiments a little bit later. I'd have continued over the wicket to the right-hander, the off-spinner.
Tosses that one up straight, and Rizwan tries to work it to the leg side. It's very full inside, edges it onto his pads. I mean, the one thing you can say is that Rizwan especially wants to get after Jax, which is not a bad thing.
That was below 80 kilometers an hour. Very slow.
That one is a little bit short, and Rizwan goes back, works it into the leg side. There's no run.
That one 85 kilometers per hour. So he's varying his pace here, and I think he carries more threat, Jax, when he tosses it higher, bowls it slower.
Yeah. That one again a tad short, possibly. It's defended up to mid-on, and there's no run on the back foot. Rizwan 116 for 3, Pakistan. They've not really gone anywhere this morning. Down the track comes Rizwan. Has he got enough of that? I think he has. Yeah, he has definitely got enough of that one. And it's gone over long off as one of these. Jack's at going over 6 and over.
Yeah, but he's inviting the big shot, and England have got to get wickets here. It's England are not going to win this game by bowling dot balls. We know that that there's so much time left in the game, and the target that Ben Stokes has set is so low that England need to take wickets. They need to make things happen. Holding an end is not going to work. They've strangled in the first hour with the pacers, and that brought a wicket. But you obviously need, as batsmen get used to the pace of the pitch and settle into their work, you need to change your strategy, and that's what Stokes has done here. And his bowlers have got to deliver on it. And when the catches come, the catches have got to be taken.
Yeah.
That's the key. That's how Australia won that previous series, by actually taking the chances that came their way. And England's catching this year has been immeasurably better than the previous year. I think that's as big a difference as Bazball, to be honest.
Well, Leach is going to continue. He's around the wicket to Shaquille. He comes down the track and hits himself. Comes down the track and gets expansive. First time we've seen that. Hits it straight back over the bowler's head for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Lovely stroke.
Yeah.
He needs to hold his nerve here, Stokes. He needs to accept there'll be times in today when the batsmen will be on top, and they are this last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, very much so. That's a bit short and worked into the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
He mustn't bowl faster, Leach, as a response to being hit for the boundary. That was nearly 90 kilometres an hour, 88.9. Looked it as well.
Yeah, it's a bit flat. That's a better ball. Trying to hit that rough. It's not massive rough outside the off stump of Shaquille's off stump, but gets a little bit of turn. Again, the turn's just very predictable, isn't it? And there are no ones that are misbehaving and shooting or jumping. That's just tossed into the offside. They'll go through for a quick single as there's a sharp stump. Misses anyway, but he was in anyway. And they'll get themselves a single. I like the fact that Pakistan don't have spider cam. They have a drone.
Well, they haven't got the infrastructure for a spider cam here.
Well, I think it's probably don't need spider cam with drones. Actually, more manoeuvrable. A drone is more manoeuvrable than spider cam, and spider cams are a hell of a setup.
Yeah, huge.
Well, they're also very intrusive as a spectator, gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching them de-rig one in the World Cup at Trent Bridge. As that's played on the back foot, a bit too short from Leach, and Rizwan goes back, punches it to cover, and there's no run. You know, it's a whole set of cables and a bloody big heavy camera, and if one of those snap and it drops on someone in the field, you're going to kill a cricketer. Not that it's ever happened. Leach bowls that. It's a decent ball. Straight, a little bit of turn, not a lot though. And Rizwan gets right forward and defends it to the offside, and there's no run. It ends the over, number 31 for Leach.
What I would say about drones is that I've had to watch a lot of documentaries in the last few weeks, and dear me, do documentary makers enjoy a drone shot.
Yeah.
It's a cliche.
Some of them are great though. Tony Bishop says, I think we need a washing machine update from the bear. Still lifeless, or is it spinning now?
No, it's lifeless. It's got to be plugged in, and it needs to be plumbed up.
Oh, there we go. So it wasn't capable of being installed.
Well, I think
there
it
you go.
was. Well, it needs. There's a little bit of pipage needs doing for the outlet, and I'm hoping.
But you know a bloke, don't you?
No, I can do that bit myself. I just really hope that the outlet water pipe works. It should do. It was plumbed in when the flat was redone, unless you basically just put a pipe in the floor and didn't connect it to the water. It should be able to be turned on.
Can't you just put the outlet pipe into the sink if you need to?
I think it'd be not long enough. Yeah, you could do that, but there is a pipe that goes out the wall straight into the outlet on the outside, on the waste pipe outside. But it needs a 90-degree bend and probably about 70 centimetres of up pipe.
And if you're looking for renovation advice, come to the Bear, former producer of Homes Under the Hammer.
Not a producer, sound engineer.
Sound engineer, there you go.
Location sound engineer. Roots into the attack, taken over from Jax, and that's driven up to long off for a single. And Shaquille moves on to 44 of 99 deliveries.
I'm slightly disappointed in Stokes. I think I would have given Jax another over. Clearly Pakistan were attacking him, and the attacking shots do bring opportunities. He's gone to a very similar bowler in some ways, in Joe Root.
Yeah, I prefer Root as a bowler, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Root is more consistent around the wicket. Root tosses that up, played up, a little bit of aerialness. It's out on the leg side and there's no run. Root very round arm, of course. I suppose he hasn't tried over the wicket with his round arm filth. Might get one to squat into the pads. Tosses that one up, it's worked square on the leg side to square leg, and there's no run. Getting through the overs, England, aren't they?
Yeah, so they should.
We must have nearly bowled 90 overs yesterday in a day. I suppose England slowed it down when they were batting because they kept going to the boundary, but that's tossed up.
Well, I worked out yesterday the average number of overs per day for the first 4 days has been 78, and then you add 3 innings changes, so it comes up to about 79.
Okay. Swept. Maybe aerial for a bit, but the man on the 45 is 245, and that was hit square by Rizwan. Gets himself 4 down behind square.
Jingle, you're bowling filth, mate. You're bowling filth.
Yeah, I prefer to if he was bowling over the wicket, really. That's what I mean. Bowling around the wicket if there's not a lot of turn is a bit pointless, really. As that's defended out to cover and there's no run. I mean,
we ought to point out the reason we're saying that is that Root is bowling right arm round the wicket to a right-hander. So as soon as the ball pitches outside leg stump, it's an absolute free hit.
It is.
So when that previous delivery was swept by Rizwan for 4, he can just hit it where he wants, how hard he wants, and if he misses it, then he's got his entire sort of body in the way of it going onto the stumps. So
exactly.
And
the other thing is,
non-existent ball, really.
Well, the only real reason to bowl that line is if you've got, the ball's turning square, because then you can bowl it across, and then if it goes on, you can bowl the shooter.
See Muralita in bowling it quite a bit, didn't we? Right arm round the wicket, pitching it on middle and hitting middle. Don't think Root's going to do that.
No. And this track's not going to allow it either, really.
No.
Leach is going over the wicket to... Oh, now there's an appeal, but probably going down leg side. Actually turned too much, that one.
I think he got an edge on it, didn't he?
He might have got an edge on it as well.
Bit of turn, though.
There was a bit of turn. Yeah, he did get an edge.
See, he just bowled that slower and got the same turn.
Yeah, possibly. That one is again same. Just work behind square on the leg side, and there's no run. The thing is, the pitch has got no pace in it as well. You do want to try and push it through a little bit.
I know, but I think in the conditions you've got to let the batsman put the pace on the ball to That's just too fast.
Yeah, it's too short as well. And on the back foot, Shaquille plays that nicely behind square on the offside. They'll get 2. I bet that's all they'll get.
Because the other thing about firing it in like that is there's no deception, so there's no possibility of the batsman getting caught in two minds, because that ball is only ever going to be cut because of its pace and because it's outside off stump. So you're not getting any drift, you're not getting any indecision from the batsman. You're just firing at them and they're bringing it ball back. So it's another one that's just fired in.
That wasn't really fired in. That was a decent ball. Gave it a little bit of air and tempted forward. It spun a little bit, caught the inside half of the bat. It's well defended. Out on the leg side, goes square, and there's no run.
Well, I beg to differ. Just got to get the ball up above the batsman's eye line.
Yeah, but batsman at this level, he gave that a little bit of air, and Shaquille comes down the track, smashes it back over the bowler's head, and it goes for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
The problem is, Gary, when you get batsmen who can actually bat, the slightest bit of shortness, slightest bit of over pitched, or the decision to come down the track early, on a wicket that's not doing much, it's very easy to be hit.
Well, it is, and with that hitting will come opportunities. But the idea here is not to bowl maidens. The idea is to take wickets. Shaquille, excellent 50 now.
Yep, that's defended out on the offside. There's no run. Just give him a little milestone jingle.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
I just want to jump in. I know you've got some tweets there, Messi, but I was critical of Shaquille early on, but I did say that his patting of half volleys back and how he was so negative in his play early on, that would pay off if he accelerated and was on 70 after about 120 deliveries. Well, he's on 50 after 105, so he's done exactly that. Fair play to him.
Root bowls a full toss, which is hit back to him by Rizwan. Probably feels he missed out there. Chuntering away to himself.
You suspect their aim is to survive until tea time and then see where they stand, don't you?
They'll have had the match. They've had the match won at tea, I think.
Well, depends who's in, really. Doesn't it? That's bowled outside leg stump by Root, and Rizwan lets it hit his pads. There's no run.
Maybe not quite have the match won at tea.
You think when they go to this Sensodyne moment, they all get told to lift up their glasses at the same time? Synchronised drinking there. That's 2 full. Rizwan tries to smash it into the leg side and misses it, and there's no run.
They remind me a little of Kraftwerk of their showroom dummies video where they look like robots.
Yeah, that's swept and swept hard. There is a man down there. Just duck it out in the deep, and it'll just be the 1 run.
You think Root really thinks he is going to turn the ball from middle stump to middle stump from round the wicket?
No.
I don't know why he's bowling round the wicket to the right-hander. I do understand why he's bowling to the left-hander.
No, that's exactly right.
Yeah, it's a bit muddled thinking here, isn't it? Anyway, Root continues around the wicket to Shaquille, who drives that out to cover. Duckett's come into there, and there is no run.
Just on over 8. They've been bowling at about 15 overs an hour so far, which isn't too
with
bad.
5 minutes wasted on a ball change.
Yeah. The spinner's getting through the overs pretty quick though. That's tossed up, driven again by Shaquille. Again out to Duckett. Again no run.
Yeah, it's better bowling from Root to the right-hander. To the left-hander.
To the left-hander, yeah. It makes more sense to bowl that line to the left-hander. I don't get this bowling round the wicket to the right-hander. But
do
there
one
you go.
more before a change?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Tony Bishop's punster is gradually waking up in his bed. He says it's a job de-rigging spider camp de rigueur in Pakistan. I hope it improves by the time you're out of bed, Tony. Just Ideal says a mistake to let Rizwan off the mark so easily was a pressure opportunity lost.
Well, that's the nature of the game.
Yeah, you couldn't keep. I mean, it'd been nice to be able to bowl Anderson and Ollie Robinson all day, but they just can't do it, can they? They've got to have a break. So, which is why both me and Gary thought Stokes should have brought himself on at least at one end. They seemed less inclined to go after the pacers than the spinners.
But he could have mishit it, got a steepling catch offered into the covers. You know, that's the nature of the game.
Yeah.
Rizwan took his chance and he got the reward for it.
That one squatted a little bit, went on. Inside edge though by Rizwan onto his pads.
There was more inconsistent bounce on the first 2 days than we've seen later on in the match. It's
I think that's true.
And that's probably the way to get wickets, isn't it? The old one squatting. That one on the back foot, Rizwan defends back to the bowler and there's no run.
That was a better ball there, I think a little bit more air.
Interesting that Pakistan's current run rate, despite the slow start, is still 3.2 and over, which is quite adequate for them, really.
That's tossed up and defended by Rizwan. There's no run. Yeah, I mean, it's a battle between wickets and them sitting in against the pacers and then making it up against the spinners. It's going to be a lot of cat and mouse all day in that sense.
Although, I'll just wait till the end of this.
Leach tosses that one up and Rizwan just pushes it out to cover and there's no run.
England does have the option of making the day a little shorter by insisting on bowling fast bowlers when the light starts to
Yeah,
shine,
that's
I
true.
suspect.
Yeah, they could say, sod it, we're not going to bowl the spinners, we're going to bang it in short.
There'll be a second new ball, not that makes much difference.
Well, it might do. That's defended to the offside. There's 6 wickets are down, and then England get. How many overs did we bowl last night? We bowled a whole session, so we bowled 20. 20. So we should get one shortly after tea.
Oh, GPL, by the way.
Oh yeah, GPL.
Another reminder.
Leach defends that. Does Rizwan out to the offside? There's no one. End of the over. Gary's going to take over from me. Jason's going to come in and do some tweets. I'm going to nip off to the loo because I haven't been out and move since I've been here, and make yourself a cup of coffee in the meantime. Do you want to stay there, Messi, until I get back?
Sure thing, yeah.
Jason's going to join you. Are you there, Jace? Jace!
Here he is.
He is! Hello, Jason.
Who's on ball by ball?
Me.
Okay, I'll stay on tweets until we swap if you like, Jace.
That's fine.
Not that there are any.
Yes, I was going to
Jason,
make.
since last you were on, Pakistan have played many more shots, been more positive. It's cricket is an unfolding narrative, and England had the first hour, and things were going to plan for England. Pakistan have certainly had the next 45 minutes or so since then. Where are England going to get a wicket here, Jason?
I would say they're going to get a wicket from a miscue by the batsman. I think it's not in their. They're not being able to affect the game at the moment. Certainly, I think they've followed the mantra of Sunil Gavaskar, which was always to say, the first hour is the bowlers, and the rest of the day is mine.
Yeah.
And
something in that Shaquille, who got through a difficult period early on, has been impressive since. Faces Joe Root, who's round the wicket, and he sweeps off middle stump, but he gets enough on it. He wasn't sweeping it hard, but he's got it down to long leg. There's no bear for the boundary, so it's Nishanchi and all of that. 4 runs in the first ball of the over. There's a slip, there's a very close man in at Silly Point.
Trescothic Point, isn't he? Almost on his knees.
Stephen Kelk says, do the spinners look threatening? I saw that the run rate jumped after Anderson and Robinson had squeezed them for an hour.
Yeah, well, they were always going to attack the spinners. I don't think either of them bowled particularly badly. I think the credit goes to the Pakistan batsmen playing some decent shots, as this is left alone outside off the stump. Pretty pretty different field, it appears now, with a short leg instead of the man at silly point. The target now at 200.
I just wonder whether he's asked to move to short leg because his shadow was on the wicket and therefore potentially affecting the batsman.
I haven't seen a silly point standing that close since the days of Tony Gray. But Keaton Jennings is at a more orthodox but still quite close short leg now for Root, who's in, and that ball is just pushed back down the line from Shaquille, who now has 54. I mean, that's the benefit of a boundary off the first ball of the over. Shaquille can just sit in now. With a good over.
I do disagree with you so slightly about the spinners. I thought that the off spinners have bowled okay.
Out to point, I should say. No run. Sorry,
they bowled okay, and it was actually Leach that I was more disappointed with because I thought he was still bowling generally just a little bit too fast, a little bit too flat.
Well, I tend to agree with you. And when he did toss it up a little, he did find some turn. So a bit disappointing. Didn't have the courage of his convictions. This one is round arm from Root, and it's just defended by Shaquille, who, they'll be looking Pakistan to go at 4 and over or so. He got that 4 off the first ball, so he's quite happy just to defend from there. Root tosses this one up, and Shaquille just lets that ball go off the outer part of the bat to Jack Leach, who runs him from third man, and they take an easy single. See, that ball is really tossed up, and it did turn a little out of the footmarks. Leach has got to do more of that, I think. And if he goes to some runs, then that's what's going to happen.
The bear is back, so I'll leave you to the tweets, Jason. Ravi Nair is next.
Yeah, and he says, if there's a result here on this road, whichever way it goes, it's hugely to Stokes' credit, which I agree with. Leia says, morning all, England not winning it after that record-breaking first day would be the most cricket thing ever.
Well, it would be a world record first innings to lead to a defeat by, I think, some distance.
Well, we've had a few records in this game, so why not have another?
Yeah, I think there's never been more than 600 scored in the first innings led to a defeat. I think something like 585 is the highest. I think Bangladesh may have got that against the Lankans, so maybe I'm thinking something else. Round the wicket comes the left-handed Leach to the left-handed Shaquille, who just lets that ball run backward of point and takes an old-school one-day single. He goes to 56 and has been very impressive, I think, today, Shaquille.
Yeah, he's not offered a chance, has he? At all. No, he got beaten on the first, actually.
Well, he's set out to construct a test match innings, and that's what he's doing, to his credit. But we've got a slip and now a man slightly backward of square. The close-in fielders, we refer to them as kind of short square leg and backward square leg and silly points, but they're all moving a little bit each time as Leach is in, and that one does get a little bit of air. That's just defended to the man who is Ben Stokes at short extra. Stokes has got to have a go before lunch, don't you think?
I'd have thought so. He just seems to be warming up a minute ago, didn't he? I mean, there's only 20 minutes till lunch.
Round the wicket again is Leach, and that's a bit slower as well, and it's defended from a fifth stump line. I think that's the line as well. Just pull the batsman, particularly Rizwan, just pull him across the crease a little, let him reach for the ball. We know he wants to get that bottom hand through and hit the ball to cow corner and the lights. Increase the risk by just bowling that little bit further outside the off stump. My hopes for the 5th day of bowling at the stumps, because of the odd ball keeping low, has not come to fruition. Very little is kept low. But this ball is punched by Rizwan to the man 3/4 of the way back. I would think it's Ollie Robinson at long off, and they jog a single. So excellent work continues from Pakistan. Shaquille has 56, Rizwan has 28. The target now 198 runs away.
Yeah, it's nearly. They've only got really 2 sessions on 20 minutes to do that. It's going to be.
That's a bit of a drag down there from Leach, and on leg stump, and he's very happy there. Is Shaquille to help himself to a single.
This is really weird, isn't it? He's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. I don't know. I wouldn't bother doing that either.
No.
For the same reasons I wouldn't bowl as a right arm around the wicket to the right. I mean, it only really works when there's a lot of turn in the wicket.
Yeah, he has none for 40 so far, Leach, to add to his... What did he get? 2 for 190 in the first innings. And this is fired in at off stump, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Pakistan 147 for 3. Shakeel has Hines varieties 57, and Rizwan a slightly frenetic but much better in the last hour or so 28.
West Aussie Lee says, what's this nonsense about England only bowling spinners and not using their pace bowlers? Leach has been bowling as fast as Anderson and Robinson all day, which I think says a lot about the speed of Leach and more, and also slightly about the speed of Anderson and Robinson on this turgid pitch.
Oh, they were very good this morning, Anderson and Robinson, really good.
It's a very turgid pitch, though. I mean, it's only because England have played like they have to a certain degree and given a chance to go, and it could quite easily have been the dullest of fucking dull draws.
But I've always thought, and I've said it many times, that it's the cricketer's job. I break off because Root's in, this is tossed up, defended, no run. It's the cricketer's job to deal with the pitch that they're given to find a way to win a cricket match. And too often, I think they've looked at a pitch as, oh, this is a draw, and then just got on with it. Well, Stokes doesn't accept that. He says, how do we win the match? To his credit, he's tried to do that. He's now standing at silly mid-off as Root is in. That turns a little, but it turns so slowly that Shakeel can drag it from outside off stump to mid-wicket, and they're through for a single.
And too
I mean,
short.
It's almost to the point where you consider bowling moon lob bowlers and seeing what they did.
Yeah.
On the basis that people haven't seen them before, so they don't know what to expect.
Well, it's the kind of match where 2 wickets can come quickly and would really turn it. So everything's still all to play for. This is tossed up by Root and it's punched by Rizwan backward a square where Harry Brook does the fielding, and they're, I think, through for a single. Did they go through for a single? Maybe not.
No, they didn't. Of course, there was a drop catch, wasn't there? A short leg. Yeah, it was a tight one from Jennings last night, but it was Imam who went early this morning.
Root round the wicket again to the right hander, and that is an absolute help yourself because it's outside leg stump, and he helps himself to a single to Ben Duckett, who's down there at long leg. Scrappy take there from Pope. England just need to keep their concentration here. A little bit scrappy in the field. Okay, we're late into an elongated first session here, but these are the moments. This 15 minutes before lunch could be critical. As that's a ball from Root that has Shakeel making room for the cut shot. See, that's a dangerous shot there from Shakeel because he backed away. Had that kept low, it was on the stumps. So England are getting Shakeel to slightly step out of his comfort zone, but he leaves this one outside the off stump. It goes through to Pope. It's the end of the over. Pakistan 149 for 3. Shakeel has 58, Rizwan 29.
Just Ideal says, unlike Brian from Brisbane, I've not yet offered the vinegar sponge to the Hoff Bear. Nevertheless, each time Guerrilla Cricket broadcast begins, I offer thanks. And on YouTube, Stephen Kelk is saying, I would be tempted to maximise the use of Anderson and Robinson from the spinners. They can just nerdle the run so they reach the target if they want to buy a wicket. Stokes might be better.
Yeah, well, we've both been saying that. Don't understand Stokes' reluctance to bowl himself.
Is he waiting for... Oh, the new ball is too far away. 47 overs gone, so there's another 33 overs. I was wondering if he was waiting for the hard ball to go to a bouncer attack. Maybe he's waiting for after lunch to go to a bouncer attack. But there is a change.
I'd be waiting for peak reverse thing, I would have thought.
Well, they might be trying it now. Because,
it's not coming after 47 overs, it ain't coming.
Yeah, this man's coming back.
Jimmy, oh, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, let go.
And he's on that 4th, 5th stump line that he utilised so well, line and length. It's just defended by Rizwan to the man at extra cover, and there is no run.
That
Of course, Rizwan was very agitated when he couldn't get off the mark to the seam, as he now has 29 off 69 and will be feeling much better. England will be looking to bottle him up again, and maybe just asking to play the big shot, drive at a ball outside off stump, nick it to the keeper, nick it to the first slip. It's Anderson. He's in, and this gets a little bit of in drift there. Did you think?
I thought so. Yeah, I thought so.
Punch to mid on, no run. Jimmy doesn't look that excited, but he seldom does. Definitely on the replay, there's just a little bit there. Not exactly Wakar toe crushing territory, but a little bit of what I think was reverse. It had that kind of shape that you get with a reverse, where it starts to go about halfway down its journey to the batsman's end. So perhaps England have been working on this changed ball, as this is outside off stump, there is no run. Just defended by Rizwan. It's very much more at ease with himself and with the world.
Of course, the break might be the thing that gets England the wicket as well. They've got to come out and reset after lunch.
Yeah.
Get a couple of quick ones after the break. Basically, we need to break through, don't we? Get rid of one of these and.
Well, it'll be Azhar in next.
Yeah, exactly.
And then after that,
there's not a lot.
There's less to come. Certainly, Nazim Shah is 8, as this ball is defended. There is no run. You wouldn't fancy, if Nazim Shah is at 8, you wouldn't fancy, if you're 6 down with an hour to play, you wouldn't fancy them surviving, would you?
No.
I don't know about that. They did pretty well in the first innings.
Yeah, they did. I think it'll be different this time round, though.
And you've answered my question about whether Azhar Ali is fit to resume after his hit yesterday.
But I'm sure they'll be targeting his hand as soon as he comes in. I would be.
Quite literally, I imagine.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Anderson is in, and that's on the stumps, and one of the men, the field changes so rapidly. One of the men at short mid-wicket, there's a short mid-wicket, there's a short forward square, there's short extra cover, and there's a silly mid-off. So we're back with the kind of caging of the batsmen, where they look up and all they see are fielders quite close by. We're back with that strategy that worked well this morning. Anderson's bowled 5 dots, but not negative dots, not firing the ball in dots. As that's a false stroke by Rizwan, who gets a bottom edge and the ball just dribbles into the offside, where he attempts to do the fielding himself, which
that was a bit weird. Why is he going over there?
Yeah, don't think you should do as a batsman. Always leave the ball to the fielding side. It's their ball, let them get on with it. So your tweets?
We don't have any. I'll just check YouTube. Stephen Kerr, yeah, thanks for arranging the bowling change with Stokes, Jeremy Henderson. Has he requested to change the bowling to the pace bowlers just before lunch? And we're up to date there as well.
Well, ringing the changes, as Bill McLaren used to say, they're ringing the changes. Because Will Jacks is back for a bowl. He was roughly manhandled earlier on, taken out of the attack by Stokes, but he's back trying to buy a wicket to take with them to lunch. That's an expression that I don't particularly like. Let's take one with us. It's not my kind of expression. But round the wicket is Jackson. That's tossed right up to Shaquille, who defends, and there is no run. Jack still looks the most likely wicket taker to me. Okay, he's the most likely to go for runs, but he's bowling the most attacking lines and lengths here. As he's in again, round the wicket, and that ball drops a little on Shaquille, who defends it to Ben Stokes, who's very close at silly point.
Do you think the England team watched the football last night?
Here's Jacks again, getting through his overs quickly. That's down the leg side, and you're always going to get that with a spinner learning his trade. He's only 24, and they take 2 for that one, and he'd be disappointed in that because the first 2 deliveries were spot on. That goes down the
down where a leg
side.
slip would have been.
Yeah, they've got a lot of close fielders, and for once I agree with the expression that you can't have 15 men out there. Stokes is very attacking in his field. We can't complain at that. As he's the man who fields that at silly points, better ball from Jack. Shaquille had gone on to 58 with those 2 runs.
Stokes is taking his life in his hands quite literally by fielding it silly off with no helmet.
Yeah, and that ball is swept from outside the off stump, and it goes all the way to the deep square leg boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
See, that's a dangerous shot there because he's fetching it from outside off stump. The top edge is in play as well, but he gets the risk. He gets the reward for the risk he's taking. But to his credit, Jax is inviting that risk by bowling this line, length, and pace. As this ball is defended, it's the end of the over. Pakistan are 155 for 3. Jax has none for 38 from 6 overs. Shaquille has 62. Rizwan has 29. Bear, you're a spinner. The risk reward here is falling on the side of Pakistan here, but are England getting it right by inviting the big shots, certainly from Jackson, probably from Root as well?
Well, the problem is that there's very little. I mean, yeah, to a degree. The problem is that the wicket is offering so little that it's a very risky game, isn't it? I mean, you said that shot there was risky, but was it that risky? I mean, the pitch isn't going to. There's no. I mean, the one thing it might do is squat, but then you're above the ball. It's not like it's jumping and turning, and therefore the chance of the top edge is less risky. And so if you're a good batsman, and if you're a good batsman and you're set,
as Anderson is in, defended, no run.
I mean that's the big problem here, is the wicket is offering so little assistance, and it's a day 5 track. It should offer more. You'd hope, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that a top edge was likely, but it becomes possible.
It becomes possible, but I mean, I don't think it's that. The point is, I don't think it's actually that possible. I mean,
I don't either.
And you might do. It'd be a miss hit more than inducing a mistake.
But the scoreboard in this match and the scoreboard in the Australia match at this ground suggests that the possibility of a top edge is somewhat remote. As this ball is defended, there is no run,
and that's what you're fighting against.
In the last, I think the last Test match was March, so it's the second Test in a year at Rawalpindi, and there are runs to be had for batsmen who are prepared to be as patient as Shaquille has been, and get yourself in and then pick off the bad ball.
Or be as aggressive as England were.
Pick off the good ball.
Yeah.
Anderson is in over the wicket to the right-handed Shaquille, who just defends the ball back. And Anderson ended up standing right next to his silly mid-off. I hated that when I was bowling. I liked having a mid-off close enough to save one, but when they got too close and they were in my way, I'd always ask them, just go back a bit. I'll deal with what's in front of me here. But that was one of my little things. I didn't want to be crowded when I was bowling by having a silly mid-off in too close. Jason, are we going to have any tweets or anything at the end of the over as this ball is pushed backward of square, tucked, I would suggest, backward of square by Rizwan, who goes to 30. And
there's going to be a question for you, strike. Gary.
Sorry, what's that?
It's going to be a question for you to answer. So.
Oh, a question. Oh.
Your thinking brain on.
I like a question.
Has anyone yet noticed that the fact that we have Pope standing up to the wicket to try and cramp him into the crease?
No, I haven't.
They worked on a plan for for Shaquille. Was it Shaquille? It was Rizwan earlier in the first innings.
Yeah. So don't think he's standing up now, but it's Shaquille on strike. Very open stance, which is the way these days, or legs apart stance. That ball just pops a little. It was up in the air, and by the reaction of Anderson and hands on head elsewhere, that had a bit of bat in it there. So maybe a bit of tiredness in that stroke towards the end of an elongated session. Let's have a look. Anderson, it's just a regulation ball on or about off stump, and the ball pops up off the pad to where a short leg would have been standing, but the roulette wheel that is Ben Stokes' field setting, where he keeps moving them around, there was nobody at short leg. We haven't seen a replay as yet to see whether there was a little inside edge, but certainly popped up off the pad. Anderson has bowled very well today, about to finish his 10th over, and he tosses this wide of off stump. The ever-changing field saves it at short extra. It's the end of the over. Pakistan 156 for 3. Their target, I remind you, 343. And a question.
Yeah. Just Ideal says, will Adgari Naylor ever make his debut on Discord via his eponymous channel, hashtag Gary Gripes?
Well, I don't really know what Discord is, but I'm trying to limit the amount of channels I have, because it's hard enough with kind of WhatsApp and Facebook and Twitter and the phone and text and everything else. And
yeah, but you don't do TikTok, do you, Gary?
Well, it has to edit one's media sooner or later, I think.
It's just a slightly more modern version of Reddit, I think.
Oh, I see.
Various versions.
I don't do Reddit, although I tend to ask my kids what's happening with Reddit, or did you get that off Reddit, or whatever. So we have a slip, we have a short leg, we have 2 extra covers in tight. We have a short mid wicket, a long off, a long on, a deep-ish point for Jack Leach, who is left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Rizwan, who gets one on leg stump and just punches it back. Leach fields off his own bowl, no run. Gotta give this a little bit more air. He's in again, is Leach, and he does give it a bit more air, and down the track comes Rizwan, who picked that length very early, but it was a flailing kind of edge that went into the outfield, and felt safe, but
moral
that's what
victory.
I'm asking for. He invited the stroke, the aggressive stroke, and the ball was in the air, could have gone anywhere, and that's what you get if you're not firing the ball in all the time.
Just over
5 yards short of Will Jacks, who was running back from a slightly deepish point. Rizwan got 2 for that. He comes down the track here, and that's absolutely in the slot. It's a beautiful stroke, actually, there, Rizwan. He kept his shape. He is a hard-hitting player in the one-day game, and that was just lovely there. Not much wrong with the ball. Maybe it was just a little bit sort of fired in again. No air at all, really. And Rizwan just lifted it for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes. So, not playing for lunch, Pakistan, at the moment, as this ball is just defended. There is no run. There'll probably be one more over after this one. And England will have to think hard. They won the first hour, but they've lost the next hour and 15 minutes, certainly, in this session. Leach around the wicket, goes slightly wider on the crease and gives it a little bit more air. It's defended by Rizwan, but he has the runs he wants from this over. He'll be happy to defend it out. Stokes moving his field again. England just need to be on their toes here. They have to realise that 2 more wickets puts them back as favourites. They're probably second favourites at the moment. So Leach round the wicket he's in, just fires that in, it's short, and really that's rubbish. And it's from the presence of Rizwan all the way to the extra cover boundary for one of these.
2 plus 2 is on my mind. 2 plus 2 is on my mind.
And what's disappointing there, and this is, you know, I know I go on a bit about this, is he induced the false shot, did Leach, with a ball that was tossed up, and then everything else was fired in. I don't understand it. There was one false shot in that over from the one ball that got sort of a little bit of above the eye line. It had a little bit of a question to ask of the batsman. Everything else is just fired in with no turn available at that pace and that trajectory. Don't understand it. Rizwan has 42, Shaquille has 62. The partnership is 79 of 153, which, considering how slow the start is, shows that there are runs to be had here. Anderson to bowl the last over before lunch, and this ball is defended to one of the 2 short mid wickets, no run.
Yeah.
If you do have any tweets or any thoughts about what England can do to get a wicket after lunch, then it's at Gorilla Cricket, 1R, 2 Ls. We'd be delighted to hear your views. I suspect Ben Stokes might be as well, because they're not running out of ideas, England, but they're trying lots of ideas. I think it's the bowlers who need to come up with the ideas rather than the captain, as this ball is defended. And if Ben Stokes doesn't open the bowling after lunch, I'll be very disappointed, I have to say that.
I don't know what we're going to have at lunch. I might just put on Who's That Weirdo again, because I'm running out of things to think of.
How many hours have you got in the archive to choose from, Burr?
Well,
5,000, 10,000?
Yeah, true, but I have to download them and, you know,
that's fair enough. Round the wicket is Anderson, and coming down the track is Shaquille. And Anderson just defends the ball to Anderson, who somewhat grumpily throws the ball back towards the stumps, and we get the Sensodyne sensitivity free moment where they take a photogenic family and ask them to drink cold drinks.
Yeah.
So 1 for 10 Anderson, halfway through his 11th over. He's been parsimonious. And Ollie Pope is now coming up to the crease there. That will, well, maybe as a younger man it might have grieved Anderson. 6'2" fast bowler with the keeper standing up. I think these days he'd be more sanguine about it. Goes wide on the crease round the wicket to Shaquille, and there is no run. See, I'm a bit disappointed in that as well, because Shaquille charged in the previous delivery and Ollie Pope's come up, but surely you want Shaquille to charge him, don't you?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
I mean, it's not like they need 40 runs now. They still need, you know, a 180 or so.
175, yeah.
Plenty of runs in the bank.
But the runs are going quick. This is it. The thing is, you can't stop the runs if the as soon as these two
this
runs.
ball is down the leg side. That would have been a difficult ball for Pope to take, but it's tucked off the pads of Shaquille, who has batted very well in this session, all the way through it for 63 runs, and he will bat all the way through it unless there's a farcical run out. And given that Inzamam ul Haq has his nephew at the crease rather than himself in the or his nephew in the match rather than himself, that does diminish the chances of a farcical run out. This one on strike on 42. They keep showing Rizwan getting out in the first innings, almost a kind of attempt to induce history to repeat itself. I think we've seen that 4 times so far. We just want to see him once getting out in this innings from an English perspective. As Anderson comes in to finish this session and just bowls from round the wicket on the stumps, Rizwan pushes it into the leg side. Shaquille and Rizwan will walk off, happy with their work. They have fought back for Pakistan in a 32 over session that was 15 minutes early in its start. 1 wicket, 89 runs. Very much a session of 2 halves where England were on top through some excellent bowling from Robinson and Anderson. Got the wicket of Imam ul Haq gave Rizwan a torrid time with any number, I think 24 dot balls I think Rizwan faced before he got off the mark. Shaquille was also pushing half volleys back to the field, but when Robinson and Anderson came off, they were always going to attack. They did attack. There were one or two false strokes, but in the main they've batted well, and Pakistan will feel they have every chance of winning this test, gentlemen.
Yeah, I have to say that.
Can't disagree with that.
Can't disagree with that. Yeah, I mean the wicket's still offering very, very little. I think England need a couple of mistakes or a bit of luck to get those 2 wickets that will get them through to what they think is a quite elongated tail. Salman is not too bad at number 7, but after that there's not really a lot. And if they can get it, Azhar's slightly injured. He's got busted up finger, so he may be easier to prize out than normal. So they've got to get that breakthrough, and hopefully it'll come. They'll get a new ball before the end of the day. So due in 28 overs, so I mean they should get it. I mean they bowled nearly 30 overs in that session, so they should get it around about tea time. So the last session could be very interesting. You can get the new ball. Pakistan could be rolling on towards victory. A new ball comes along, cut the spawny wickets, and suddenly the whole game changes. It could be a very exciting last session, or Pakistan could just walk away with it. But we will have to wait and see.
Yep, some final socials before we head off for lunch. There's a flurry of tweets from Messengers who says, seems like the website crashed just as I was doing my GPL entry. Then he gives us his GPL entries, all 6 of them, and then says, it's back! Just Ideal says, looking at the exchange, the odds are 40% Pakistan, 30% England, 30% draw. Your thoughts? I think that's probably
about right.
About right, yeah, about right. I think England should be perhaps maybe 25 and 15 for the draw. I think that's pricing England in a little bit too much for my liking.
Well, well, this is the thing. It does only take a couple of wickets, and they can come in strange ways. But if they do come, and there's enough time, then England will suddenly be favourites. I'd have thought, as long as Pakistan are far enough out.
Adelaide Barmy says, just toss it up, sensitive catching field, and give it a dip and rip. Talking about the strategy for getting a wicket. So up to date on Twitter, on YouTube. John Glassbrook asked a question, hey boys, what's the record for most runs in a test match? Is this close? I think it's about 1600, 1700. And it will be quite close, I would have thought, by the end of the day.
Well, if Pakistan win and we got 917, that would be, what, 1,834 runs if they win.
Don Diego says, I think it's 1815, but I have to check.
Well, this would beat it then. Because England got 917 for 17. Well, no, or 917. It's what someone put in earlier, so it well could be. If Pakistan win.
And lastly, Spud says, what will a win for either side or draw mean for the Test Championship? I don't think that a win will improve them slightly, but not possibly enough for them to qualify in the top 2.
No, we've lost too many games. We've lost 8 Test matches over this period of the World Test Championship.
Well, I'm going to take my leave because I'm back on ball by ball for the first session. I notice I'm not scheduled for the last session, so whoever scheduled that, I'm very grateful because I think my voice and my energy will be dissipated.
Yeah, well, yeah. Bloody Tones basically scheduled me in virtually every fucking session of this day. Thanks, Tones.
And it's the end for me as well, because I am
now going off to work.
Off to my primary job and off to the hospital before. So I will see you in the next test.
Okie dokie. We're going to play Who's That Weirdo again, because my brain is so scrambled I can't really be asked to think about anything. So enjoy it if you're listening. Gives you a chance to hear what it is. And there'll be more episodes coming up. And there are a couple of past ones there. We've got a special guest this week. I think it's tomorrow for this week's episode. But after that, see you then. Bye.
that weirdo? Until 2. Neil McKenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock. Shane Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket and the third episode of our new quizcast, Who's That Weirdo? A competition that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers, but possibly sound as if they could be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined today for an absolute corker. I mean, you could only have this combination during a World Cup, I think, a World Cup year. Two incredible heavyweights of Gorilla Cricket, all the way down there in that country that's a little bit down under. In fact, they're probably nearer. They are nearer to each other than we are to them by an enormous distance, because they are both in Melbourne. And first man I have to introduce is none other than jingler extraordinaire, man with more swords and axes than you can wave a sword and axe at. It's Mog. Hello, Mog.
Hey up. Hello.
Hey up. He said hey up.
Hey up.
Hey up. He's pretending to be English. Can't believe it. And also joining us in Melbourne. I hope I'm keeping you guys up and you've got really early mornings tomorrow, am I?
Hopefully, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. We have none other than Forthy. Forthy, how are you?
Very happy to hear. Even more excited to see Mog effectively for the first time in the flesh. Something I can tell my grandchildren about.
The day I was on with where were you when Forthy was on with Mog? That would be what people ask instead of various things about Kennedy and things like that. Anyway,
Bastard of Box Hill versus the Ormond originator.
Something like that. I should now also introduce my Richard Osman to my Alexander Armstrong. On my left, because I forgot to introduce him last week, is none other than the Bish, Tony Bishop, who will be providing us with all and every detail about the people that we talk about in this particular 40 minutes to come. And of course,
judiciously edited.
And of course, it will be the most amazing things that you've heard about people on any radio station anywhere. So, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, a quick rundown of the rules. I've had to write them down because otherwise I forget them, because I'm getting a little bit elderly. So we toss to start with. Have we got a coin? We haven't got a coin.
I don't actually know.
We don't have a coin. Well, I've got Ipsy Dipsy and something like that, and we will just bring you in. Basically, I give you a name and a nationality, and you have to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. And in fact, if you think they're not a cricketer at all, you have to say, who's that weirdo? If you get it right, it's a live or dead cricketer. Contestant then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If, though, you get it on the nose, you get a big 4. You just hit it through mid-wicket, clicked it away, and picked up a lovely boundary. If, however, you are wrong, the question is passed over to the opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, the age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird, record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. And then at the end of it, we shall add up, see who's got the most points. And of course, if you get really close a couple of times, I might use a certain amount of judiciousness to give you an extra point or half point here or there. So
you are looking very handsome today, Hendo.
Thank you very much. I think so. I do try to tell people that, but not everyone believes me. Right.
Hendo, are they Test cricketers, or could be any cricketer?
Oh, it's any cricketers at all. Right. Male, female, and from any nation or associate nation, which I know will interest Mog, who I'm sure will have been catching up on his Namibians.
I've been checking out the Ugandan.
The Ugandans. I don't think we've got any Ugandans this week. I'm sorry to say that.
How many?
I could be bluffing you, couldn't I? I could be bluffing.
No
Ugandans. No Ugandans.
We've just lost a Ugandan audience for a
start. All right. I'll tell you what. Pick a number between 1 and 10, Mog, and tell it to me.
6.
Unfortunately, that means the toss has come down the wrong side. Forthy. You get the decision whether to bat or to put Mog in first. What are you going to do? What's the conditions looking like today?
Well, it's been a wet spring. It's overcast tonight, so I'm going to put. I'll put Mog in.
You're going to put Mog into bat. So this is your first name to deal with, Mog. I hope you're not too nervous. Just take your time.
Forthy's already mentioned Cataline in a conversation today, so his erudition has already intimidated me.
Well, I know he's like that. You know, he writes these incredible Smackman articles, which I feel like I've read a philosophy essay by the time I got to the bottom of it.
It's not going to help you with this game, though, is it?
It's not going to help you with this game. Well, it might do, because there may be philosophers. Who knows? Yeah, so it could be. Okay, the first name that I'm going to read and give to you, Mog, is Gregory McLaren, New Zealand. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Gregory.
He's obviously he's a dead cricketer.
No, he's not a dead cricketer. So I can pass it straight over to Forthy. So he's not a dead cricketer. So he's either a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo. What do you reckon? What do you reckon, Forthy?
Well, McLaren sounds like one of those names from the sort of late 19th century. I'm thinking of Archie McLaren. I don't. Yes. I think that he's a. Did you say a live cricketer?
He said dead cricketer.
He said dead cricketer.
Yeah.
In which case, I'll say. Oh shit! There aren't New Zealanders though.
Yeah, but McLaren. It sounds such a Kiwi-sounding name, isn't it?
I feel I should have taken longer to answer now.
Yeah, I think yeah. See, you were intimidated, weren't you?
I'll say cricketer, but whatever the opposite of what Mog said was.
So you think he's a live cricketer, and I can tell you that Gregory McLaren is neither a dead cricketer or a live cricketer. He's a who's that weirdo? Tell us more about Gregory McLaren, Tony.
I can do that if you wish. Yeah, so you're right. Well, he's better known by the name of Lucky Diamond Rich. And he was born in 1971. His age is slightly indeterminate, but it's either 50 or 51, therefore. He is the world's most tattooed man. 100% covered in tattoos is Gregory Paul or Lucky Diamond.
Eyeballs as well.
His entire body, including his mouth, ears, foreskin, even the insides of his eyelids are covered in tattoo. He's held that title since 2006, which you all know very well. He took over from Tom Leopard, known as the Leopard Man of Skye. He also used to be, or still does, he dazzles the crowd as a sword swallower and juggler while riding a 13-foot unicycle. He's done that in Covent Garden. He has the word nomad on his stomach and Buddhist writing on his arms. And he lives a rather nomadic lifestyle and performs now still, I believe, in Adelaide in Australia.
Mog, you sounded as if as soon as we said Lucky Diamond Rich, as if you actually knew who we were talking about. Did you know?
Absolutely not.
Oh, right.
Confidence is important, I feel.
Sounded good. How the hell do you tattoo someone on the inside of their eyelids?
Well, I was more intrigued by his foreskin, I've got to be honest. I mean, do they have like some sort of extendable message?
Oh, please. Oh, yes, I suppose it could be, couldn't it? Depending on...
If he's 100% tattooed, how can you tell what's written on him?
That's a very good point. Yes.
You can see plenty of pictures of him. You can find him in the Guinness Book of Records.
Philosophical question, which I'll put to Forth. Yeah. How would you know?
I was going to ask the same question. What defines 100%? Because there's got to be gaps in the ink.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I don't have a picture of him here, but one is... He has been quoted as saying, "I'm not a lunatic. I'm in the most published book in the world." The
Bible.
Yes, well, that's what I thought. I don't recall the book of Gregory of Lucky Diamond Rich, but maybe there was one.
One of those apocryphal.
Failing that, the Guinness Book of Records. Yeah, that's where it is.
It's like being a completist in anything, though, really, isn't it? Once all your skin's gone, that's kind of like the end of the journey. Who's the only man in the world then who can't get a tattoo because he's full up?
You could open him up and you could start etching his bones or the inside of his skin.
Do it from the inside. Now that's That's incredible.
That's next.
Yeah, that'd be the next thing. I mean, it throws up all sorts of possibilities, doesn't it, really? But I'd like to know a little bit more about him and perhaps get him on a show at some point. That would be quite good fun. Anyway, moving on, since that Forthy put Mog into bat, it means that Forthy now has to reply. Okay. I have another name for you, and the name that I have is Frederick Fane, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Frederick Fane.
Yeah.
Frederick Fane. It doesn't sound Frederick sounds again like a 19th century name, although it's come back in again a bit recently, isn't it?
Oh, it has, yes.
So you get little
Freddies and things, yes.
Kicking around children's... Frederick Fane.
Frederick Flintoff.
Live.
I'm going to say... did you say England?
I did say England, yes.
Dead cricketer.
Dead cricketer, absolutely on the nose. He is a dead cricketer. You get the first 2 points of the show today. I'm going to have to sort of fill you in as we go. 2 points to Forthy. He is indeed a dead cricketer. Now, this is the point. Can you get a bonus point? How old was Frederick Fane when he died?
Well, process of elimination. I don't think he was post-war because Frederick Fane. He may even be pre-First World War. He could have died. It could be a tragic story. Oh, so it's got to be how old was he when he died? Okay.
Yes.
Which is absolutely nothing to do with anything I've just said. Doesn't matter when.
Not how old is he now, because he's obviously been in for a while.
Yeah.
But
I will say, I get the feeling, I get a vibe that Frederick Fane was. I think the reason you wouldn't choose him if he died at the age of 78. I mean, what would be the point?
This is the beauty of this competition, you see.
Could have done, or he could be, yeah, he could be. He's either like something like 37 or 96. I'll go for 96.
No, you're nowhere near. Well, you're not that far away, to be honest. He went the right way. He was 85 when he died in 1960. So you don't get the bonus point. You do get the 2 points for getting a dead cricketer. Don't get the bonus point.
Okay.
Tony has more information about the great Frederick.
Oh, the great Frederick Fane. Well, I can tell you, he was born in County Kildare and he died in Kilverton Hatch in Brentwood. In 1960, as we've said, at the age of 85, he played 14 tests between 1906 and 1910. He averaged 26, had a higher score there of 143 versus South Africa at the Wanderers in 1906, although England still lost by 243 runs. He was caught at the end of that innings by the great Albert Vogler off the bowling of the one and only Sibley Snook. Sibley Snook. What was him on that, indeed. He captained England as well on a couple of occasions. Good-looking front-foot player, that is him. He also represented Essex with great distinction for 20 years and scored close to 20,000 first-class runs for them.
So I'm a bit disappointed you guys haven't heard of him. I'd have thought, he's
that Vogler guy, was he South African?
He was Albert Vogler, yes indeed.
Yeah, so
he is
Hugh Henderson. I know all about this.
I'm going to give you a half bonus point for that, Mark. Now you'll be nice to me. So moving on from Frederick Fane, who should that come up in a quiz that you find yourself over Christmas, you'll know all about him. Right, moving on back to
and you'll be having a very dull Christmas.
Oh, now yes, won't we all?
It'd be my sort of Christmas, but
absolutely.
Best Christmas crackers ever.
Now I'm thinking that you guys should get this one. Dexter Kruger, Australia, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that with? Dexter Kruger.
I won't just immediately blurt out an answer this time. I'll
put it through the mod computing facility.
Dexter, that's an old name. I've already forgotten his surname. Kruger, that's
not to be confused with Freddie.
That's a German extraction, so he's clearly going to be from South Australia.
Oh, I like the way you're thinking.
And
Nightmare on Grace Road.
Nightmare on Vulture Street.
I'm going to say again, dead cricketer.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It's not a dead cricketer, which means it goes over to Forthy. Is he therefore a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo?
You say his name again, Dexter Kruger.
Kruger, like the national park in South Africa.
No relation to Freddie.
No relation to Freddie. Done that.
No relation.
Sorry, pay attention.
With a K, not that it makes any difference.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, Dexter Kruger. He's going to be a weirdo.
You're absolutely right. You get a bonus point for saying that he is a weirdo. He is a weirdo. And why exactly is he a weirdo?
He is Australia's oldest man.
Boy.
He died at the age of 111 in 2021. He's a Queenslander, and he attributed his longevity to the unusual diet of chicken brains and a simple lifestyle. I'm not sure he was the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'll read you his quote, which was, "Chicken brains, you know, chickens have a head, and in there's a brain, and they are delicious little things. They're only one bite big." Apparently, that was the wisdom of Australia's oldest man, Dexter Kruger.
That's what's in chicken McNuggets. So sure.
Do you know what's really
There was there was a chicken in America. Was it in the 50s or 60s? And they cut his head off and they kept him alive.
Oh, it's about 2 days or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
For a long
2
time.
years.
It was for quite a while.
I'll tell you one other interesting fact, which very relevant actually, very timely. Apparently had a big problem on Twitter because Twitter couldn't recognise anybody born before 1910. They assumed they didn't actually exist.
That's ridiculous.
So he had a big problem doing that.
Do you think? I think what is really great about it is that English had the last laugh because he died at 111. Nelson.
That's true. He wrote 12 books. He was raised by. He wrote 12 books. He was raised by German immigrants, and the last was just before he sadly passed, and it was his autobiography.
Oh, well, we'll try and get a copy of that for some lunchtime during the Pakistan series. Right.
Can I get a half a point for the German background? I worked that out.
Yeah, all right, I'll give you a half
It's
point.
the only fucking way I'm getting any points.
Okay, I'll give you another half point if you can think of a recent Australian Test cricketer with German heritage, Bob.
Hang on, you can't. You can't go 3 points away. Hang on, Oxford.
This is. I don't know. He goes to one live World Cup final and he thinks he can do anything, doesn't he? Really unbelievable.
Oh, okay.
Unbelievable
Sorry.
behaviour. That, of course, is in my remit only to give out.
Sorry, I was thinking of Justin Langer. He's got German heritage. Isn't he?
Right. Well, moving on. Would you believe we have another Australian, Thomas Wall, 4 feet, dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Thomas Wall.
WALL.
That's the one. I hope you're not looking it up on your computer. I hope you're not someone feeding you information. One of your children, your wife, cat, dog, rabbit.
Thomas. I'm just looking at Blink Twice. Thomas Wall. No, none of that. Thomas Wall. Doesn't sound like a cricketer's name, apart from stonewalling, maybe.
Did I hear someone cough in the background? Was that a major? Carry on.
I was going to do that joke later, so thanks.
Sorry about that. I've taken all your best material.
Thomas Wall?
Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Thomas Wall.
Tom Wall. I'm going to go with live cricketer.
No, you're wrong. I'm afraid to say he is not a live cricketer, which means it goes over to Mog. Is Thomas Wall a dead cricketer or who's that weirdo?
I'm going to stick with you.
Dead cricketer. You think he's a dead cricketer? And you're absolutely right for a bonus point. My goodness me! What a game this is becoming. It's now 3-2.
I'm properly on the board.
And another bonus point if you can tell me at what age he died. Thomas Wall.
I'm going to say he died during the first Battle of Ypres in 1916. So he was 32. He was a first lieutenant in the Australian Imperial Infantry.
I think so.
So yes, 32. He died at 32.
I'm afraid no bonus point for you on this occasion, Mog, because he didn't die in the first battle of whatever it was you said, in the Australian Imperial something or other.
Wipers.
No, I'm afraid he was 76 when he died in 1981.
I was close.
You were very close, very close. You were only 49 years out. So, tell us more about Thomas Wall, Tony.
Well, I can do that. His name was Thomas Wellborn Wall. He died in 1981, as we've said, at the age of 76. For some reason, he was known more commonly as Tim. He was a right-arm quick bowler, right-hand bat. He was born in Semaphore in Adelaide. Whether people sort of walked up and down the high street there waving flags at each other, I don't know, but that's where he was born.
I've been there, and they do.
Do they, by Joe? He's one of only 3 bowlers to take all 10 wickets in a Sheffield Shield innings at the time. There may be more now. And he was for a time Australia's a limited time Australia's best fast bowler. He took 16 wickets in the Bodyline series actually.
Wow.
32-33 at an average of 25 and a half. He got Herbert Sutcliffe 4 times.
Wow.
He was remembered as a bit of a trier and a nearly man, but he at least had his name at the top of Australian bowling in that series.
Well, I must admit, I'm quite shocked that you two guys living out there in Australia, Australian blood in some of you, not in all of you, and the fact is, this is a man who took 16 wickets in the Bodyline series.
He did indeed.
Never heard it. I mean, how are we ever going to hold up or put our names to faces in the future with
great Herbert Sutcliffe with 4 times.
4 times Sutcliffe. I mean, you should.
Yeah, but
guys.
which BBL team did he play for? Of course, I'm not going to fucking care who he is.
He might be. I think he might have got a game with the Team Abu Dhabi or Team New York Rangers or whatever they're called in the Abu Dhabi T10.
Who's the Adelaide? It'd be the Strikers, wouldn't it? If he was from Adelaide.
The Adelaide Strikers, it would. Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on back to Mog, and these will be the last 2 before we have the break, and then Chris Woke, social justice warrior come swing bowler, will be having a few words while you maybe run off and visit the little boys' room. Justin Greaves, West Indies, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Justin Greaves.
Just in case, just incredible.
Yeah.
Justin.
That'd be great if there was someone called Just Incredible.
There was a wrestler called Just Incredible, but it wasn't his real name. Is that worth a bonus point? No. I'm going to say, who's that weirdo?
No, you're absolutely wrong. This is hilarious.
I'm fucked at this game.
Completely all over the shop at the moment. So, Justin Greaves, what did you say he was? Who's that weirdo? No, he's not who's that weirdo. So is he a live cricketer or a dead cricketer, Forthy, or a bonus?
Yeah, I'll go for... I mean, people didn't used to get called Justin way back when, so he must be a live cricketer.
He is a live cricketer. You're absolutely right. It's another point to Forthy. And if you can get how old he currently is, you may get another point. And you get 4 if you get it on the if you get it on the nub, you get an extra 4.
I'm going to go by a guy I've already mentioned in this podcast, Justin Langer, and I'm going to assume that people get called names, in cohorts. Like when we were at school, everyone was called Paul or Andrew or something like that, and that's all locked to them. Anyway, so Justin Langer, what's he now? Early 40s, I'm guessing. So I'm going to go 42.
No, you're absolutely nowhere near. No bonus point for you. Justin Greaves, West Indies, live cricketer. He's a mere 28. What can you tell us about Justin Greaves?
I can tell you, Justin Pierre Greaves is from Barbados. In fact, he's an all-rounder, right-arm medium, right-hand bat. He's played for Barbados and Barbados Royals, West Indies B, and in fact West Indies under-19. He's also played for Sefton Park Cricket Club in the Liverpool and District League, which I'm sure Gary will have told you. And he also came to England as well in 2014 to play for Frinton-on-Sea. Well, who hasn't?
Yeah.
And he helped them to finish in second place in the 2 Counties League and gain promotion to the East Anglian Premier Cricket League. So what a success story he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't seen him playing international cricket yet, but there's still time. Oh, there's a Test match starting tonight, isn't there? In Australia.
So it's already.
Has it started?
Already had the first day.
Oh, we had the first day. That was a bit sneaky of them. What happened? Who did anything? Did Tajinareen Chandrapal get to play?
No, Australia batted first, and David Warner was out for 5, I think.
Yes.
And after that, I laughed myself so sore I couldn't be bothered watching anymore.
Labuschagne made about 150 something the last time I looked. Was that? And it's still there.
Okay.
Awesome.
Moving on for the final one before we have the break. Whose go is it, by the way? I think it's 40.
Yeah, I've failed 28 times in a row. So
now another Australian. Would you believe it? We're spoiling you today, even though you don't seem to know any of them. Mervyn Waite, dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Mervyn Waite.
That's hard because there was a Mervyn Hughes, but it feels more like an older name. So for whatever reason, I'm going to say dead cricketer.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Mervyn Waite is a dead Australian cricketer. And you get another 2 points, and you're steaming into the lead as we go into the break. Tell us, before we hear from Chris Woke, what you know about Mervyn Waite.
Oh, hang on. Do I have to guess how old he was?
Oh, yes, right. Yes. You've got to get a bonus point for that. If you guess his age upon death.
68.
Oh, you're really not too far away, but you're not close enough to get a bonus point, I'm afraid. He was...
Half the point?
No. 74 when he died in 1985. Tell us more, Tony.
Indeed, Mervyn George Waite. He was born in Kent Town in Adelaide, died though in South Africa in Georgetown. He's a right-hand bat for Australia, and in fact played for South Africa as well. Hard-hitting batsman and medium-pace bowler, also bowled a few off breaks. He played 2 tests for Australia in the 1938 tour of England at Leeds and the Oval, and opened the bowling. It was the Oval where England made 904 for 7. His analysis in that game was 72 overs, 1 for 150. Which
I don't think is bad. Was it Fleetwood Smith in that game?
Oh, yes. Chuck Fleetwood Smith.
Indeed. I think I might have mentioned that a bit further down somewhere in my little write-up.
Right, yeah. He got the all-time.
His 1 wicket, though, I'll tell you who his 1 wicket was. It was Dennis Compton, who he was bowled for 1 when the score was a mere 547 for 4.
Well, that's
straight out of Compton.
That is something to put on your gravestone, isn't it? That you got rid of Dennis Compton.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's half time. That's half time stayed.
Okay.
I can tell you that at half time, at the interval, Forthy is leading by 6 points to 2, Mog. So you're going to really have to up your game.
I'm off to have some performance-enhancing drugs.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to play another little jingle, and the next person the listeners will hear from is Chris Woke.
Greg Matthews. No, I'm not. Who's that weirdo? Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock. Shannon Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
All right there, me ducks. Chris Woke here again. Troubling batters in English conditions only, and dragging cricket, kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Remember last summer, when our game's warring factions were at each other's throats? I'm reminded of a parent telling their 2-year-old why the kid can't have a ghost pepper shish washed down with black velvet and a triple Jack Daniels chaser. It's not for you. Whether it's county protectionists turfing pro franchises off their Facebook pages, or advocates of newer, shorter forms of the game flicking the V's at anyone who so much as saw David Gower play, the message is clear. You're not welcome here. Well, I decided all that had to change, me ducks. After all, we must demonstrate that all forms of cricket are for everyone, that the whole wonderful, diverse rainbow of our society is welcome at every single cricket event. And do you know how I committed to doing it? Forced inclusion. That's right. My brilliant idea was to take groups that are callously overlooked by each format of the game and jolly well make them attend. As ever in these matters, I was leading the charge personally, as well as charging the ECB separately. And the first step was an initiative called Watch with Woke. So where to start? I thought to myself, Chris, you first need to connect with the cohort that's been most cruelly marginalised by the recent cricket revolution. And obviously, that's white middle-aged men. With that in mind, I recruited a few from the Guerrilla Cricket Board of Governors, which is full of them, and off we tootled to a T20 double-header. Getting tickets was a piece of cake or pastry or your confection of choice, because apparently no one had thought to conduct any sort of marketing activity to let people know it was happening. Boston Beardy Specky Grey was dismissive about the product, labelling it just a fucking hit and giggle, but was buoyed by the prospect of nearby beer, as long as I can pay in cash. Grey Beardy Specky appeared more reticent. I don't really like crowds, or noise, or people really, and had brought a thermos of Ovaltine in case the opportunity for a snooze arose. Fat chance, but he didn't know that. Meanwhile, Specky Grey Beardy was as nervous as a kitten at the prospect of knowing nothing about the players on show. Only several hours of furious research, followed by the printing of an entire ream of notes, calmed him down. Must have a word with him about that. Think of the trees. He was particularly chuffed with the grammar school first 11 debut figures he'd unearthed for the women's team's star spinner. Then the three of them got embroiled in an energetic discussion about Derek Underwood and Alan Naughton uncovered pitches in the late 60s. I sighed. It's a long road, this integration process. In the ground itself, and the Gorillas were settling into their unfamiliar environment. This beer's flat, and £7.50 a pint is a fucking scandal. I can barely hear myself think, what about the glorious thwack of leather on Willow? Oh dear, the pavilion end is the river end, but my notes say they're opposite each other. I'll have to change it. Does anybody have a pen? A pen! A pen! My wisdom for a pen! At this point, I must confess, I raised my voice and was warned by a steward that if I used language like that again, I'd be out. As the games unfolded, the Gorillas were beginning to engage, albeit while highlighting some of the wide cultural chasms we're looking to bridge. Why is this fucking spinner tossing it up the whole time? I'd be going for no more than 5 and over. This batsman, sick, is trying to cross-bat everything through mid-wicket. Has he never seen John Edridge? In 1832 on this ground, Clutterbuck clattered a cover drive, hit a pigeon mid-swoop and was given out caught at Silly Point, but should it have been a dead ball as well as a deceased bird? Nearby, a conventional nuclear family were pretending to enjoy themselves. Then one of the kiddies piped up, "Mummy, this is boring. When does the 100 start?" You can't please all the people all the time, can you? And yet, that is exactly what we must do. In fact, I wrote a working mission statement to that effect. Everything for everyone all the time. The journey home was relatively uneventful, as both BSG, too much flat beer, and GBS, nervous exhaustion, were plumb tuckered out. It was only SGB's frantic scribbling in his notepad that provided any sort of aural accompaniment over the hum of the engine of our luxury electric people carrier. So, that was the successful launch of Watch with Woke. With my grim determination and your support, we'll make our game the paragon of inclusion we all want it to be. Remember, cricket won't right itself. Until next Woke, Jarami Ducks. Next time, the story of when Watch with Woke took an inner-city school party to Radland to watch Middlesex men's twos.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Ed Johnson. Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Wayne Leverock. Gina Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
It's lovely to hear from Chris Woke. I really do admire the work that he's doing amongst the underprivileged in cricket. He's a marvellous example to us all. Let's carry on then with Who's That Weirdo? At the halfway stage, Forthy in the Melbourne standoff was beating Mogg by 6 points to 2. 6 points to 2.
And with a stick, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, Mogg's and 2 of Mogg's were sort of slightly dubious half points. But
You've ordered them, you can't take them back.
No, I won't take them back, but even so, what have you got flies in front of you there, Forthy?
Yeah, I have got mosquitoes.
It's mosquito. Shouldn't you be wearing one of those hats? It's in court. If
I was just thinking it's 6 for 2, which was the England-Iran score in the World Cup.
I was about to say that.
Oh, yes, yeah. Good point.
Okay. And also, someone made the rather amusing observation when they see England 6 for 2. They're usually expecting Joe Root to make his version.
Yes, I saw that tweet. That's very, very good, wasn't it?
Quite funny.
I think I need to stand up for the correct way to report scores in cricket. 6 for 2 runs.
2 for 6, it just doesn't work, does it? I mean, you could imagine it being 2 for 6 England.
I've seen Middlesex get that, I think, once.
What, 2 for 6?
Yes.
Wow, that would have been incredible.
Lords on a very overcast morning against Yorkshire.
I imagine that Surrey must have been that when they were bowled out for 14 by Essex. They must have been about 2 for 6 at some point.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on to the second part of Who's That Weirdo? Whose go is it, by the way? I'll keep losing track. I think it's Moggs, isn't it?
I'm not on yet.
Yeah, it's Moggs go. Now, this might be up your street. We will soon find out. Or it may not be. Let us see. Jason
We're on there.
Papua New Guinea. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Or Who's That Weirdo? That's Jason Hershey, Papua New Guinea.
Okay.
How do you spell Hershey?
Hershey.
Come on, quick,
Not
we've
of
got
the chocolate-producing Hershey's, then.
Well, I don't know.
They love a bit of this fucking, let's, just jump back in, keep you all on your toes nonsense, don't they? Christ.
It certainly do.
It's a make
Well,
myself
rather, as I
nice.
suspected, Ben Stokes is going to open the bowling after lunch. Good.
Give him a little jingle.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
I just want to say a couple of things because I won't be around in the last session, and I think they're important. Okay.
Sorry, Gary. I can't help laughing when you say I just want to say.
Just want to say a couple of things, but they're more kind of synthetic points rather than sort of ball by ball type points. First one is that England have only ever won 2 Test matches in Pakistan. One, I'm tempted to say courtesy of Steve Buckner. That's a bit unfair to the players who made the runs, particularly Graham Thorpe, to whom we send best wishes in these difficult times for him. But many other umpires would not have allowed England to have that opportunity to win the second of the 2 victories they have managed in the history of Test cricket in Pakistan. Stokes round the wicket, who immediately gets a cross-batted shot there from Shakeel. It's somewhat surprising, but just goes to square leg and there is no run. If he'd missed that, he was in trouble. And the second thing I want to say is that a lot of talk after this match and before the next Test match will be about the declaration, will be about England's approach and so on. We should not forget that Pakistan batted under the pressure of a mountainous 657 in the first innings and have shown tremendous resilience here, again regardless of the actual result, to make a Test match of this, as Stokes is in again and this is defended by Shakeel and there is no run. So we don't want to lose the fact that for all of England's innovation and positive play, that Pakistan have done their part in staying in the game and plotting, navigating a route to possible victory themselves. So the pitch has not been helpful, but the players have been excellent, I would suggest. As Stokes round the wicket again and squats as it goes through to Ollie Pope and there is no run.
I mean, that's the thing you got to take away from this, isn't it? I mean, England have created a chance to win this game despite the fact that the pitch is really not conducive to a result.
Really. And Pakistan have also created the chance.
Yeah, totally. No. I'm not saying that, but I mean, England have. Let's face it, England have done all the pressing to make a result possible.
Yeah.
They're the ones who scored. I mean, they scored 506 on the first day. They scored, 7.5 and over yesterday.
Round the wicket is Ben Stokes. This is defended, no run. We should say the field, and it's yet another licorice all sorts of the field with a slip, 2 gullies, and a short cover. We'll come to your tweets at the end of the over. I'm sure you're all over it, messages.
Yeah, well, actually, 2 of the 3 tweets are mine.
You are literally then all over it. As Stokes round the wicket, hiding the ball, looking for a bit of reverse. It's very full on off stump. It's just defended by Shakeel, who occasionally gets out of shape, but when he defends the ball, Shakeel, he looks very compact, very useful, kind of orthodox Test match player to me. Where he gets into difficulty is when he starts playing cross-batted shots, where he's fetching the ball a little from outside the off stump, and when he's trying to manufacture the ball into gaps. If he plays his natural game, he looks a solid performer. And Stokes goes wide again on the crease and just drags Shakeel slightly wide, went at it with his hands rather than with his feet, but he gets away with it as the ball goes off the outer part of the bat to gully. There is no run. Pakistan 169 for 3, the target 343. Shakeel has 63 and the man on strike, Rizwan, will have 42.
So Adelaide Barmy says, just toss it up, set a deep catching field and give it a dip. Josie Oak, of course, says we're doomed. I pose the question as to why does Sky Sports Christmas tree have decorations consisting of dried up pieces of orange? Is this an English thing or just part of the austerity drive? Is it? I've never seen that before, have you?
I think I think it was a kind of Victorian thing, because
Traditional,
Oranges, right up until the sort of never had it so good years of Macmillan, Oranges were quite a glamorous thing in.
Oh yeah, I remember that as a child. My aunt used to send us crates of oranges and grapefruit from Cyprus, where she was on British forces overseas duty.
So, I mean, in other countries, in Sweden, the orange is called Apelsine, which literally translates as Chinese apple. So they've always had that kind of exotic sort of element to them. We get used to it now because of globalization and so on, but whether it's Brexit or not Brexit, I'm finding Satsumas very hard to buy in the English winter, and it's a delight of the English winter to get some Satsumas, put them in the fridge, and then enjoy them very cold. But they're not easy to get at the moment, Satsumas in England.
That'll be because of Brexit.
Ridiculous, really.
Everything is because of Brexit.
Fucking Brexit.
I've got some stats for you too in a minute.
As Anderson is very full, and Rizwan is just half forward to that, happy to play himself into the session by defending that ball.
So Pakistan at lunch break needed 174 runs still. And I can tell you that the afternoon sessions thus far, day 1 27 overs, day 2 27 overs, day 3 26 overs, day 4 28.5 overs, which might have been slightly extended, I don't know. If they score at 4 and over for 27 overs this afternoon, then they'd need 66 after tea. They may not get 4 and over, of course.
That ball is defended, there is no run. There have been, I think, variations in the afternoon session. There was prayers on Friday, I think, which foreshortened the afternoon session because there were 3.5 hours left, and I think they split it evenly between the sessions, albeit on paper the actual playing time wasn't split evenly because they have to get off at 10 to 5 UK time.
Pretty much 27 overs every day they've managed.
Yeah. So here we're getting the session time as 12:40 to 2:53 p.m.
So we get
today. It's again very bizarre. So this ball is fended to cover. So this is a 2 hours 13 minutes session. Where they come up with this, I do not know.
I don't know how they fucking do it exactly. Why can't they just have a 2 hour? Because I mean, it's under an assumption that they'll get some extra time at the end of the game, but we all know that's absolute nonsense. So it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, you're going to lose 20 minutes for tea at some point. Presumably they think, well, we'll get better light in this session, and therefore, if it's curtailed at the end of the day, at least we had an extra 15 minutes. But it really doesn't make any difference.
Anderson is in again, goes wide on the crease, goes very full, tempted Yorker, I suspect. It's dug out by Rizwan, and Jimmy Fields off his own bowling. I'm tempted to say Jimmy looks fed up with this pitch, but
he always looks like that.
He could be playing on any pitch. He could be the Wacker 1971, and he'd be looking fed up with the pitch, wouldn't he? Because that's what he does.
Have you ever seen Jimmy smiling as he came into bowl?
No, that's absolutely true. He was a very fresh-faced sort of 19-year-old, I think, or 20-year-old when he made his debut with ludicrous hair. I'd say, a bit of reverse there, that might make him smile, but it reverses right onto the middle of Rizwan's bat, and he punches that beautifully off drive. That's pretty much the shot of the day, all the way to the fence for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that's your risk and reward again, isn't it, really? Pitch it up, look for reverse, get driven through mid-off. And Anderson's figures are now ruined to 1 for 15 off what will be 12 overs after this ball. And that one lifts a little bit there. Goes to mid-on. Anderson puts both hands on his head because he knows that was a rare delivery that misbehaved off the pitch. That did jump a little at Rizwan, who's now looking at the spot that caused the offence. We'll see it again here, and I think that's come off a crack and jumped a bit at him.
So in 12 overs there have been 6 scoring shots off Jimmy, 3 of them boundaries. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Leah says, yes, famous Karachi in the dark. I'm not quite sure what that's in relation to.
That was me referring to one of England's 2 victories that
right,
condescendingly saying came courtesy of Steve Bucknell.
Mike Taylor says, as much as I love you guys, there's no way in the world I'd be listening today were it not for England's approach to getting a result one way or the other. Stokes should win some kind of award for this.
Yes, Ben Stokes breaks open what would be a draw, but he fails to take a wicket with his first ball of the next over, which just goes off the outer portion of Shakil's bat to the man at backward point. Pakistan 173 for 3. Their target now 170 runs away, so they're over halfway to their target now.
I'm a bit offended by Mike, actually. He's implying that he only listens for the cricket, not us. It's appalling.
Well, that ball is defended by Ben Stokes. Yes, the cricket is, I was going to say usually incidental. Let's say often incidental to the guerrilla cricket proposition. God, I'm talking admen talk. It was wall-to-wall admen yesterday, wasn't it?
It was a bit scary, wasn't it?
It was a bit scary. Need Bill Hicks in as an antidote, as this ball is pushed to one of many men who are ringing the field on the offside, and there is no run, but it's a no ball. Why are we bowling no balls?
That's
just like a no ball, Ben Stokes.
And Ollie.
Yeah, we're seeing the last ball of the previous over. It was an off-cutter from Jimmy, which maybe helped the ball when it hit a crack just stand up a little as this ball goes through to Ollie Pope, who attempts to throw down the stumps.
Does throw down the stumps.
And almost gave away an overthrow. So one of the things I find about that, certainly if I was a batter out in the middle there, is if England are trying to do things like bowl massive no balls like Ben Stokes just did, then Ollie Pope throwing down the stumps kind of betrays a certain element of desperation. You know, if I was a batter, I'd say, well, if you're doing stuff like that, we're on top.
Well, yes and no. I mean, they've taken 1 wicket today, but you know, it also shows an element of trying everything.
Yeah,
and he might be staying well out of his crease.
Yeah, but he wasn't. As this ball goes through to Ollie Pope and there is no run. I know that the thing to do is to give them something else to think about and just say, oh, you know, you better stay in your crease, mate. So I do kind of get that, but had that ball run away for overthrows and they were the runs that won the match, I would have been pretty annoyed. Camera picks out Ollie Robinson, who will probably be relieving Ben Stokes at the end of this spell, as that ball skews off an outside edge. And is there anyone at third man? There is. At third man, it's Jack Leach out there, and they jog an easy double. We say double in cricket, an easy 2, don't we? Double is more of a kind of baseball term.
Double a century.
Yeah, double is a double century, yeah.
Or a 200 as it used to be.
Yeah. There were 2 in the recent Test match concluded in Australia in the same innings.
There were. I've got to tell you, Labuschagne's, well, both of them actually were very good to watch.
Yeah, this ball is very full from Ben Stokes, and there is no run. Yes, I was very impressed with Stephen Smith, his new technique, or rather, going back to something of his old technique, looked very solid indeed. Pakistan 176 for 3. Your tweets?
Well, we're up to date on tweets. In fact, I'll just have a quick look over on YouTube. The point's been made that if Pakistan are to win this, then the total number of runs scored of 815. The total number scored will be 843, which is considerably more than the most runs ever scored in the Test match previously. And Dan De Castro says Pakistan should win, but England can be proud for doing all they can to try to win. Anyone can draw here. And he
Very
also
good
says
point,
in Taiwan
well
we
made.
have lots of
Edge through to the keeper. There is Anderson's wicket. That is how Rizwan was going to get out. He's gone for 46. Anderson hung it out wide. Rizwan did not move his feet. Partly a lack of concentration. Partly the fact that Jimmy Anderson is so parsimonious. That is a breakthrough England needed. The game opens up again.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well, there
another
you go.
post-break wicket.
Post-lunch break wicket. I said the break would be the one thing that could cause, got to get yourself back in. Not moving your feet quite right, and there you go. Just prodded at one outside the off stump, feathered it through to the keeper. England desperately needed that. Now get another one. Got a new batsman.
Well,
at
Don
the crease as
Diego
well.
says, wicket, yeah, be like buses, be like buses.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely true. Oh, this is the thing. New man's got to come in and got to get set. So probably one of the best chances you have of getting wickets on this is when someone is trying to get themselves in, because once you get in, it's it's bloody easy, isn't it? But no matter where you are in the world, when good bowling is bowling at you, it's the hardest thing to get in.
Especially with Azhar coming in with a dodgy finger.
Yeah, well, exactly. I'd be bowling the first one would be short at the body.
Well, I'd be double bluffing him. I'd be looking at the way that England have created chances, and in the main, they've created chances by inviting the Pakistan batsmen to play at balls that are wider than they need to, play outside.
On
their
behalf
line.
of Andy
No
Ward,
movement
I
at
would
all
say
from Rizwan. He edged it. He knew he'd gone. He knew he'd gone almost before the ball hit the back there.
Yeah.
And so the double bluff is to hang it out there and say, "Well, go on. If you want to."
On behalf of Andy Ward, I've got to tell you that's a bluff.
Oh yes, fair enough. Yeah, it's a single bluff. And bowl it there when they're expecting the short ball. Set the field for the short ball, and then give him one that's on a length on about the fifth stump line, and see if he's tempted just to chase it a bit. And it goes to show something which I always think. You often hear that there won't be catches taken behind the wicket because the ball won't carry. There are very, very few pitches that the ball doesn't carry if you're standing in the right place. This is full, or rather it's on a length on off stump, defended by Azhar. There is no run. There's always catches to be taken behind the wicket, but you've got to stand quite close, and Pope was standing quite close there.
I was interested, it didn't look like Azhar took his hand off the bat when that hit quite high up on the bat, which is a good sign.
But it's not broken, it's just sore, and really a professional sportsman, a batsman with the kind of experience that Azhar has had should be able to deal with it with a bit of painkillers and stuff. This ball is full outside off stump, and Azhar just does get his foot across to it and defends it into that offside field, and there is no run. So
Don Diego's offering you a trade
for
opportunity,
Pakistan
Gary.
now.
He says in Taiwan we have heaps of satsumas but no Schweppes tonic water. Can we swap?
Yes, well, trade. There's a good idea. Who could we trade with?
Well, nearest partners maybe.
Maybe.
Just across the 20 miles across the English Channel.
Is that the biggest trading block in the world?
Oh,
Perhaps?
I think it is, Gary.
Oh, this ball is punched because it's very full to short extra, and there is no run.
Instead, let's try trading with a bunch of nations in the Pacific, which is 8, 9, 10,000 miles away.
Yes, and say my son's passports are more useful than mine own. Well, how did we get here, David?
We got here by a bunch of lying, cheating bastard Tories is how we got here, Gary.
Never forget!
Nothing to the fence. Unlike Azhar Ali, who gets a half volley, and he was stretching a bit for that. You see, I think that's where England will get success. He didn't look at ease playing that ball, Azhar Ali. He was reaching out for it. If you look at that playing well outside the eye line, he's guessing as to where it is, and he gives a look there that he thought that was a cutter from Anderson. And cutting the ball isn't always just running your fingers across the seam if if you're a pacer, isn't always about trying to get the ball to deviate. It's trying to get it to come off the surface at different speeds. Bit of reverse there for Jimmy, and Azar's taken a bit by surprise on the pad, but he got across to that one. The game is different with a wicket, isn't it? It's different with a wicket.
It's also different with quick bowlers. I suspect, as much as they can, England will bowl quick bowlers all this session.
Well, they would like to, wouldn't they? But they've only got 3.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And they can't get through a whole session with 3 quick bowlers unless they really pound them into the ground. But the problem is they've got to start again on Friday, haven't they? So,
well, what they need to do is they need to have more from their spinners. They need to carry a threat. Holding an end is a non-starter here. This is not about holding an end. It's about creating chances. And you've got to have, if you're picking bowlers to bowl in a test match, they have to create chances. Okay, they can't guarantee wickets because inside edges go past the stumps, catches are dropped and so on. But you've got to be able to create chances. To do that, sometimes you've got to pay for a bit in runs. But you can't really expect to win test matches picking a specialist spinner who doesn't create enough chances. This ball is defended and there is no run.
You're getting some, I think it's praise from Mike Taylor. He says, wow, I just checked out Gary's hat on YouTube. Excellent, look, sir. Where did you get that Titfer? I got one similar in Kashmir when I wear it, my mate calls me twat in a hat.
Well, I do rather like it, and the older one gets, the more attractive hats become for obvious reasons. Ben Stokes is minding out, I suspect. This is very full and it's tucked off the pads by Shaquille, who looks so compact in his play. England's almost giving a single there to Shaquille with 2 men out on the fence because they want to bowl at Azhar before their seamers get too tired. Pakistan go to 177 for 4. I did speak to Atif Nawaz, whom you can hear on another radio station a few years ago, about where to get the kind of Pakistan hat that you do see, and it's been picked out in the crowd there, without peak and sort of pillbox. And I was looking for one in Tooting, but this is actually Waitrose issue for working in the bakery. This is the bakery. And I like
so it's basically
colour.
It's
its shape.
It's a posh hairnet, yeah.
It's a posh hairnet, but it works. It works for me, and I enjoy the peakless hat. As Stokes is in, and this is defended by Azhar, and there is no run. Yes, so the answer is get a job at Waitrose. Say you're going to work in the bakery, and you'll get one of these.
Oh, the inside tips.
You don't get that on Test Match Special, do you?
Yeah, I noticed that Waitrose stopped sponsoring England almost as soon as you joined them. Is there any coincidence?
Yes, I think there's a bit of that. This ball is full and just kicks away a little off the seam from Ben Stokes, but it was so wide that Azhar Ali was able to leave it. Yes, I mean things have gone into difficulties for my employer, more or less from the moment I joined, so I'm wary of any sign of a large wicker man being built on the common, because it might be meant for me. Oh God! As Stokes is in, and this is tucked off the pads by Shaquille, who has impressed me enormously in this innings. And he gets a single down to deep backward square. Oh, sorry, it was Azhar. I'm praising Shaquille for Azhar's shot. But Azhar is off the mark. It'll be an interesting little quiz question. Who took 5 hours to get off the mark in the England versus Pakistan Test match? The answer is Azhar Ali. But it won't be 5 hours. But it might be about 4 hours to get off the mark. Having retired hurt 2 balls into his innings. And now is back, but Shaquille is there to face the last ball of the innings. It's wide from Ben Stokes, but Shaquille cuts that, and he cuts it with some power and some conviction to the 3rd man boundary for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
There's a little little bit of risk in that because there are two gullies and a number of other fielders on the offside, but he came down on it quite hard there, and it was just a good shot.
It's a poor ball.
But not the worst ball in the world.
Well, it was too wide.
No, I know, but they're going to get wickets from wide balls.
Yeah, but that's too wide, I think. It's allowed.
Maybe a bit too wide.
Well, it's fine lines, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mike Taylor, who confessed to being called twat in a hat, says when he's not wearing a hat, his friend just leaves out the inner hat bit.
Yeah.
And he says, so Gary, not a twat in a hat, a master baker. Chapeau, sir.
Ah, very good. Very good.
Speaking of clothing, it's 20 days to Christmas. This is the time to be buying your Gorilla Cricket gear. I'm wearing the Shit Gets Wicket t-shirt on air, and it's bloody beauty. There's so much stuff in the store, and I think there's still a sale on. So go to our merchandise store and get your Christmas presents. It's good quality stuff.
God, we've been going half an hour already. Christ. That went quick,
We haven't
didn't
go,
it?
have we?
Yeah. Oh, I need to let in 40 and Josh.
Late starting. Well, yeah, are we going to have a change now or at the end of the over?
We'll have one more over. And then,
okay. We're waiting for the sight screen, the traditional waiting for the sight screen, as a sheet is manhandled.
In and over, Josh. Turn your camera off.
Into the position. As
I must say, Josh looks like he's just got out of bed.
Azar faces up, and this ball is defended.
He always does.
Down the track.
Sorry, Josh.
I mean, I'm dressed.
Yeah.
That's a start. Leo says, speaking of sponsorships, the German football team lost their biggest sponsor over being tiny bald wusses on the One Love armband this year.
No. Did you see
Well,
that?
hello, Leo. Welcome.
Some Qatari princes took the piss out of them when they had a meeting, and they were all putting their hands over their mouths and laughing when they got
Here
knocked
is
out.
Anderson. He jumps across the crease there, does Azar, but ends up just playing a little defensive nurdle backward of point where there are two fielders.
How old's Azar Ali now? He's been around forever, isn't he?
37, I think.
Is he?
Azar.
Christy. And because Sarfraz has been replaced, obviously, but he must be pretty ancient as well, isn't he?
Yes, I like the idea of people being pretty ancient who are 22 years younger than me.
Yeah, well, you know, in cricketing terms, we're talking here, obviously.
Played county cricket last season, I'm pretty sure. As Anderson is in and bowls a attempted bouncer, let's say it's a short ball, and he was swivel pulled by Azar, who had all the time in the world, but there's a man out at the deep square, but the BBC always call it deep square, and then they always call it protection on the boundary, which sort of something for the weekendish, isn't it? Protection, but I prefer to say a man in the deep.
I mean, that literally just about got up waist high, and he banged it in.
Well, the ball's old now. It's what, it must be 60 overs old, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. But it is reversing a little bit for Anderson. Of course, he's slightly reluctant to use the full power of reverse because he'll be getting the full power of the off drive and on drive in return. Huge amusement in the Sky commentary box between Wakar and Nasser as this ball dribbles off the outside edge to backward point, and there is no run. Shakil has 70, as are just the two. Pakistan now 160 runs away from the victory target. When I see Shakil, I've got to force myself not to say Shakira there. Not that I'm a great fan of the Colombian songstress, but
hips don't lie.
Very close to saying Shakira instead of Shakil. Anyway, Shakira knocks that ball into the offside, and there is no run.
She's in deep shit with the Spanish authorities, isn't she?
Is she?
Yeah, they're
She's
trying to
Gerard Piqué.
Yeah, they're trying to do her for about 12 million in tax evasion.
Yeah. Well, tax collection in some countries does seem a bit of a roulette wheel. Some people, well, in this country as well. Some people seem to get sued, others don't.
Very much so in this country. If you're rich, you don't pay it.
as Anderson's outside off stump. It's through to Ollie Pope. It's the end of the over. Pakistan are 183 to 4, and they need another 160 for what will be, if it comes off, a famous victory. I'll be back later. I'll leave you in the hands of Gorillas.
That's me and Forthy. All right, mate. And Josh, who looks even cheerier now that 5 minutes of being awake has made him look a little bit cheerier. Morning, Forthy.
I'll have you know, I was woken up at 6:30 by, I'd say 3 hungry cats actually. It was only one hungry cat that actually did the waking up.
Yeah, he was sent in by the other two. Go and do your work.
Exactly.
Go and do the heavy lifting.
He's got this habit of basically Israeli style evicting my head.
Terrible. Stokesy is in, and it's defended by Azza back down the track. There's no run. Did you watch the English victory last night, Forthy?
Well, yes, I did. Of course, it was first thing this morning.
Well,
for
first
me,
thing
so
this
I was
morning.
Quarter to 6, a little bleary, and for half an hour I wish I hadn't bothered, but after that, all was good.
Yeah, it was.
Not had a nap since then.
I did have a little nana nap, as we call it in Australia.
Nano nap.
Nana nap. It's nana is what grandmas are called. So it's called a nana nap in the day.
Azza just defends out to the offside, and there ain't
Ah.
no run.
So it's not smaller than a micro nap.
Yeah, that's what I
No,
was
it's
thinking.
not that.
No.
It's not like a nano influencer, who I believe is I believe that's a thing now.
A nano influencer. Surely that's pointless,
Yeah.
isn't it? That's a person.
Well,
that's a person who
if
doesn't
you know-
influence anything.
I think it's if you've got like 1,000 people on your Instagram following you, you're a nano influencer.
Oh Christ!
No, someone who runs a nano brewery.
Well, what produces a pint a day just for themselves? That's defended outside the off stump by Azza, out towards point, and there ain't no run.
Not quite big enough to be a microbrewery.
Yes, I think that's exactly it. Yeah, a pint a day.
Personal use.
God, I drink more than that.
Yeah, no, it's good. It was good. 10 goals. I was very happy with what I saw eventually.
Yeah. Well, you know, got to take your time. Stokes in, nicely driven by Azza. It's out to just wide enough of mid off where Jimmy has to get across the field and they get through for a single. Azza moves on to 3 off 17. Need to get another wicket now, don't we? Obviously, but I mean, break this partnership and we're somewhat into the tail.
I'm curious, Forty. I'm pretty sure you've been living in Australia longer than Jeremy, who's not on comms at the moment, but maybe he can unmute himself at some point.
No, that's not right.
No, not longer than he has, but longer than he had at the time he started barracking for Australia against England.
Well, some people are just weaker than others.
Yeah.
Is this the difference between an assimilationist and an expat?
I don't. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, I don't know how if you were ever born in England, you could ever support Australia, even if you go out. And
How
live
could
there.
you do that? I've got people who've done it. I can't understand them. It's insane.
It is. You can't get rid of your roots, as that's driven out nicely by Shaquille. Not enough force to get anything more than a couple. Ollie Robinson chased it down. I was reading yesterday, there was an article in The Guardian about how, you know, the African diaspora are all supporting Senegal, but obviously all their parents came over here and are first generation, but I mean their kids are all born here and they're all look up to the likes of Bukayo Saka, and you know there's an awful lot of black players in the England team, and you know they're all excited by that, and Arsenal supporters and all that kind of stuff, and so the kids are all supporting England and their parents are obviously all supporting Senegal.
My favourite ever day at the Oval was the 5th test in must have been 2011, sat next to 3 generations of a family on my left, and middle generation, a few years younger than me, wearing a beautiful 1992 World Cup England shirt, and his mum was there supporting India, and his kids were supporting India, and he said, I'm an England fan and I think my kids should be too. They were born here, they should support England.
Yeah.
But by the 3rd generation it switched again.
Okay. Left alone through to the keeper by Shaquille. Decent ball by Stokes, just outside the off stump. Testing. But no run. Ends that over. Who's on social?
That's me. Messi is back and he's on social and says, Woy Woy Pom runs his own brewery for personal consumption. Drink it and you are doomed. And going across to YouTube, there's a bit of talk between Don Diego Silly Pants and John Glasbrook, which concludes that Bangladesh have the longest tail in the history of Test cricket, in my opinion. I know the wicket's dead, but one wicket should do it. And then Stephen Kelk comes in and says, Josh, which mysterious apparatus is hanging from the shelf behind you? And John Glasbrook says, we will find out, my friend. So will we find out?
Incense.
It's not incense, but I'll take guesses and relieve you of the suspense at the end of the over after this one.
A cat wrangler of some description, as that's defended into the onside on Hayden, and there's no run. Is it there for the cats to bat with their paws?
It's not.
Oh, okay. It's not a rat.
Our house is full of things that do serve that precise purpose, and indeed things that serve that function, even if that's not their intended design.
Is it a torture device that you've forgotten to file away in your basement?
No, it is
it's
not.
That.
No, they'd be happily on display.
That's full and clipped nicely by Azza. You can see what Anderson's here. He's trying to arrow in on the stumps, but he clips that down for long leg and he'll get himself a single. He's probably aiming down leg side and get that a little bit straighter. And a little bit more movement in the air would be nice.
I think this is the most entertaining time to be an English cricket and soccer supporter jointly.
Yeah, well, England's footballing. I can't think of the word. I've been awake too long. Jimmy is in, and it's defended back down the track, and there's no run. The enjoyment of English football over the last 3 tournaments has been quite high, considering the golden generation of the 90s that was supposed to do so well, failed us so badly at times.
Exactly. Yeah, it does feel pretty good. We'll probably look back on it a bit like the 90s and think it was those were good days.
Yeah. Well, I think in terms of England, I mean, pitches have obviously got so much better, and the import of so many foreign players since the Premier League started. That's defended in the offside, and there's no run of foreign coaches. I think, to be fair, I mean, everyone's kind of caught up. There's a lot of, I think this World Cup has been quite illuminating. In fact, there's a lot of very organised sides, and it's the fact that not many of them have decent strikers that have meant that a lot of sides have gone out. Because they just can't score the goals. I mean, the sides that are organised that do have decent strikers have scored goals and will progress. There's a lot of sides that are sides that traditionally you'd think were minnows have frustrated much bigger sides. Brazil lost, didn't they, to Cameroon the other day?
Yeah.
That's defended outside off stump, out to point, and there's no run. There's a couple of slips and a gully now. Anderson's trying to bowl straight and juice an edge off Shaquille. Not much help in a wicket, a little bit of help in the air. Our ball is ancient, and it's Kookaburra, so I suppose Jimmy's got a lot of experience with those things now, but it looks shagged, and there's still and it's still probably about 17-16 overs before we get a new one.
Yeah, I wonder if Pakistan ought to be capitalising a little more, maybe.
Well, I mean, that's it. Maybe the new ball could be the thing that breaks this whole thing open, isn't it? That's a poor ball by Jimmy. It's on leg stump, and Shaquille just clips it down. There's no one down there. Don't think it was meant to go there. It's 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
Right. We've got one quite interesting tweet. I think Josh is trying to rejoin us. He's having a few technical issues. Diana Pattison says, I find the British notion that one cannot ditch one's roots ridiculous. One can be born with the wrong gender, they can understand, but apparently not that one can be born in the wrong country. Well, I mean, I was being semi-jocular a little earlier. Don't take me too seriously. People can support whoever they want, obviously, but I don't. Having got to the age of 43, I would find it, I think, impossible to shrug off the team I'd supported all those years.
Yeah, it's difficult to change allegiance, isn't it? On a national level, even if you do live somewhere and support someone. Oh, look, we've got 2 pictures of Josh now. How weird.
Wow. Stereo.
Are they both moving?
No, one
No,
was
no.
one was you staring blankly into a screen, and the other one was you. That's quite weird.
It was weird from my end, because usually when Zoom freezes, everything freezes, but you kept moving. You both kept moving, as did the screen share. I just couldn't hear a thing anymore.
No. Who do you support, Josh? Who's your teams in cricket and soccer and other things? I know you've got a Welsh connection.
Well, it's interesting. I moved to Wales in 2013 and become a Wales supporter in both rugby and association football. So I clearly lack that mental strength
Yeah,
to
you
which
fucking
you refer.
clearly do, you bloody turncoat. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ollie Robinson is into this. Oh, no, it's not. It's still Stokesy, sorry. What am I on about? And he bowls to Azza.
And I played chess under the Welsh flag. Although, interestingly, my roots, I'm qualified to represent Wales at most sports, obviously on nationality rather than ability, but my routes to qualification are very different. I looked into this recently. There's no qualification by residence for association football.
Stokes is in, defended by Azza back down the track, and there ain't no run.
Which kind of makes sense, because it would mean that anyone with a British passport could simply move to Cardiff or Swansea to play for one of the teams there, or indeed Wrexham, and immediately qualify for Wales. So you have to have a Welsh parent, or Welsh-born parent or grandparent, or to have spent a certain amount of time here and gone up through the youth system prior to the age of 18.
Okay. Well,
whereas for athletics or cycling, I could compete through residence.
Okay.
In
Wow,
theory.
that was interesting. Azza Ali shaped to come down the track, and then Stokes banged it in a little bit. He stood his ground and clipped it into the leg side, deep out to mid wicket, and get back for 2.
Yeah, if they were to introduce ability categories as well as weight categories.
Yeah, well, you're right. Signs of intent. What do you think Pakistan's strategy, guys, is going to be from here on in?
Well, I think they'll get to tea and see what they need after tea. If they need 75 after tea, I mean, they're only getting an hour and a half. It'll only be about 15 overs, so they'll have to go some after tea. But it'll all depend whether these two are if these two are still there after tea. I think they'll go for it, which may inadvertently offer England the chance to win, because that'll be about the time the new ball comes along as well, as that's defended out to cover and there's no run. So there's still a way to go in this.
They'll also look to keep the scoreboard ticking over nicely. I'd be surprised if we saw any lengthy periods of lower than 3 and over prior to then.
Well, this is the problem. When the spinners come on, it's a lot easier to score. I mean, I know Gary, thinks that Jacks is more likely to get a wicket, but he's likely to be expensive to get that wicket, as that's prodded at by Azza Ali, and his hands go up as it goes through the gap between the slips and the gully. And works its way down to third man for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And there's going to come a point soon where you don't have runs to play with, and therefore Jacks is going to be a dangerous option to have on. You might be able to buy a wicket, but the question is, will you buy a wicket too expensively?
Yeah, what will it cost?
Or what will it cost? And therefore, will it become too late? And I wouldn't use a spinner with a new ball. It's going to be your best chance to get wickets. Azza again defends out to the offside, and there's no run. They just got to hope that they can break this partnership reasonably quickly, and leave themselves. If they can break this partnership with 100 runs left, which is another 6, they got 60 runs to break this partnership, and they might have a chance of getting through. Because that would be around about the time of the new ball. But the chances are, I mean, I'd have Pakistan as slight favourites at the moment.
Although I draw maybe.
Well, yeah.
I think the other thing is you look a bit shit if you don't give it a go. If Joe Root got all manner of brickbats thrown at him that time, he didn't have a go for it against New Zealand, didn't he?
He did indeed.
Yeah, but that was no chance of getting that target.
That rubbish defended out to cover and no run. That was the test the year before. They did exactly the same thing 3 times in a row. And we had like 80 overs to get 210 or something, didn't we? And decided to drop back. And Sibley got about 50 off 200 balls or something stupid like that.
And to answer your other question, Forthy, in terms of the sub-national teams, cricket Glamorgan, but I'm not a turncoat because I didn't have any cricketing loyalties, not having grown up in a first-class county. And insofar as I have footballing loyalties, they are to the mighty Ipswich Town.
Okay, which you have in common with Grubby, of course.
Indeed. Although I actually grew up in Suffolk, went to school in Ipswich.
He was born there. I think
He was indeed born there.
Very early. Quick one from Mike Taylor, although we might be back with the cricket. Yes, we are, I think.
We are.
Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson is into the attack and he bowls across Shaquille. It's through to the keeper and there's no run.
I suspect Grubby's also been to a lot more games than I have. I've not been to Portland Road since the year we won the playoffs in 2000.
I think Grubby was there, he was telling me about that. So you were probably at the same ground, just didn't know each other.
Well, it turned out that donkey kick with Willie Carr and Ernie Hunt from 1970, my dad was there and Gary's dad was there. They probably bumped into each other.
Which didn't let the other get a word in edgeways.
Oh, that's gone! Surely there's the wicket, driven! He's pushed it wide and Shaquille has basically driven at a wide one. He didn't get his foot across, therefore it was aerial. The umbrella fielders worked. I think that was Jennings, who was extra cover, who leapt like a salmon to his right and plucked it out of the air.
You're channeling Bill McLaren.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got, to credit to England, they've had these crazy fields all game long. They had a short extra cover and a short cover. They had a slip and 2 slips and a gully. He's driven at one that was wide. He didn't really need to play at it. Eyes lit up, maybe. Concentration went. He's been out there for 159 balls. England get the 5th wicket. Is this the opening that England required? I didn't think it would come this early. It didn't look like a wicket was coming. However, it has. And
sets this game up.
It does set this game up nicely.
It's more a double umbrella, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Or maybe it's a diving bell field.
Yeah. Well, that probably gives England more scope to bowl spinners as well. Because it won't be too top all the batsmen in. Who's the next man in? It's a Salman. I can't remember what his name is.
It's not Rushdie.
It's Agar Salman, isn't it? Agar Salman, is that his name?
I think so. I'm not sure if it's a hard G or a soft J.
Aha or Agar.
Wouldn't it be nice if Agar Salman could be given just a game or two, and after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew? Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
I'm going to add that to the list of Perco jingles that I do not understand. It's a cracking take there by Jennings.
It's a brilliant catch.
Even at slow motion, it looks superb.
You got to take your chances, and England have taken the chances.
He is completely airborne as he takes it.
Oh, a man puts his hand on his head.
It's more of a prod.
Yeah, it was. It was a little bit too wide.
Full-blooded drive. He didn't quite
get
throw
to
anything at it.
No.
Most times it would have been safe through between extra cover and mid-off, but Jennings just picked it out, and actually against poor extra cover fielders, that would have been, he'd at least got away with it, maybe even got 4.
Well, that's probably where they thought the only chance you're going to get a wicket is a slightly mishit upward shot. And to be fair to Stokes, he's kept all these close fielders in. He's always been attacking.
Well, there's no point declaring in a situation like this if you're not going
to attack. Yeah, Robinson in to Salman faces first ball, defends away from his body, and there's no run. Of course, the new ball still to come, which could be crucial.
It could also be dangerous because
well, yeah, it will go quicker. But again, if Azhar Ali is the only established batsman left, obviously Salman can add a bat a bit. He is at number 7. What did he get in the first innings? That was his highest score, 62. But he's clearly no mug with a bat.
But he's only played 3 tests. So.
Yeah. He drives that one a little bit uppishly, but gets the outside half of the bat and races away down towards third man. Another 4 runs. Pakistan might take a change of track as well. At some point they might think we haven't got enough left to shut up shop. We better go for some runs.
Have England already vindicated the decision to declare when they did? I think they vindicated it in principle. I'm not entirely sure the timing is.
Yeah, I mean, it was marginal, wasn't it? I mean, they could have gone on for another 4 overs and got another 40 runs or 35 runs. They'd have taken another 20 minutes out of the game and had another 30 runs to play with. Ooh, now that was full, and Azza just about managed to get... No, Salmon just about managed to get his bat down on it. Went down fine leg for a single.
I think part of the issue was thinking you'd lose an extra 10 minutes for the innings change because T was taken early. I suspect if T had not been taken early, they'd have continued batting.
I think part of it was symbolic as well.
Yeah, because they did an interesting thing, didn't they? They let T go, because you have to... I was listening yesterday at T, so you have to give 10 minutes notice. So they didn't declare when T was taken. They declared 10 minutes into T and said, right, you're going out to bat. So yeah, I mean, that'd be part of the reason why if I was to declare at T, I'd have even come out. I suppose they wanted the extra 10 minutes, but I'd have come out for 2 overs and then made them go out and bat. Never let them prepare. Short! Oh, that's out! Oh, I thought he gloved that.
So did I.
As I went to pull it, and it looked ugly. I thought he'd got a little bit of glove on that, and it had gone through to the keeper. Maybe it grazed the helmet instead. It certainly seemed to divert. It was a no ball, so it wouldn't have counted. But hey ho.
Over the line!
That's a no.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Marginal, putting the extra effort in.
He was no longer even on the line though, so.
Yeah. What field have we got here? So we got 2 short covers. 2 short mid wickets. Well, short mid wicket, short mid on, short extra cover, short cover. Pulled again, short. Oh, I thought that had gone to the man at square leg. I thought he was catching it, but no, it's gone finer than that. Down to man at long leg, and there's no run. Short ball attack here from Robinson at Azza. And he's not timing it particularly well, not looking particularly good against it. But he gets away with it. Ends the over, and he will retain the strike.
Well, what's the update on his finger?
Was that Salmon? Oh, that was. No, it was Azza. Yeah, I was going to say it was Azza. They were a bit slow on the scoreboard on the telly. 205 for 5, Pakistan now. Target is 343, so they only require 138 to win.
Well, indeed. I'll just do a few tweets. Mike Taylor, a former Oldham Athletic and England kickball fan. I can tell you it's very easy to shift allegiances when race riots and Brexit come into it. I think that is entirely legitimate. Messages, considering I arrived here at the age of 19 and was delighted to be free from upbringing in English private schools, and that Lily Marsh and Mackenzie were on display regularly at the WACA, it's hardly surprising that I chose to support my new homeland.
Yeah, well, I suppose if you were...
What does Forthy say about that?
Yeah, defended into your side and there's no run.
I know a bloody good bowlers when I came out here bowling for Australia, weren't there? I didn't suddenly.
Exactly. But by that time they were so good, they were so annoying that you just probably you have to stay English just because of principle.
Yeah.
Whereas I can imagine a sort of 1960s establishment English, TCCB.
To be fair, Messi was 19 and impressionable, and I was 43 and jaded.
Yes, there you go.
Are you there permanently,
Are
you there permanently, or are you coming back at some point?
Well,
not sure.
We effectively are, to be honest, because the children's homes are here now. So if we went back, we'd be abandoning the children. And
who do they support?
Well, the oldest, who came over when he was 8, still supports England. The other two are ambivalent. They were 5.
Dead in the pitch and too wide from Stokes, and Azza is able to just guide it down to third man. Gets 4 runs.
Do you know if you emigrate to a country at any age before 7, you take on the accent of the country that you go to, but if you emigrate to a country any time after the age of 17, you stay with your original accent typically, and there's a sliding scale between the ages of 7 and 17.
Well, that's weird. My brother must be as thick as pig shit then, because he went out there when he was nearly 50. No, he can't have been nearly 50 actually, that's nonsense. That's defended out into the offside. down towards third man, and he'll get a single.
I've always noticed how Jeremy sounds like a pom.
Yeah, see, he doesn't. But my brother emigrated when he was 38, I suppose. Must have been around about then.
Did he? Yeah.
And he's got an Australian twang now. Very noticeable
Yeah.
Australian twang. His wife
He does.
doesn't, and his kids have.
Yes, well, you get someone like Henry Kissinger, who sounded. Let me see if I've got this right. Did Henry Kissinger have a thick German accent? He did.
Yeah,
a bit, didn't he?
Frankian, actually.
Stokes
Okay.
is in. Oh, fenced that by Salman. Beats his outside edge through to the keeper, and there's no run.
People from around Nuremberg can still spot Kissinger from the way he speaks English, but it's not just German; it's Franconian.
Okay. Well, Franconian it is, but his younger brother, much younger brother, Henry Kissinger, has got a perfect American accent and no trace of Franconian because he was later. He was younger.
And my brother's, weirdly, my brother's kids have changed accent twice. One of them has, anyway. Full driven by Salman out to cover, and there's no one. He was born in Milton Keynes, and then my brother moved up to Worksop, Yorkshire, when his son was young. So he grew up with a kind of Yorkshire accent. Now they've gone out to Australia. He's developed an Australian accent.
that is a rag bag, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember hearing my own voice when I was about 13 or 14, and I had a kind of, thick Coventry, Pete Waterman, almost Frank Skinner accent, and I deliberately tried to.
Did you self-elocute yourself?
I did. I effectively did. Not entirely successfully.
Yeah, I've never successfully elocuted myself. Right, we have time for a change now. I'm finally getting a rest, for crying out loud. Messi's going to come in, and I'm going to disappear. I might.
Is that a good brand of beer, Bear?
What?
Rest.
I might even go and have a little lie down on the sofa, so there won't be any jingles for half an hour. I'm quite tired.
Oh, we'll have to make them up as we go.
Yeah, you can do
sing our own.
Do some a cappella. I'll see you in half an hour.
You're very welcome. I think
Right, I'm going to play Jingle Roulette. Oh, by the way, the thing hanging behind my head is a stopwatch.
No doubt.
Indeed.
I thought you were always in the now.
For no reason more interesting than that I don't have anywhere else to put it.
Fair enough.
I'm just a little behind Messi on tweets. Hang on.
I know we are.
Robinson
Gary's next.
in over the wickets, left alone, no run. Let's over to you, Forthy, to catch up.
It's okay. I'll hand over to Messi. Messi's technically
Oh, sorry.
on the. Yeah, that's okay.
Over to you then, Messi. Let's get
Gary
some
Naylor
Liverpool
says,
balls.
"That's the ball. Tempt them outside the eye line."
How long ago was that?
And that was only 9 minutes ago. Mike Taylor says, "My girlfriend Lale is furious with you lot. I'd promised to be hard at work today, but as she puts it, nothing gets done. I said she should blame Stokes. She says Stokes isn't playing those stupid jingles."
Robinson in back of a length. It doesn't get much carry and is taken by Pope. No run.
Well, maybe you can do some work while Bear's having a rest, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh God, she's just going to tweet you guys to tell Mike Taylor he forgot to flush the toilet.
Oh dear.
It's getting
Come on,
a bit
Mike.
worse than that.
Come on, Mike. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what Robinson's.
Was it yellow or brown? That's the question we're all asking.
Oh God.
Robinson again into Azar, and once again, terrible bit of wicket keeping. It was a wide long hop that didn't carry, and Pope somehow managed to spear it round the post for a corner.
You say wide long hop, but he is deliberately bowling. The first bit is, I think, quite deliberate, isn't it? He is bowling wide in the manner in which he got that wicket. They've obviously worked out that this may be the most effective tactic for conjuring something out of nothing at the moment.
Yeah, and also restricting the runs. We've got an upside down umbrella field. We've got 2 off Haydens, 2 on Haydens, and a slip. That one pushed out to the wider of the on Haydens for no run. Must be a slow pitch.
Oh yes, no doubt about that.
Because it's not doing much at all. And I guess looking for that slightly mistimed drive, the one they don't quite get to. But
Yeah,
that's what you're doing. I'm surprised it's this wide that he's bowling.
Well, he's obviously had one success with it. Maybe he has become a little over-optimistic at what can be achieved.
Robinson in again from close to the stumps. This time it's the Yorker, and it's clipped beautifully off his shin by Azar out towards deep mid-wicket. The batters will come back for a comfortable 2. The other thing, of course, is that by bowling a bit wider, he has to make the Pakistani batsmen chase more for their runs.
Yeah.
I don't think England are quite in the game of trying to restrict the rate yet, but making the Pakistani batters work harder for their runs is certainly in their interest, not least because the harder they have to work to get to them, it's not just the more time they've got, it's also the more chances there are for a wicket.
Yes, the real game.
Again, this time again, close to the stumps. This time it's a 6th stump line, absolutely classic pace ball. Pushed through a touch quicker, there's a bit more, it's taken by Pope, no run.
Yeah, real game of chess. Over to you, Messi. What's happening on social?
Okay, Leah says Pakistan are going to brick this, aren't they? Not necessarily. I think they've done a pretty bloody good job in the circumstances. I tweeted that Ian Forth is an Aussie in denial. I mean, let's face it. You are condemned for the term of your natural life, and that's it.
Oh, God.
West Aussie Leeds says, I've been living here in the land of Oz since 1972 and still support England.
Yes, good on you, mate.
And I'm assuming from your handle, Leeds United as well.
Could be Leeds RL.
Sorry?
Could be Leeds Rugby League.
Could be. My kids were never happy with me when the cricket was on. Yeah, I can get that. I used to take my kids down to the Wacker a lot. They were actually more interested in the ice creams than the cricket most of the time. But they all follow cricket now, so... well, one of my daughters isn't very interested, but the other 3 kids are all still interested in cricket, so it sort of washes off.
Stokes continuing again, stepping in close to the stumps. Oh, he's beaten the outside edge of Salmon, who's just gone fishing outside off stump. Didn't quite take a tickle. It's not neatly, but effectively taken by Pope. No run.
Salmon, fishing, tickle.
Not deliberate.
Not deliberate. Oh, okay. I thought that was...
I wish. I wish. That would have been excellent. If only I'd thought of that. I will.
Claim it. I always think there's plenty of times you get criticised in life. You might as well take the unintentional praise that occasionally comes one's way.
I don't believe in the intentional fallacy. Stokes in. There's a very straight silly mid-off. This one, Salmon clips out behind square on the leg side. They're coming back for 2. They will get them safely. The throw out back to the bowler's end, slightly wayward. I think even a direct hit they'd have been safe, but they did have to come through quickly. Quick turn there. They're definitely going for this in Pakistan. They're not. It's not a full Bazball style assault, but they are wanting to stay in this game.
They're staying in it, I would say, at the moment. I mean, we're not seeing people dance down the wicket or playing extravagant shots, but they are positive intent, perhaps.
Stokes again. This time it's drifted across Salmon, who just looks to make room on the leg side and instead just pulls the ball down into the ground. It's fielded at short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, and to go back to that earlier point, they would just look like... I don't know what they look spineless, to be honest. Not to take up England's sort of carrot in any way. They would just look like they weren't contributing to this Test match.
Stokes again in over the wicket, again stepping close to the stumps. Has he found the outside edge? He has not. Salmon just plays down inside the line. It's taken by Pope. No run. They're wondering whether to review. Stokes is doing a kind of almost might as well face, but they don't want to waste it. I don't think it got close to the outside edge.
I think
there's a sort of natural scoring rate on this pitch of about 3 runs and over, isn't there? Even without sort of doing it.
Yes, that's probably true.
And also, if you're batting to save the game, the easiest way to save the game is to get closer to the target and make sure that England don't have the runs to play with. If you set out to block, you can have a very attacking field for a very long time. Stokes in again. This time it's pushed out into that upside down umbrella field. We've now got 3 off Haydens in between a very, very straight silly mid off and a very short extra cover with a short mid off, I guess, between them. No run.
Yeah, and I think with the so-called off Haydens, yes, they're there for the catch, but they're also there for. I mean, it must be slightly intimidating to have three fielders staring at you every time you play a shot as well.
Yeah, all on the left of Ben Stokes as he runs into bowl, and he comes to completely over. This one's jagged back in. It's played with a firm-handed forward defensive out into the offside by Salman. No run completes the over. Pakistan are 214 for 5. They need another 119.
Leah says if you have to pick a German accent, Frankish is near the bottom of the
129, sorry.
With Saxonian and Bavarian. I don't think we want to get into a hierarchy of accents. Also,
I think Leah does.
Semi-racist allusions can be drawn in those circumstances, can't they? We're not going to start talking about whether a South London accent's better than the Yorkshire accent. We'll be in deep shit.
Oh, I think we can.
No, I don't think we should. I think it's unwise. Mike Taylor's tweeted something that. No, I can't even read that, Mike. I'm sorry. It's just too much. It's gone too far.
Put it in the chat and I'll read it.
Oh dear God. And over on YouTube. There's a lot of discussion going on between John Glazer, Stephen Kelp, Don Diego, and others on YouTube. Happy to have you here.
Robinson continues as our looks to hook pulls out of the stroke. It sails through over his shoulder and is taken by Pope. No run.
I wasn't not intending at all to get into anything remotely racist or ethnic or anything like that. But it is it is interesting how some accents are almost universally regarded as less appealing than others.
I mean, the Saxonian accent is fucking horrible. I will say that. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, if you speak off Zach, it sounds like you're kind of speaking like this. Robinson in again and is pushed out towards. There's only 2 off Haydens to him. It's pushed to short cover, and there's wider of those off Haydens for no run.
I mean,
but doesn't that all depend on your point of origin? I mean,
no, not totally, because they do surveys of this sort of thing, and they work out that some accents are seemingly inherently more trustworthy than others. When someone hears a posh southeast accent, they immediately think, I don't trust this person. Whereas if you hear a Yorkshire accent, they immediately feel more trustworthy for whatever reason.
Robinson in again over the wicket, and it's done a little bit. It's nipped back, but too late, not quite close enough to the stumps. As I left that on line, almost didn't get away with it. Pope can't quite believe it's not done enough to find anything. Takes the ball cleanly nonetheless. No run.
That was the off-taker, wasn't it, Josh?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it leave his hands, but it would certainly fit with what had happened.
Running his hand along the side of the ball there.
I used to say of a colleague of mine when I worked in Cambridge, Robinson again over the wicket. It's the off cutter again, I think. Slightly quicker, slightly less deviation this time. It's pushed out to the second off Hayden. No run. I used to say of our senior bursar at the Cambridge College I worked at that don't be confused by the upper class twit impression he does. It's all to distract you from the fact that he is in fact an upper class twit.
Yeah, I suppose that literally was a double bluff in that case.
Indeed.
Yes,
thank you for using double bluff correctly.
Exactly.
Robinson again trundling in like a Suffolk punch pony, is clipped off his legs. He beats the 2 on Haydens. They both chase back. We're going to have a look for a little bit of relay feeding here as they cut the ball off. The batters will come back for 3, or at least they should do. I believe they have. Yes, they have. Salman on strike. Pakistan tick over to 217 for 5. You're right, Jeremy. 3 and over or so is the natural scoring rate on this pitch if you don't do much.
Yeah, Yeah, I think, and that really puts them in quite a good position as long as they don't lose any more wickets.
Funny, isn't it? I remember, well, I don't actually quite remember it, because before even my time, Gary Sobers declaring definitely too early. We'll come back to that in a second.
Robinson, it's one that jags back in again. Was that another off-cutter? It's left by Salmon on line. It doesn't quite do enough to take that off peg. I think it was too high as well as too wide. They can't quite believe what's happened, and that's drinks. Let's whistle through some tweets.
Leah says, hating Saxons and Bavarians isn't racist, it's speciesist at best, as they aren't human. I knew we were going down a deep
Did not
dive.
intend to go in that direction.
I don't hate them. I just think the way they. I mean, I don't hate Brummies either. I just think the Brummie accent is one of the ugliest things in the English language.
She says Saxonian is generally regarded as untrustworthy in Germany because the Saxons are the most right-wing region in Germany. Well, it depends who's doing the viewing then, isn't it? Because presumably right-wingers don't think that at all. But you know, here on Guerrilla Cricket, we tend not to take that point of view.
I'll just come in for a second though with them. There are sometimes mild and strong versions of accents. So with the Scouse accent, you can get a very dense, a very dense one that people find almost impenetrable, and they tend to arc up. But say they're from North Liverpool, as I understand it, and Gary's going to leap on me for getting this wrong. But there's a much softer South Liverpool accent, for example, which the Beatles had, which did not arc people up in remotely the same way. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's almost Cheshire, isn't it?
The Glaswegian is much the same too, I think.
Yes.
You get
right. Sorry,
different levels. That's all right.
Ditto Newcastle.
Yeah.
There's a good friend of mine grew up in to parents who speak like mine, but grew up outside Durham, near Spennymoor, and his surname was Moore, as I would pronounce it. Only, of course, at school it wasn't pronounced that, and it was called Moore. But it took him a long, for at the age of 8 or 9, he used to refer to himself as Benedict Moore.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Like he had two surnames and couldn't quite work out that they were the same thing.
I've got a good friend who's from just south of Sunderland, and he's lived here for like 30 years, and so it still has a thick Mackem accent, and yet everybody else thinks, Newcastle, Sunderland's all the same, and I don't know how far apart they are. You know, it's only 10 miles or something, and yet it's a world of difference. England's amazing like that. Josie Oak, in response,
try telling a Coventry, he's got a Brummie accent.
Oh yeah.
No.
I remember being really struck in somewhere like Knowle or Dorwich that there weren't any Brummie accents until I was told quite firmly, you're not in Birmingham.
Exactly.
Oh dear God.
And of course, Birmingham and Black Country have somewhat different accents. I don't particularly like the Black Country accent either.
It's amazing. The deliverer of the accent makes a difference too. I mean, John Arlott, somewhere between Hampshire and Somerset, his accent was just gorgeous to listen to. But it was partly the delivery that changed the perception of it, I suspect.
Very good example.
And John Oliver was proper West Hampshire, wasn't he?
Yeah, John Oliver's got a Brummie accent, but he comes across as the straight talking guy who's telling us what it's like,
as opposed to Jasper Carrott.
Yeah, he had a certain charisma, Jasper Carrott.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did. I'll give him that.
Stokes tossing the ball from one hand to the other, refreshed by his drinks break. Bowls close to the stumps. It's floated up towards Azar stumps and pushes the ball out to orthodox mid-on. Enterprising field we have here, where it's fielded. No run. Pakistan 217 for 5.
Josie Oak, in response to the comment about him running his own microbrewery, says a pint of two of doomed IPA.
Doomed bar.
There you go. Yeah, it's a good drop, Doomed bar. I like it.
I don't mind it. It's a bit ubiquitous as Azar flashes, drives hard, and is fielded excellently by extra cover on the bounce. No run. Who is that there? It's looks like a younger, slightly more smiling Jimmy Anderson. I don't think it is. Was Jennings.
Is there such a thing as a smiling Jimmy Anderson?
More smiling.
He's taking the wicket.
He's done some great fielding, kicking Jennings.
Stokes in again over the wicket, this time orthodox, seamless delivery on the 5th stump line. Is pushed out again to extra cover, no run. They're bowling to a plan, are England. That plan is to use that, shall we say, rotated slip cordon or inverted slip cordon around the bowler.
Well, the runs have dried up a bit, and I think they're aware that Azza with his finger might not have the full mobility that a fully fingered Azza would have. He's only 21.
In again, back of a length, and is worked off his hip into the leg side by Azza. Rotates the strike. It's fielded by Jack Leach, running round towards mid wicket, or just the single. Yeah, what's the update on Azza's finger?
I don't know. In short, presumably it can't be broken.
Well, you'd expect him to be batting
at all, does it?
Lower or in an emergency only if it were broken.
Exactly.
Who knows what they put into it by way of anaesthetic? Anesthesia, that's the word I was looking for, as opposed to an anaesthesis. Aesthesis.
Anaesthesis is what Annie writes for her county cricket.
Stokes in
Boom,
again. He has found the outside edge, but it's squirted down towards the 3rd man boundary. There is a fielder running around from backward point to cut it off. Will restrict the batters to a single. He was pushing at that drive. There was just the first slip in. It probably wasn't even a catchable height for a 4th or a gully. Got away with that one, shall we say.
And gets the stare from Stokes as he goes past. Doesn't say a word, a massive stare.
But when Baumgarten started writing about aesthetics, he wrote about aesthesis. So anaesthesis would be the opposite of that, but as well, as you say, it would be a dissertation written by not yet Dr. Chave of this parish.
His thesis would be the Yorkshire version.
As this time the ball it looked like a full bunger to me and is timed out beautifully to the extra cover boundary. Who's going to sing the jingle? I pick on Jeremy to sing the jingle for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4. There you go.
That'll do nicely.
Very nice, very Franconian.
Sounded more Bavarian to me.
There are limits to my expertise, Josh.
Oh, are there?
Very much so, very clearly defined.
Josie Oak says, hear a Yorkshire accent and you immediately think a free drink is not going to be forthcoming. That's the voice of experience.
Oh, Jeremy, have you sent... Oh, wow, you... Okay, Jeremy had sent me a screenshot of Mike Taylor's tweet. I do get it, yeah.
No, let's not read that out, Josh, please.
Have you seen it, Ian?
Yes, I've seen it, yes. It doesn't need a wider audience, I don't think.
No, anyone who wants to know what we're talking about can look on Twitter. Other micro posting sites are available and indeed preferable. Are we in the process of moving away from Twitter to a more reasonable platform?
Well, there was talk, but for now we are where we are.
I mean, there are still only 8 million users on Mastodon, and I don't know whether there is an suitable alternative. YouTube is potentially useful during.
We had a change of bowling.
The Stokes.
No, it's not. It's a new over, and I'm trying to tell if it was still bowled by Robinson. Anyway, it was pushed out to cover, no run. Yes, we have had a change of bowling. It was indeed Jimmy. Here he is to bowl the second ball of the over. He's lolloping in. This time, just a touch on the way back into the batsman. He pushes it out towards backward point for a single.
Do we have a jingle for a crucial spell? Because I think this is a really crucial moment.
Oh yes.
It's one. You're right, Jeremy. It's one of those periods where it might to the untrained eye look like nothing's happened, but if it just ticks over, then there will have been a decisive shift in the balance of this game, won't there?
Sure. I mean, a couple of wickets before the break, and it'll certainly be England's game to win from there.
Anderson in over the wicket. Azar looks to follow. Actually, he looks to move first, and Anderson follows him, or rather continues to draw him away out into the offside. In the end, he leaves it alone. There is no run.
Jimmy, it's not obvious when the undertones recorded Jimmy that they were going pop. It still sounded sufficiently punky, but it was pretty clear rapidly after that. That was their sort of transition single, I think punk always contained within itself the germ of the pop that would result from it, as Anderson is left alone by Azar outside off stump, taken by Pope, no run. Oh, it did. I mean, the Steve Jones and Paul Cook were. I mean, there was something before punk, and the influences of punk were often quite commercial.
I mean, punk itself was pretty commercial.
Yeah,
more commercial than it owned to being, shall we say.
Trying to attract attention, and I guess that is in itself quite commercial.
Indeed, as this time Azar sort of jabs at it with both hands, just pushing the ball out backward of square onto the offside. It's fielded by the short third man, no run. He's on 26 off 51. I'm sorry, Ian.
That, a bit Lennon and McCartney style in harmony there. But yes, 26 off 51. Those are not necessarily the figures of a man who is about to lead his team to victory, going at 4.5 and over. But he does have a very sore finger. Again, as it has been all day, remains very evenly poised.
Anderson again over the wicket. This time it's floated up, and we've got this packed offside field. It's basically a half volley. Azar times it beautifully, but it's fielded by orthodox cover for no run. Completes the over. Anderson's figures 2 for 22. Pakistan are 224 for 5. They need 119 to win. In theory, there are 49 overs left in the day. That 119 off 49 ought to be a cakewalk, but of course we won't likely get through 49. How early have we been finishing? I've not been on.
Well, we've been finishing basically at about a little over an hour early. So the likelihood is to get about 78 overs in for the day. And
how many we had open?
How many we bowled together?
I could.
Stokes continuing with an off Hayden and a slip. It's fielded by that off Hayden as Salman strokes the ball down the offside. No run.
So we've had 47 today. Probably another 30 today would be the
119 off 30. That's basically 4 and over.
4 and over. Yeah.
You'd 5 wickets down. If you'd offered me that on day
overs, and the last 10 overs they scored at 4.1 and over. There you go.
So they're sort of on track, but they've got
in again is played firmly forwardly out to point for no run. It looks like England they've not set a more defensive field. They've not pushed the field back, but they've moved the offside ring round a little bit. It's instead of just having silly mid off. And then 2 short extras, those 3 off Haydens. They've got much more of an offside ring from point round to that silly mid-off. They're looking to cut off all scoring opportunities in the offside, as well as take those chances when they are there. This time a touch more angled down leg from Stokes. Just jagged back into the batter, and it's pushed out to extra cover. No run.
I might just squeeze in a couple of tweets before we change over, if we can. Auntie Andy says a friend of mine has 2 accents and unconsciously flits between the 2. He has an English accent when talking to English folks and a Scottish to Scots. Grandfaith Arto says I'm feeling rough as hell, glands up, ensconced in duvets. Send soup or vibes?
I'm sorry, Chris. Stokes in again. Again, it's worked out. He's looking to make room into that where there's space in the offside is Salman. He does just about beat the short mid wicket with us in midfield, but they sensibly do not run on this field as the mid-on runs round to tidy up the mess. 224 for 5, no runs off the first 4 balls so far of this Ben Stokes over. Is this going to be our last, or will we get one more in before the change?
I don't know, but I'm just going to get my charger, so I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. Diana Patterson says, what taste is ubiquity, Josh? Or what makes it unpleasant? Chocolate is pretty ubiquitous.
Stokes again, this time a lovely bit of delicate work with the hands by Salmon. He just lets the ball caress the bat out towards deep backward point. The batsman come through for a single, as I will face the last ball of this over. Stokes is 13th, he's taken 1 for 53. Pakistan 225 for 5. Ooh, nice bit of numerology there. We've got 5 cubed.
Oh, there you go. Given that the bear, I was going to say the bear.
I was going to say don't wake the bear, but the bear is looking like he is waking up. And fourth, he's back with his charger. Stokes in to complete the over. Azhar is dancing about the crease before the ball is released, let alone delivered. He's clipped it out through square leg. The batters will come back for 3, and they will get them. That is a lovely piece of enterprising running. 4 off the over. Basically what Pakistan need. 228 for 5. The target 343. Need another 115 runs. I wait for the hand signal. The bear's not coming back, so let's us continue to do at least one more over until he wakes up properly. Perhaps he was just sleepwalking back into the studio. Over to you, Jeremy.
He was getting his cup to make himself a coffee to wake up, I suspect. Warren says, morning all.
Morning, Warren.
Says, get a Mastodon account. This here internet shithole is only going to get worse. Yes, it is. Bloody Musk is getting worse and worse and worse. She also said,
ooh, I hear coffee beans being poured into the grinder upstairs.
Leah says Punk was always fake. The Sex Pistols were basically cast, and Johnny Rotten is a Tory. There you go. There's a challenge to you, Forthy.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. He's proved that to be the case finally. So anyway,
Anderson back of a length and is defended down the wicket by Azhar, who pinched the strike with that 3 off the end of the previous over. No run.
Well, I'm not really a fan of the Pistols, to be honest. There's 4 good singles early on. John Lydon was interesting. Metal Box by Public Image Limited, the second Public Image album, is an amazing album. But after that, very, very poor returns. Here is the bear. I think I am taking over on ball by ball, aren't I?
You are indeed.
This over?
This session is going to go longer anyhow, so
Anderson
we'll
is
stay until the end of the over.
Wide of the stumps, swinging wider, left alone by Azhar. One day that would have been a wide. Test cricket, it's absolutely fine. England, of course, if they do decide to shut up shop, have that option available to them. But that's no run. Have you come across a band, Ian, called Secluded Bronte?
No, I do not know Secluded Bronte. Should I?
I think so, but this is where I wonder to what extent your interest in the Full coincides with mine in what I like to call weird shit, the Bowman Brothers, Morphogenesis, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there is a very weird end. Like when I have a look down the albums of the year in the Quietus, I think some of that's not for me.
As this time Azhar throws his hands at that one, but can't get the ball further than cover. No run once again.
Just listening to you two takes me to the weird end. I've got no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
But you did confess to me you'd never even heard a Coldplay track.
I've heard of. Well, I probably have, but I didn't know it was Coldplay.
You've probably heard loads of Coldplay tracks, including by bands like Snow Patrol and
probably in Cafe as well.
I probably have, but I just don't know their Coldplay. That's what
there is that lovely Mitch Benn song. Everything sounds like Coldplay now.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Correct.
Anderson again over the wicket, jagged back in. It's full length. It's worked out towards the on Hayden. No run.
You've woken up the form bot, Josh.
I just sense a... Go on.
Josh describing his offside ring.
I just sense by Azhar in particular a willingness to block the first 3-4 bowls of the over and look to manufacture, if they haven't come so far, manufacture runs towards the end to keep that score scoreboard ticking over. As this time he looks to dance down the wicket, Anderson responds well, dragging it a shade shorter, and all that is done with it is defended back down the wicket. Azhar has scored at precisely 3 and over. He's 29 of 58. Looks like his hand's hurting off that one. Hit him a touch higher up the bat than he might have wanted. The score remains 228 for 5, with 1 ball remaining in this, James Anderson's 17th over of the innings. He has 2 for 22. And this time, has he found the outside edge? There's a shout, there's a play and a miss from Azhar. They're going to question whether to review, but have decided not to. It must have been not quite as close as the last one. Anderson collects his cap from the umpire, and that's me done, I think, for the day, unless I'm needed at short notice. I'll stay on the Zoom in case that is the case. I'm going to fill myself with caffeine.
Well, we've got you at 11 to 11:30 according to my rotor, but you know.
Yeah. Me? All right.
Well, that'll be 11:15 because
because of the extra whatever. But you know, it'll be the end of the
game.
game.
Goes till 5 to the hour. Okay, I'll catch you later. We're up to date on tweets there.
Okie dokie. Rightio.
Thanks very much, Messi. Thanks very much, Josh. We'll be hearing from both of you later. Pakistan 228 for 5, target 343. All 4 results still possible, wouldn't you say, Gary?
I would. But I think you made a very valuable point earlier about the timing of the declaration in taking it at tea. It avoided a 10-minute innings break, which I'll come to in a sec.
Indeed, yes. I think I'm ball by balling. So Stokes back into the attack. This time to Salman. Plays it down to the man down at the boundary there, wide on the offside through the point region. They come through for a single as they're back on strike. Yes, Gary?
So I think that had England indulged themselves with 20 more minutes batting, it would have taken half an hour out of the game, perhaps put 20 runs extra onto the target. And I think Pakistan would be far less interested now. They'd be sort of the game would be deadened. Where I think the declaration has been just about perfect. It seems.
I tend to agree with that. I think it's a very robust analysis. Stokes in again, digs that one in a little shorter as a not to be tempted, and Ollie Pope falls on it and possibly has just tweaked something. No, I think he's okay. So the score remains on 2.
I think there's a temptation to view the outcome as the vindication of the decision, which in many ways it is. You declare at that point in order to get the outcome that you want. But surely the other way of looking at it is during the process. Is the process progressing the way you would like it to?
Quite deep philosophical stuff from Gary there. Ben Stokes bowls that one a little wider, and Azhar, as is his one, is not yet to be tempted. It's a real game of cat and mouse, this, isn't it? If Azhar carries on at this scoring rate, they will not get there. He's 29 off 61. I imagine he thinks at some point he will be able to accelerate. That's the exact point at which England will feel they will have a sniff of getting him out. It's classic Test match.
Exactly. Well, it's exactly the time that the new ball should be arriving as well. So.
Stokes in again for a 4th ball of the over, and that one's a little faster, and Azhar gets a back on that one again through the point region. He's milking the odd run through there, and they come through. Salman back on strike for the last 2 balls.
One time Gorilla and Guardian football writer Jonathan Wilson was he denies it, but he was once reputed to have said that goals are overrated. what he actually meant was, and how it was kind of imputed to his sort of philosophy of football, is that the goals are the outcome which may or may not happen as a result of the strategy.
Ben Stokes in again to Salman, forward defensive, played out. Dot ball. I saw an article by Jonathan Wilson. I hadn't realised he was a former Gorilla, I must admit, which basically was saying, are England any good and does it matter? Which, and this was a football column. I thought, that's going some, isn't it? To say
that was the other day, and I read the exact same article. But I think his point was that you can be shit all the time in between tournaments, but if you got a lucky run in a tournament and everything went your way, you would be, fated as a great team just because you win a tournament.
I mean, it is very much his that I'll break though.
Stokes, last ball of the over, again forward defensive from Salman. The over concludes, with Pakistan on 230 for 5.
One of his big things in cricket and in football is the arbitrary nature of an outcome, whether you get a lucky decision from a referee or there's a bobble that goes for a corner that Trent Alexander swings in and Divock Origi heads it into the net. These things are not predictable. They're not within the capacity of human endeavour to kind of plan them with the expectation or the reality that they will happen. So what becomes interesting is how do you build strategies that maximise the opportunities of those happening? And a strategy which maximises the opportunity of it happening, but it doesn't happen, is better than a strategy that minimises the opportunity of happening, but it does happen as a result of chance. And I'm sympathetic to that view.
Define better, though. In comes Jimmy Anderson for the start of his 18th over, and he's bowled 17 overs so far, and he's leaked 22 runs at the age of 40 and taking 2 wickets, which is a magnificent performance.
Now, a better chance of England winning this match is by elongating the number of overs, the amount of time they have to bowl. So it's a better strategy for winning the match, even if they don't win it.
Yes.
As opposed to batting on, setting a target of 400, getting a couple of lucky DRSs and a few leading edges that fly to hand, and then winning it. So the outcome is to some extent independent of the strategy, and you can have a good strategy which produces a bad outcome. In a way, you can have a bad strategy that produces a good outcome.
I think we're all in furious agreement with that, actually. So, Jimmy he just got a little bit of a way. Probably went off the seam, that one. Just wide of the wicket. It was only at the 129, but it went through to Pope, and they were briefly interested in whether it might have just taken a nick, which it did not. But Jimmy continuing to get something out of this dead pitch.
Yeah, and this is the line. Just tempt them outside that off stump. You've got enough runs to play with. That's where they're going to get them out, once the ball is outside their eye line.
In comes Jimmy again. Third ball of the over. Beautiful classical action of his, and this one has been dispatched to the boundary. My feed was not good enough to tell me what the stroke was like, though.
It
Gary,
was a lovely on drive to a full ball on leg stump.
I think I was calling, as many of us were on day 2, for England to bowl stump to stump and use a bit of variable bounce to get a wicket. Well, the variable bounce that we thought would come into this pitch is not in the pitch, and therefore the stump to stump delivery is a hit me ball.
That was a very full ball. We're continuing with this umbrella fields, but it is defended essentially by Salman, and they obviously feel that they can accelerate at some point. What that point is remains to be seen, because they are taking the odd 4 when it's available, but they're certainly not putting the foot on the gas. Azar's 31 off 63, Salman 15 off 26, and if they carry on at that strike rate, they will not get over the line. In comes Jimmy.
Oh, that's the ball.
Hands on heads, the tempting ball, and Salman went for it, but it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's just short and wide, wasn't it? It was tempted to have a cut here with no foot movement. That's the one. You get a little snick, and that'll be gone.
Yeah,
it's got a
little
tiny bit of extra bounce.
No, I don't know about that. Just flat-footed.
He's an old master going through his entire repertoire. It's rather impressive to watch, actually, on such a dead pitch. It really is a master class. To channel dear old Tony Gregg. In comes Jimmy Anderson again. Last ball of his 18th over, and this one's dug in a little shorter, and there's a backward defensive to the man at deep point, but no run, and Pakistan conclude that over on 236 for 5. Anything happening on socials?
We have Madam Mohan Sharma says, I feel Pakistan wish to have 80 runs to score after tea with 5 wickets remaining. If it happens, they will go for it. That's about right, I reckon. Mog says, can we just get a bit more gushing hyperbole about Will Jacks being the future of English spin? Well, my point Gary, is now that he is not a good option because you trying to buy a wicket now is too dangerous. I think he could leak if he leaks at 6-7 and over for 5 overs. The game goes massively away from you.
I would rather have 2 overs of Will Jackson, maybe he goes for 15, than 5 overs of Jack Leach going for 15.
Well, I don't think.
Chance of a wicket.
Ideally, I don't think England have realised that spin just isn't the option on this pitch. Unfortunately, we don't have. We've only got 3 seamers.
I think they're going to have to.
I actually think they might have to at some point. Although they might be able to get through to T and then get the fucking deep heat and the masseurs out and give them a quick rub down and see if they can get through to the end of the day.
In comes Stokes, delivering what could well turn into one of his marathon heroic efforts. And that one is line and length ball, which is defended. Dot ball.
Well, if England don't think spin is the right option, they picked the wrong side because they picked 3 spinners.
Well, yeah, they did. Maybe they. Well, the thing is, they have not played there for 17 years. Maybe they did think it was the right option, but clearly it isn't the right option. No spinner's really got anything out of the track. All pitch. It's dead. It's got no pace.
Stokes floats that one up a little bit further, and I think that's Jennings, probably Jennings, is it? Yes, most likely. Who's doing a brilliant job and showing himself to be a real team squad man by really putting his heart and soul into his field. A magnificent catch this afternoon, left like an absolute salmon. So that's all good.
Now,
yeah, he's a fine fielder.
Here's a question: if Livingston's going home, which it looks like he is, do we get to draw someone else into the squad from home? If there is anybody,
I'm sure we'd have the option. Just a question of who, I suppose. In comes Stokes. Oh, and that one's a little uppish. And it was the outer half of the bat, but no suggestion of a chance. Another dot ball.
No, it went for 4.
Wasn't it? 3rd slip, wasn't it?
It's edged through the slips for 4 runs.
No, that's my feed. Occasionally, listeners, I will let you down with my reading of the play. It's not that my eyes are going; it's that my feed's not.
Maybe it did go down the bat.
Well, it did go down. It wasn't going to be a chance, but Stokes is wound up. It's a good place for him to be.
Absolutely letting rip at the batsman there for that, and that one's defended out to the man at short square point, I suppose.
I mean, England's spinners. The spinners have got to bowl at some point, and if he leaves it any later, then it really will be dangerous. I think he's got to bring them on before the break, one or both of them. He's got to.
Or does he? I think that is what Pakistan are hoping for, because rather than 2 overs going for 15, you might find 1 over goes for 20 or 24 or something like that, and then the match gets taken away from you just in the space of even 1 or perhaps 2 overs. That one's played defended off the back foot, but England nearly lost the World Cup in many ways through 1 over of Liam Livingstone. And I know T20s are not the same as Test match cricket. But the 1 over from Livingston went for 20 and put Pakistan back in the frame in that final.
They took 8 wickets in the first innings between them. You know, it's not that they can't take wickets.
Yeah, but I mean,
they're not. It's not Shahid Afridi batting here. I don't think they're going to hit 6 after 6. It's Azhar and Salman.
Yeah,
not even this one.
Fair enough. Forward defensive from Salman. And I believe that concludes the over. Pakistan 240 for 5 at the end of it, and Ben Stokes is looking very wound up.
Well, he's winding himself up, I think, to be able to have the energy to bowl. That was a no ball. I think this is not directed at the batsman. I think it's directed at Ben Stokes, who must be feeling it in arms and legs and the psychological side of the game, changing his field all the time. A captain thinking, he's done something that
he's done
with declaring when he did, so he must be feeling it now, so he just might need to G himself up a bit.
Well, he's only faced about 18 balls in a match as a batsman. I suppose the rest of the time he's been out in the field. He's only bowled 15 overs. This is his 15th over. He didn't bowl that many overs in the first innings. Should have a bit of it.
Long spell.
So this probably will be the last ball of the over. It's more on the leg stump. It's played into the leg side, wide of the man at mid-on. They come through for the single. Salman will maintain the strike. He moves on to 22, 21. Pakistan 242 for 5 at the end of that over.
Leah says, how do England still not understand spin? Ashley Giles was over 15 years ago. You would assume they wouldn't make that mistake again. And the thing is, it's to do with the wickets over here. We just don't seem to develop spinners. Sorry, that should be Guerrilla Cricket. I don't know what that's for. That's flashscore.com. Grand Theft Auto says, England bowling selection woes. 3 spinners here, but worse was the first test in the West Indies when Ed Smith tried to Jedi mind trickery and pick 2 spinners. We was trounced. Yeah. Wendy, never seen Wendy before. Thanks for checking out your app though. Loving the idea of being able to keep across all my teams and just setting up the link to Gorilla now. Lovely.
Jimmy, whose value increases as the years go by, is able to maintain this highly attacking field, albeit in front of the stumps, which is obviously slightly more unusual. That's a dot ball again to start with.
Forthy, you are contractually obliged to use the metaphor of a fine wine in such circumstances. You're letting the side down.
Well, my contractual
You're letting yourself down, you're letting your family down, you're letting your country down.
Yeah.
But
letting every fucker down.
Yes, there's plenty more cliched metaphors that we'll all be reaching for before too long. I've got one question for you. In comes Jimmy, second ball of the over, and he floats that up a little further, another dot ball. We all remember in Karachi that the Pakistanis tried to slow the over rate down to such a degree that it became too dark to play, and the umpires wouldn't play ball, and England got over the line. At what point might England be tempted to slow the over rate right down as the sun goes down, and they think they might be possibly losing the match?
Well, it'd be a lot easier to do now, to be fair, because it's not in the batsman's hands to stay out there in the dark, is it? So, although the lights do come on, but still.
Could be a few loose.
Will that be seen as anti-Bazball to try and do so? That's another dot ball played down to the man at mid-off. So Jimmy and Ben Stokes looking the most world-weary of bowlers right now, huffing and puffing and grimacing.
Well, England could, find a few shoelaces getting undone. Need a change of ball. Keeper needs a pad to come loose and so on. But it would be a bit of a betrayal, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, isn't it? That would feel kind of anti-Bazball, if I might put it that way. In comes Jimmy again. Oh, and this one has just eluded Jimmy in his follow-through, and he's played down straight past the umpire. Robinson in pursuit. They'll come through for at least 2. Possibly 3.
99 to win.
99 to win.
5 wickets to win.
Psychologically down to double figures to win. Significant?
I mean, it's the kind of thing we like to say in the crowd. Whether batsmen do anything, I don't know. I once asked Jonathan Trott in a press conference about double hundreds, because I think at one point he had sort of 3 double hundreds and only 1 single hundred or something. Anyway,
in comes Jimmy again, and that's more or less a late cut to the man down at third man, played quite elegantly by Salman. He moves on
at Edgbaston, and I said to him after a double hundred, I said in the press, I said, you're very successful at building double hundreds. I said batsmen have different approaches to it. Some play session by session, some play over by over, some play for half hour by half hour. What's your approach to kind of building an innings? And he got all uppity and said, well, I'm not sure I want to talk about that. Like I was asking for some kind of state secret.
Funny lot, batsman. In comes Jimmy for the last ball of his 19th over, and that's found its way to the boundary.
That was a lovely shot.
Do you want to describe it to us? What sort of shot it was?
Chassé down a wicket and across and clipped it square on the leg side out to deep mid wicket. It was a good shot from Azhar Ali.
Very nice. Pakistan moved to 249 for 5 at the end of it.
So whether Pakistan looking at this chase, whether they're going to look at it sort of 10 by 10, get it to 90, then 80, then 70, or whether they're looking batches of 5 overs, or whether they'll just go over by over, or a combination thereof. It'll be depending on the batsman. What does tend to happen is that in the changing room, everybody will be sitting in the same place and not moving.
6 overs to the new ball as well.
Yes, well, could well be a very relevant statistic. We'll remember that test. Well, not all of us. Between England and West Indies in 1990, when England had successfully held the West Indies in their full power and might at bay, and then the new ball was taken, and the last 5 or 6 wickets sadly fell in a heap, and England ended up losing that tour 2-1. So just on those little moments, those little new balls, everything can hinge. Ollie Robinson in for the start of his 16th over. He's 2 for 41, and manfully going through the tasks. He's back into the attack, and that one's fielded by the ubiquitous Jennings dot ball.
Pakistan playing a few more shots in the last couple of overs here. They're either sensing an opportunity or
I think
have
they are
something in mind at tea where they want to be chasing no more than 80 after tea or something.
And they might be thinking about a new ball as well. They might be thinking, well, if we get it down as quick as possible, ride out a new ball, then we've got a chance to accelerate when it gets a little bit older. But I mean, you should get about 15 overs of usefulness out of a new ball, possibly. Maybe not.
In comes Robinson again, and that one's a little fuller, and a very nice turn of the bat in his hands by Salman, and that's an on drive which goes for 4, and England beginning to leak a bit. This is not.
It is going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
It's almost like they heard you, Forthy, where you were saying that if they carry on at this scoring rate, they're not going to get to the target, and since then they've kind of doubled their scoring rate.
Sorry for putting the hex on that. Salman's now 28 and 42, which is very much the scoring rate. In comes Robinson again. What will this bring us? Wider of the crease, angles it in, and that's played absolutely straight back down the pitch. I can see that the wickets have been disturbed at the non-strikers end. I couldn't see whether there'd been any suggestion of Robinson getting a hand on it.
Well,
no, but
he was trying to convince the umpire that he got a little bit of his boot on it, but he decided against that.
But it saved 4 runs for England there because that was a lovely stroke. Didn't try and hit it too hard, but timed it perfectly.
Another quirk of the great game. Another quirk of the great game of cricket. You can hit the most perfect shot like that, and because it is the most perfect shot, you get penalised for it. Cannons into the stumps and no runs.
That's right.
So
it's a funny old game, Saint.
It's a funny old game. It's a funny old game. It really is. It's well summed up there. Thank you very much, Gary. Oh, there's a bit of a conference. What is this conference about? I'm not quite sure.
Well,
any ideas?
Ollie Robinson is convinced that it touched his trousers.
Oh, I see. Right.
I think and he's trying to convince the umpire that it touched his trouser, but it didn't. He's just lying.
He's in anyway, I think.
Yeah, he's nowhere near it.
Nowhere near.
He's a good yard off. What is going on here?
He's trying to convince the umpire. I think the batsman was back as well, so no, he didn't touch anything.
I think the other thing that I wonder if that is the first shot in the delay wars, and England are beginning to think this is getting out of their control. They might try to put a bit of a delay on things, maybe. But you're right. I mean, he's nowhere near.
If it was Cristiano Ronaldo, he'd be claiming it as a goal.
Yeah, exactly. I think
he'd be roaring off to the doing that pounce thing, irritating leopard-like pounce thing.
What's a man of 37 years of age doing that?
Well, they say never go back, and I think in Cristiano Ronaldo's case, that is case in point number 1.
Yes,
the thing is, he wants a big club, doesn't he, Ronaldo? And the thing is, he's at that point in his career where he'll be a hero at a second-rate club and score some goals. But he'll never, time marches on.
That one drifts down the leg side and quite well taken by Pope. It's as the commentators of football say, a save you'd expect him to make, but nonetheless he did take it quite neatly down the leg side.
Suddenly there's a little bit of in this game, isn't there?
There is now. Yeah, it's interesting.
Broad brows amongst the England players. They need a breakthrough.
Yes,
I mean, it's inevitable. They always need a breakthrough. Of course you do.
They
but
do.
It's beginning to look like games
Christmas.
going away. From
Oh, there's a big appeal over there. It's got to be close.
Oh my goodness, that was very full. It's
definitely going to review this.
Hit the toes of the batsman. They're surely going to review this for any number of reasons. They must review it.
Yeah, take some time out of the game anyway, because you've got 3 reviews left.
Exactly.
Because I mean, this is the thing. We got another 13 minutes before tea because they've delayed it, so you might as
It
well.
was a very full ball. The batsman, was it Salman or is it? I think it was Salman. Came down the wicket a couple of steps and it hit him on the toe. So we shall see. It was, I think,
it's going down.
Probably going down. Probably going down.
It's
yes,
going
almost.
down.
I think this is going to be close, you know.
No, I think it's going down, Gary. But because
I think it's hit in line, but it's going down.
Might just be umpire's call on the leg stump.
But as you say, Bear, it's gonna take 3 possibly crucial minutes out of play as well.
Get a chance to have a rest. Yeah, they don't look particularly excited about it now, do they?
Bit of a regroup. It's the equivalent of a tactical cramp, since we're talking about football here, isn't it?
It's hit him so low.
Yeah, but it's hit him in
I
line.
don't think light's going to be the problem. That's for sure.
Yeah, you think it's moved enough? It's got a bit of reverse swing going down the leg side.
It's going down the
I don't think it's going to even clip, but we'll find out.
No, it's hit him in front of middle. Missing.
Not by much.
Not by much, but missing.
So
Worth
they've lost
shout
the
with 3 reviews left, I think.
Exactly, and take some time out of the match. I think they would have been encouraged by the fact that Joel Wilson gave it not out as well, which always gives the bowler hope.
Very true. Very true.
A full crowd we're having. It's a very healthy crowd, which you don't always see in Test matches in the subcontinent. So that's a big tick column. It's a working day as well.
And it's not a crowd full of Barmy Army English travellers. There are some there, but it's a local crowd, which is even more pleasing to see.
Very much so. Back to Robinson's 16th over, which he's about to complete. And this is the last ball of it, assuming it's a legitimate delivery. Leg slipper's moved in, and that's turned round to the corner. A few oohs and ahs, but he clearly got the full face of the bat on it. Azhar, I think, moves on to 35. The score to 254 for 5. And over to Bear, see anything's happening on
Okay,
socials.
Madam Mahar Sharma, looking at Stokes, I feel he's thinking now that he should have batted for another 20-25 minutes before declaration. Had he done so, there would have been another situation right now. Yeah, there would have been, but exactly that, what Gary says. I mean, in the 20-25 minutes that they'd have batted, at the rate they were going, they would have scored another 40 runs. So Pakistan would now need 130 in the last session, which is going to be short anyway. It's going to be about an hour and 20 minutes. They might have felt they were too far away, and England might have only had 3 or 4 wickets at the same time. Mog says, "I'd like to."
The other thing, just to lose that, is they wouldn't be 254 for 5 now. They'd only be 224 for 5.
That's what I mean.
They'd have had less batting.
Precisely. So that it could have been 60 runs difference, and it could have been well out of the way, and then it just been shutting up shot, and we'd have been bored shitless. Mog says, "I'd like to think you'd be railing against delayed tactics regardless of Bazball TM being in play, Gary." No. Josie Oak says we're doomed. Mike Taylor says 61 runs away from the second highest ever tally of runs in a Test match, 1815, behind 1981 runs at Kingsmead, South Africa versus England, March 1939.
Yeah, and that was the famous timeless test, which went on for 10 days.
Yeah.
On the boat back to England.
Indeed, the famous boat with them six wickets down and on the brink of victory.
Yeah, but they only needed about 30 runs or something stupid like that. Anyway, good afternoon, Gorillas, said Spicy Golden Duck. Thank you for the commentary. The pace bowlers are being thwacked about a bit. Is it time for the spinners to try the spinners again? I'm not sure the spinners are going to be the answer.
Funny you should say that. It's Jack Leach time.
Ah, right, okay. Well, he's only going to get 2 overs before tea. Josie Oak says there's a novelty. Joel gets one right.
Exactly so. Would you have you were happy to see Leach being the man to come into the attack, Gary?
Well, personally, I'd rather have Leach than Will Jacks.
Well, I think England need a wicket, and as Jack's proved in the first innings, he's the more likely lad to take a wicket, I think. Well, empirically he proved it with 6 versus 2, but he also looks more likely to take a wicket. But we'll see if Leach is firing them in or if he's getting them above the eye line. Let's not prejudge.
So here he comes. He is bowling round the wicket, left arm round, and he gets that one to straighten, just the right-handed Salmon, so that's quite an encouraging start. But it was, I think, it was quite pinged in, wasn't it? He didn't give it a lot of air. Maybe that's just him sort of getting his arm into the groove.
Well, he will be pleased with that.
As long as he doesn't drop it short, which is obviously the problem. And the problem is, with the pitch being slow as it is, slightly short is less forgiving on this pitch than slightly short on other pitches. There's always a way with spinners.
Got a slip, he's got a silly mid off, and that one's pitched right up. Turns into a half volley, which is played down to the man at long on. He's about 10 yards in from the boundary, so just a single. Salmon gets off strike, he moves on to 30, as a facing. And he's got his glasses on, glasses watch. Glasses on to bowl here. Reasonably unusual. Is this when does this session finish? Do we know? 6 minutes?
No, at 53.
Yeah, 53, of course it does.
Of course, exactly. The timings in this test have been extraordinarily weird.
Which I quite like, it's very eccentric. Leach sees Azhar coming down the wicket and fires it in as his toes, and he's only able to get it out to the man at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, no run.
Back in the early days of Test cricket, I'll come to it in a minute.
Leach, 4th ball of the over. This goes a little wider maybe on the crease, and that's on pitches on off stump and straightens, but no problem for Azhar. Yes, Gary?
They finish at 53 because sort of 100 years earlier or something, the Mughal emperor once took his tea at 53 minutes past the hour, and henceforth tea is only ever taken at 53 minutes past the hour. But hopefully those days have gone.
And that one's fired in more at leg stump by Jack Leach, and it's played off his hips by Azhar. He moves on to 35 off 66. The score to 256. Pakistan need 87 runs to win on Australian bogey number, but I don't think it applies to England or Pakistan.
Any truth in the rumour that it's because it's 13 short of 100?
Yes, I think that's exactly what it is, yes. And 13 is unlucky because there were 13 around the table at the Last Supper, I believe. In comes Jack Leach. Oh my goodness, there's a big appeal, and he's been given. He has been given. Salmon has been given out. The change of bowler has done the trick. Jack Leach has got the wicket. The DRS timer is on. They must surely be
reviewed. He's called the review.
But well, almost inevitably he's called the review at this stage, although it take a little time out of the match. So let's see. It was very full, and it straightened. So there is definitely hope. And the other source of hope is it was not Joel Wilson who gave it out. So we can hope for this actually being a wicket.
Oh no, that's out, surely.
Might just be going over the top. I don't know. It's a horrible swipe across the line. Vindication for bringing the spinner on.
Well, there you go. And it was Jack Leach.
Yeah.
I don't think that is going over the top.
I don't think that is going over the top. And I think that's straightened enough. And the thing is, it's given out, so I think it has to be clipping the bails, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's middle 3/4 to 7/8 of the way up, I would suggest. Well done, Jack Leach.
Well, we shall see. It hits him right in the box. Josh on our chat thinks it's too high, and he could yet be right. We're always sometimes surprised by these things, and we go ooh ah, but it was pretty full, and it hit him on the crease. So we shall see.
This is where they go. Oh, we've run out of DRS. The electricity's gone. In which case he'd be out.
Yeah.
In which case he's out. In which case we're all happy. Well, we're not all happy.
Well, they're keeping us in bloody suspense, aren't they? Come on, get on with it. Right. Whilst we're waiting,
playing for a draw here.
Well, either way, slightly. I don't know. The thing is, England don't necessarily. If this were to be a wicket, England don't necessarily want more time to be taken out of the match because they'll fancy the win.
Well, he didn't hit it. That looks like it's straightened. You can see his leg stump through his legs. I think that's hitting middle and leg, and it's going on to hit the inside of leg stump, I reckon.
It's actually hitting a little higher than I thought.
Yeah, but he's very low.
Hits him in the stomach. It actually hits him in the stomach, but he's very low.
But he is a bit
there's
further
not
forward.
a lot's gone over the stumps. I mean, I'd be very surprised if it's gone over the stumps.
Yeah, it's going to hit.
Oh no!
It's missing.
Yeah,
At distance.
Oh.
Yeah, it did actually hit him in the stomach. So okay, and it's missed by a good 8 or 9 inches, bizarrely.
Can't believe it. Hardly anything's managed to go over the stumps the entire fucking match.
So Josh calls it.
Yeah, he is officially vindicated. Well done, Josh. Congratulations to you.
Well.
There we are. It's taken some time out of the match, which, granted there is 5 wickets down, may yet suit England. Pakistan need 87 more runs to win with 41 overs remaining. Anything happening on socials? Yeah.
Is that T? I think it is.
Well, that's not 53.
It's not 53, it's 49.
No. It looked like Ben Stokes was walking off. Maybe he was just shaking
he's just walking around in circles.
I think I said yesterday that England needed a bit of luck with DRSs. And obviously, the DRS is an algorithm. How can you get luck with a DRS? But that looks, in some ways, like a lucky DRS because you're looking at it and thinking, is the ball really going to continue up to that extent? It does look a kind of, every now and again you get a DRS that looks unusual. I'd like to see if any Jack Leach deliveries have gone that far over the stumps the whole day. Because it surely can't be many.
Okay, well, it's a bit like democracy. It's the least worst system we've got, DRS.
Oh, look, I'm a big fan of DRS. I'll take the negatives for the positives.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a chance, yeah. I mean...
Yeah, maybe there's a chance, but it must have gripped a bit in the pitch because it's certainly got more purchase and more lift than the vast majority of these deliveries.
All right, well, poor old Jack Leach thought he'd got the... We're looking at it sideways on, and quite honestly...
It looks like it's about to start coming back down again, doesn't it?
Yeah.
More or less, and that's something that DRS is poorest at predicting. Ollie Robinson in again, and this time it might have been a save he was expected to make. He didn't really make it.
It was a drop catch, mate.
Oh, okay.
Umpire has not signalled a leg by there. I think he just got a little turn around the corner.
Nibble on that.
Maybe not.
Didn't it's very hard to tell.
Well,
with Stokes' reaction, he does think he did get a little tickle on that, and from Pope shaking his head.
They're the things. A bit of DRS, and got to take half chances, quarter chances. That was about a quarter chance, I think.
No, I think it was a bit more than that. I think a decent wicketkeeper would have more than likely clung on. To be honest, it wasn't too difficult. And that's textbook forward defensive from Salman to the next ball, calming things down a touch.
I think he did well to get as far across as he did.
Okay.
That ball's going a long way away. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, he's not at full extension with the hand.
It does seem quite close. That seemed to get to him quite quickly, didn't it?
Yeah. Could have gone with 2 hands, though. I think is what you might be looking at there.
I think probably most decent wicketkeepers might have used their feet to the degree that they would have made it easier to get through with their initial footwork.
Yes,
probably what would have happened. Ollie Robinson in again, and this time, rather as the horses bolted, Ollie Pope does manage to cling on to that one, but no edge.
Well, here we go. Both people were saying 80 off the last session with 5 wickets in hand. They currently need 86 with 5 wickets in hand. This is probably going to be the last over before tea. It's 9:52. So in 1 minute it's tea, and the new ball is due in 3 overs after tea. I mean, considering this wicket, that is set up beautifully for a last session of a test match, isn't it?
Beautifully poised.
How many overs are they going to get after tea?
Probably not much more than 20, I wouldn't have thought.
Fuller ball, really nice full ball in some ways it looked better than it was because it was sort of a half volley, but defended by Salmon. What odds do you get on a tie? Do the bookmakers give odds on a tie?
They don't actually.
You probably ask.
Yeah, not on the app. You can't. Excuse me. Send an email message. What's the odds on a tie?
2 in test history in 2,400 tests, is it thereabouts?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably why they don't offer
should be
odds
quite
on
high.
it. That's again Ollie Robinson bowls. That's another 4 defensive. He's almost certainly playing for tea now, Salmon, and just counting his lucky stars that him and his partner are still there. Dot ball. Having a look at some of the wickets that have fallen earlier.
It's interesting that the catch that Ollie Pope did take down the leg side from Jimmy Anderson to get rid of him or PAK, he did go with 2 hands.
Yeah. Last ball of this
hand catch.
No, that's right. Last ball of this intriguing session. Ollie Robinson to bowl it. To Salmon, who's on 30. And the runs have dried up a bit. Goes straight through. That's a dot ball. Playing for tea. They have played for tea. Is that tea?
It should be tea. Well, do you want to know the odds going into this last session?
We would love to.
England are 10-3. The draw is 11-4. Pakistan are favourites 11-8 on.
There's not much in it though either way, is there?
No.
Isn't. But yeah, that sounds about right to me. Does that sound about right to you, Gary?
I think that it's a bit skinny on Pakistan. I think they'll have to bat well after tea. I do think that if England can take a wicket, that the shift would be quite big. Because the tail's long. So I think at best Pakistan are evens here, and I'd have them a shade odds against.
I'm going to place a bet on England at 10-3. I'm going to be optimistic.
Well, they scored 89 runs in the first session, Pakistan. They scored 88 in the second session, and they've got, I think, 87 to get. Is it 87 to get?
Yeah.
In the last session, but we've got the sun falling down below the horizon to cope with. So anything could happen in the last session. Don't go away.
I mean, this is it. They got 86 and 87, but the first session was 2.25 hours. That session was 2 hours and 10 minutes. And however many overs were both bowled in that session. This last session will be, by the time they come out, we're max of 1 hour and 40. It's going to be half an hour, 5 or 6 overs difference between the sessions. So they are going to have to speed up if they're going to win. If these two stay there, obviously, there's towards the end it'll get a lot easier for them as England get desperate. Yeah. But if England and the new ball is due in 3 overs time, so
there's a hobbling Harris Ralph. There's Nazim Shah, who was averaging 5, I think, before his first innings. There's Muhammad Ali, and there's Zahid Mahmood. There ain't a great deal to come.
No, it's a fairly long tail. Anything literally could happen from here.
Yeah.
I will see you. I'll see you after the break.
Yeah,
I'll see you in the second test.
Very good. Lovely to see you, Gary.
Okay. Ravi there says DRS is playing for a draw. Just Ideal says, how many minutes of play is the third session likely to yield? Well, I reckon just over 1.5 hours. He's laid the draw. Current odds 4.7 says Messi Jez. Black odds pack. Black odds pack? Do you mean back odds pack? Oh, black odds. I don't know what you mean by black odds. Never heard of that expression before. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, when we see how far forward Salmon was, it opens the possibility that ball bounced over the sticks. This and Azhar Ali drop have made PAK the favourites have clinched this thriller. Yeah, it has turned into a thriller, and it possibly, if it hadn't been for England, it couldn't have been a thriller. But having said that, we're going to go back to who's that weirdo?
Hershey, Papua New Guinea.
How do you spell Hershey?
Hershy.
So not of the chocolate-producing Hershey's then?
Well, I don't know. Unless I spelt it wrong. I mean, possibly when I was copying it down that I did spell it wrong.
Jason Hershey. And
that has been known to happen, I can tell you, as the man who has to then find the notes. And so this bloke doesn't even exist.
This is true. This is true. I did have Mervyn Waite down as Martin Waite for a whole week until we finally got it sorted. But Jason Hershey, Papua New Guinea, and we know that you're a big fan of associate cricket. Is he a live cricketer, a dead Papua New Guinea cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
He's a who's that weirdo.
You're absolutely right. Well done. You. What a wonderful start to the second half of Who's That Weirdo. You get
Fucking
2 points. 2 points. And what was the other thing we're going to do with it? Yeah, you've got to tell us what he did, or what he does.
He was, I believe, he was an early Australian governor of the territory whilst we still had control of it.
No, you're absolutely nowhere near. He was known as Ocean. He's a hip-hop artist, would you believe it? Tell us more, Tony.
Oh, yeah, right up my fucking alleyway.
Well, yeah, it's also rather misleading in a way, because he was born, although you're right, he is Papua New Guinean. He was born in 1978 in Spokane in Washington, and he now lives actually in Hawaii. He raps and sings most of his songs in Tok Pisin, which is PNG, that's Tok Pisin.
Stop pissing?
Tok Pisin, Tok Pisin.
Oh, sorry.
When
do you
you
know what
against the clock.
means?
I don't know. What does it mean?
It literally means talk person.
Oh,
not for well. It's Papua New Guinean
pigeon.
It's a Creole language spoken throughout Papua New Guinea. His most recent single, I can tell you, was "Mama Never Told Me," which was 2021 for Jason, or now known as Ocean.
Could you sing us a few bars of that?
I'd probably be happier if I didn't. From 1994 to 1997, as a young man, later to call himself Ocean, he did a bit of time in Washington State Prison.
He's got credibility as a rapper.
Burglary, yes. And it was there that he taught himself Tahitian. He carries a Papua New Guinea passport and a US one. So there you go. After serving his time in Washington, he moved to Hawaii, where he found work as a beach boy in the Waikiki, and began developing his music. I was tired of bubblegum reggae, he said, and "Ooh Baby, I Love You" songs. And therefore, that's when
he joined the Beach Boys. That's going to.
And that's when he decided to get into hip hop.
What is bubblegum reggae? I mean, you're an expert on these sort of musical genres, Mog. What is bubblegum reggae?
What you'll find is it very similar to the K-pop variety of kawaii.
Oh yes.
I don't know.
You don't know at all. No, you're making it up.
But you started like you shouldn't have told us you didn't.
No, we were convinced for a while.
Reggae's been sort of raped and pillaged by the West ever since people like Paul Simon and the Police do a kind of version of bubblegum reggae, don't they? It's on the offbeat, but it's
sort of is it
scar
substitute, not quite the real thing type thing, isn't it?
I thought it was
bubblegum
fluffy, ragged,
yeah.
Musical youth,
it's
like that.
Sanitised commercial.
Right, moving on with the score at Mog 4, 46. We have another Papua New Guinean. It's Liga Siaka.
Yeah.
Is Liga Siaka a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or a Who's That Weirdo?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me that one.
Do you know this one? Do you actually know this one?
I don't know.
No, right, you're so convincing. You really are.
You ought to, I mean, if you want someone who knows Papua New Guinea cricketers, get Knuckle back on.
Well, probably.
I was up with him once for Papua New Guinea versus Namibia, and he literally did seem to know all of it. Anyway, that's not helping me here. Hang on.
I think he'd flown out and met half of them himself just to make sure.
He probably has, actually, to be fair.
Well, you're surely not going to do two weirdos in a row.
Or am I?
Surely Papua New Guinea haven't been going that long playing cricket.
Sure.
And he just arrived there for live cricket.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I couldn't bluff you. He is a live cricketer. Liga Siaka is a live cricketer. And do you want to take a little guess at his name to get an extra vote?
His name or his age?
His name.
Sorry, his age. You got his name.
Have a guess at the name.
I've got his name. That would be a gimme. Our age. 36.
No, you don't even get a bonus point because you're miles away. He's 29. He's not only a cricketer who's still living. He's something else as well in his spare time. He's a fisherman. Tell us more.
Well, he is. He's 29. He's born in Port Moresby. He's an opening batsman, right-hand opening batsman. Bowls a bit of right-arm fast medium and a few leg breaks. Lega Siaka. Is it? I don't know. Is it Liga or Lega?
I don't know.
Well, he's the brother of Honey
Siaka,
who was also in the squad for the Under-19 World Cup in New Zealand. And he does combine working with cricket. So it would be a shame if he was brother of Alan Lamb. That would be even better, wouldn't it? Then he'd be Lega Lamb.
Hey.
Yes, he combines cricket with working as fisherman and compares his style of play to Michael Clarke.
Oh, poor bastard.
He's only played 7 first-class games, but 47 ODIs where he averages nearly 20, and 27 T20s where he averages only 13 and a half. His most recent T20 was versus the USA in Bulawayo. This year he made 28. And his most recent ODI was in Windhoek versus the US a few days ago, in fact, in November. And he only made 5.
That's a terrible shame, isn't it? That's a terrible shame.
Can I ask a bonus point?
Oh, well, maybe. Yeah, go on. Try.
Well, he was born in Port Moresby. What is Port Moresby also known as?
I don't know. Anyone got any ideas? I don't know what Port Moresby is.
It's also known as the capital of Papua New Guinea, I suppose.
Also known as Cheryl?
No. It's also known, referred to as Pom City.
Pom City?
Pom City.
Is it full of poms? I imagine. I think not. Fred's been to Papua New Guinea a couple of times, hasn't he? And they let him out.
Has everyone left?
Amazing but true. The scores move on at the end of that particular segment to 8 for Forthy and 4 for Mog.
Can I get a bonus point because I've done a jingle for Legacy Aka?
Yeah, you can. And did you know him when?
Yeah.
You
of course I knew him.
I'm going to give you.
I thought that when I was going through the list. I thought, I surely know this place.
It's so unlucky you didn't get it referred.
I remember
to,
that.
aren't you?
I was watching him play only like that game against the US not that long ago.
Oh,
I shit you not.
That is tragic.
What's his jingle rock? As his jingle go?
It's over the top of. I may have borrowed something from a Napalm Death instrumental.
Oh, of course.
And the lyrics and vocal delivery is a little bit operatic, so I probably can't do it at this time of night.
Okay. I do know something about Napalm Death, which I'm sure you also know, which they're responsible for the shortest song of all time, according to Mr.
Yes, the lyrics of which are "You suffer, but why?"
They're absolutely right, and I totally go along with that.
Cancel it out. That's a bonus point each, surely.
All right, I'll give bonus point each. Yeah. Very good. I'm going to make a 1.5 to Mog.
That was on side B of their first album, Scum.
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
Which is also notable for having a completely different lineup to that which recorded side A.
Oh, yes.
Is it like the musical equivalent of T10? Make it so short, it's hardly worth doing.
Do they have some?
It's more it's like a what are those stupid golden ball things called? They're called golden balls.
I thought perhaps maybe it was a concussion substitute, but there you go. Back to Mog. The next name that you have to pore over and consider after your unfortunate inability to be able to say about Legacy Aka. Is it Lega or Liga? Did we decide? Did you decide?
Lega.
Lega.
I've got Lega.
Okay. Right, the next name is Avidesh Samaru, West Indies. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Avidesh Samaru.
He's clearly Guyanan, and I'm going to suggest that he is in fact a dead cricketer.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It goes over to 40 for a bonus point.
I was only suggesting it. I wasn't giving that as much.
Oh, I sound very clever, very clever. No, well, I'm sorry. If you look in the fine print, I think in the contract that I sent over to you, you'll find that that's not allowed. So it's over to you, 40. Is he a live cricketer or is he a weirdo?
Well, we haven't done a weirdo for a bit. I'll go weirdo.
You see, you can't just do it on patterns because I'm far too clever for that. So you're absolutely wrong as well. He does turn out to be a live cricketer. What do we know about Avidesh Samaru, Tony?
He's very much alive. He's West Indian. He's 44 years old. He was born in Trinidad in 1978. Bowls left arm wrist spin, but bats right-handed. He's played 12 first-class games for Trinidad and Tobago. Highest score of 25, best bowling performance of 4 for 44.
Not bad.
And he's represented once the West Indies Cricket Board. And I think he made in 1995 he made 34 runs and took 3 wickets in a West Indies A for West Indies A twice as well.
There you go. So not a bad career. For a man.
Fairly brief, but yes.
But he's very definitely not Guyanese. He's Trinidad and Tobago. I'm amazed he didn't know more. Moving back to who would have thought. Back to 40 then. Here you go. Okay. Here you go, mate. Cameron Iqbal Lone. Cameron Iqbal Lone, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? And he or she is from India.
Could you spell the surname, please, Alexander?
Yes, the surname Lone, Lone, as in Lone Ranger. And then the Cameron is with a Q rather than a K. Cameron Lone. Or perhaps Lone, who knows? Don't know. I'm not sure.
With a Q?
Yeah, they've got a Q in there, yeah.
I mean, old people don't get called Cameron with a Q.
No.
But Cameron with a Q, though, that sounds like a bit like a rapper or something. So that doesn't sound like it. Sounds like someone who's got pretensions in life, and cricketers don't tend to have pretensions. So I'm going to say weirdo.
Absolutely wrong. It's not a weirdo, so it goes over the Mog for a crucial potential bonus point. Cameron Iqbal Lone, is he a live cricketer or she a dead cricketer?
Well, it's clearly not going to be a weirdo because we've already had one rapper on the quiz thus far.
Yeah.
So by process of elimination, that means.
You don't know which way to go, do you?
Live cricketer.
Yes! You are absolutely right.
Fucking hell.
Lone is a live cricketer, and for a bonus point, Mog, that sees you coming up on the stand side, can you tell us how old Cameron Iqbal Lone is right now? Tough. You can get it on the mark. If you get it on the mark, you get a 4. You'll overtake 40. I've never seen this is the first big comeback we've had in a weirdo competition so far. This could be brilliant to be overhauled from a 6-2 interval lead.
Look at those beads of sweat appearing on 40's forehead.
Yeah, he's really.
This is serious business.
Glasses have steamed up. Really fighting his nails.
57.
No, he's not 57. He's nowhere near 57.
Oh God, is he 17?
He's 21.
Oh,
He's 21. Cameron Iqbal Lone from India is 21. He's well and truly alive, and Tony has more information about him.
Yes, I do. He is, as you rightly say, 21. He was born in Srinagar in Kashmir, represents Jammu and Kashmir. He's an opening batsman, right-handed. He's a bit of an up-and-coming star on the valley of Jammu and Kashmir. He's only the third cricketer from the state to hold the limelight after Parvez Rasool and Manzoor Dar. So there you go. Had a very good day today. He's a tall lad. Made it into the 30 probables for the under-19s, but failed to make the cut in that 15-man squad. But he's got plenty of time. Age is just 21. Time is on his side.
Well, there you go. It's boiling up into an absolutely stunning match, this one. It's so tense. I can barely get the words out. The score is Mog 7.5, 49. But this might just be up Mog's street, because the next name we have on the list is Caroline Arthur, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Caroline Arthur. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Really crucial. You can hear the tension could be cut with a knife. Everything's gone very, very quiet indeed, unlike a Mog jingle. I've never seen Mog so quiet. I can see thoughts ticking across his forehead.
Oh, it's my turn.
It's your turn, Mog. Yeah, sorry. Oh, you were just meditating. Okay. Caroline Arthur.
Caroline Arthur is a Who's That Weirdo?
Yes, you're absolutely right. She is a Who's That Weirdo. Do you actually know who she is?
No.
No, you don't know who she is, but you guessed correctly then. Caroline Arthur is a Who's That Weirdo. And tell me, Tony, just how much of a weirdo is she?
Shouldn't I be guessing who she is, what she does?
Oh, yes, of course, sorry.
Kako leaving any points on the table at this stage.
Absolutely. You can guess what she does.
This will take you into the lead.
She is in the political sphere. She was, I'm not going to say outright a politician.
Right.
But I'm going to say an influential figure in state politics.
Well, put it this way, she does have an influential figure, but not in the way that you're thinking. Tell us why, Tony.
Well, I'm surprised that the two of you haven't actually seen her about. She currently lives in Melbourne. She's 45 years old.
There's only 4 million people here, so we're bound to
bump into each other.
Would you recognise her if you saw her?
We're not a bloody country town, you know.
She a cricketer she filled at long leg. And I quite like the up your street Rawalpindi, which I think was intentional.
No, it wasn't actually.
But it was very clever, unintentionally. She's a mother of two. She claims to have the longest legs in Australia. Although she's only 186 centimeters tall, which you'll very quickly work out is 6'2", her legs are 4'4" when measured from hip to heel. So her legs.
So that local from Melbourne that you've never met, huh? He was only 4'4". Right, Fourthy, you're not actually on. James, you're supposed to be on with Messi and myself. You're according to this you're doing the next ball by ball, Fourthy. James. I did just let you in, didn't I?
He's there. He's just he's
Come on,
polishing
James.
his Woodstock. He's polishing his Woodstock bats.
Right. Well, okay. Here he
Hello.
is. Morning.
I was just settling in to listen to you. I didn't quite realise I was jumping on.
Yeah, you're first up. We've had a change of rotor because they had a late tea.
I feel like the Jack Leach of the team coming in there. I didn't realise I was going to get a bowl so
exactly.
quickly.
Glory hunting at the end of the game, huh?
And am I doing ball by ball as you're informing me?
Yes, you are.
You've got the glasses on, which is appropriate.
Yeah, I need the glasses, otherwise we're going to miss out. We're going to miss out on all this action. What did you both make of that previous session then?
It's quite exciting stuff, really.
Yeah,
considering what this could have been.
England were very clever to slow it down. They only bowled 25 overs, which is much less than you've seen in any previous game.
Well, the man who only got a slight bite of the action is coming in here. Jack Leach bowls it in Azhar, tickers it away on the offside. It felt unbearably tense. I thought that the whole of it, the will they, won't they, will they nick it, will they not nick it. Jack Leach here, spinning it up again, plods into the crease as is his way. Bowls again nicely on the spot. When Jack Leach doesn't pitch it short, I always feel like it's a slight victory.
Yeah, he does tend. Well, yeah, because his bowl's flat and the pitch is slow. You see.
Yeah, here he comes again, fiddling with the ball. Plods up again. Throws it, darts it in. Again, just padded out. They think about taking a single, but that would surely be absolute cricketing suicide. Sorry, Bear, you were saying.
Well, yeah. It's actually starting to turn a little bit more now.
Yeah.
It has to be said. Finally, with
it
an hour to go. Well,
yes, you need.
Yeah.
It's worth the risk, isn't it? At the moment. I mean, well, we still could lose, of course, but it would be nice for him to take the advantage. Stokes is buggering around with the field a little bit as Leach comes in there. Maybe a tiny bit more air. As it patted out on the offside. And Leach perhaps refamiliarising himself with bowling in this innings after just being lost in the field for so much time this morning. Still looks very confused, so he doesn't quite know what he's about to do. Yeah, you're about to bowl, Jack. In you go, my son. A little bit wider this time, and it's that just spanned quite a lot and bounced. It bounced almost as much as the LBW that wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, hardly any ball has gone over the top of the stumps the entire bloody test, and the one that's given out LBW happened to be going over.
But it did bounce because that's why it hit him in the chest and not in the ball.
Yeah.
And as we were discussing, this Leach completes his over and
it's a maiden
out his ear
for
the same process. Messi, what's happening on social?
Spicy Golden Duck says of the question asked at lunchtime about oranges on Christmas trees, he says, I think it's a bit of a traditional thing. Dried orange slices look a bit crap but smell nice. Madan Mohan Sharma says, in 1949, England were chasing 361 against the West Indies to win in the fourth innings at Mumbai. When bad light stopped the match, India were 355 for 8, i.e. 6 runs short. I think today the same result will be repeated.
There's a chance that might well happen.
Yeah, because I think when England feel under threat and the light's dodgy, they'll demand fast bowlers and they'll go off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine that'll suddenly, when they find little bits wrong with the ball, their shoes will need tying up. Physio will have to run on for a strain. As talking of strain, here's Robinson coming into the crease like a ploughman. Halfway pitch down the pitch, goes over the top of a ducking salmon. I know Robinson's fitness is so much better, but he still looks to me like someone who should be sponsored by Frey Bentos.
A little bit.
Don't get me wrong, I love Frey Bentos.
I used to love a stodgy
the corned beef, I take it.
Yeah, we are obviously connoisseurs when it comes to food in this trio. You can't be a good bad pie, and I think Robinson would agree with us.
I think Ravi and I would like to have him sponsored by a pork pie company, to be honest.
Oh, that would be lovely. As he comes in again, it's another half track. It goes down the leg. There's a stifled appeal there. They've been kind of looking for some strangles this morning, haven't they? Like sort of Jack Ripper in cricket.
Yeah,
terms.
well, it's one of the few ways you might get someone out, a little tickle down the leg side, but you've got to get it just right. I mean, they did get Imam like that this morning, but he was nowhere near that.
No, absolutely nowhere near that, and it felt like a lot of effort went into no return there. Robinson mops his brow, looks pained, thinks, why did I come back to Test cricket?
Well, the one thing that is going on is it's not actually that hot. I mean, it's about 20 degrees.
Yeah, as he comes again, the reception here is getting quite bad, so I'm looking at this like it's a flicker book, but I believe it was a single there with Keaton Jennings, the permanent substitute fielder.
No, they didn't go for a run.
Didn't they go for it in the end?
No.
I was a nice surprise there. I might have to do this off the TV. I think as Robinson comes in again. No, that's TV's behind this stream, so I was about to commentate on exactly the same ball.
You're watching on Now TV or some sort of streaming service, you see?
Well, I'm not. I'm just my Wi-Fi's obviously absolutely shit. As Robinson comes in again, suddenly he's smooth as Jack Leach's pape, and he attempts another bouncer, but to get underneath the bouncer at this time is rather like getting underneath the bouncer who's had 10 pints in a nightclub. It's easy.
Yeah.
They look unflustered, don't they? And understandably so, Salman and Azay Ali.
Well, you're only going to get yourself out in these circumstances, aren't you?
Yes. I think that's it. It's a question of concentration, isn't it? And a little bit of flawed technique. Robinson lets out another sigh, trundles into the crease again, down the leg again, flicked out. We sort of feel like we've sort of hardly returned to the pitch after tea, perhaps. Everyone just seems to be sort of easing into the day.
I thought he flicked that finer and it was going to go to the leg slip for a second there.
I like your positivity.
Yeah.
We need a bit. Well, look, in terms of positivity, right? If they get one wicket here, we are then into the tail.
Yes.
And a long tail.
And a new ball is due in 1.1 overs.
So if they could nick something, let's be really super positive in the next over or so. Oh, and he tried to drive that out on the off then, but it went to the leg. Everyone throws their hands up in the air as though they're at a Take That concert, but to no avail, unfortunately. And that's the end of the over. Messi, what you got for us?
Well, I stirred Ravi from his nest. Ravi knows did someone mention pork pie?
I love
Ravi and I
pie.
share a passion for pork pie.
I love pork pie.
I think Ravi's a connoisseur, but I actually like Sainsbury's pork pies. I think they're
okay.
Good when fresh.
Any pork pie that's got a crispy outside is good. You have to have it with salad cream for me, though. Not
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I like it
Can't
pure.
get a decent pork pie for love or money in Australia. They're a very English thing.
Yes, they feel very English.
And people don't understand that here.
No, prawns on a barbie.
As Stephen Kelp says, it's lovely to see a test match go to the final session of the fifth day. And Don Diego says, okay, hoping for a wee bit of luck for England.
Yes, and as we were talking there, Jack Leach came in and Azhar Ali went to dance down the wicket slightly, but to no avail. Yes, it is really nice for it to go to the last session, but there's still to be tension. It's Jack Leach, the provider of tension. Azhar Ali is determined here to do a bit of a marathon, walk down the pitch to Leach as he's bowling.
Duckett's warming up. What the fuck?
Warming up for Panto season. Ben Duckett as Leach comes in again. Throws it in this time. Azar stays in his crease, and that turns out to be a more productive tactic as he slaps it down the ground for a single. Jack Leach doing some absolutely first-class mouth breathing, just adding to the sadness I feel every time I see him. That I just want to give him a hug. But I just feel so sorry.
Your empathy is spilling out.
Yeah, it's actually. As we go again, Leach, number 77, walks into the crease, throws it out, and Salmon just pats that out again to is that Jennings fielding there. It's an absurdly tall man. Talking of absurdly tall men and absurdly small people, it turns out that Ben Duckett is not that small. It's just he plays with a team of giants.
Oh, really?
Here comes Leach again, plodding along, little hop and a skip. Beautiful textbook Salmon forward defensive there. That's going on. I think Pakistan have come out with some intent here, showing what they intend to do in this 20 or so overs. That we've
nothing?
Got yeah, absolutely fuck all.
Well, I mean, I think there's a real consciousness of the danger after the break.
Yes.
And I think what's happened in the past is it's loosened up as time's gone on after the break, and they'll just see whether the runs come. Because as I said earlier, this is a natural 3 and over wicket.
Yes.
And I think they're still in with a chance, even if they don't score too many in the first half hour.
I think it's a good shout. As you're talking, Messi, do you want to carry on and tell us what's happening in the social world?
Not a lot. The light roller says, well, this is an exciting finish. I was just going to say, John, I saw your boy Josh De Silva made a few runs in Perth yesterday and flashing the Woodstock blade with great pride. I noticed the branding on the back of the bat is particularly appropriate for stunt camp.
Designed that way, I'm sure, John.
Yeah.
Well, here we are
Nice
again
to
with
see.
Robinson. It says a lot about this pitch that he starts every delivery with a sigh. As he comes in again, bit of a half tracker, pulled out to the boundary where it's easily fielded there. It's up by Crawley and thrown in. Robinson looking dishevelled now. He does look like the Brit who's woken up in the wrong room on holiday.
Well, the second new ball is available.
Well, what do we get? Yeah, surely they have to take it on the basis of just how they've approached this match so far, of trying everything. Surely you would try that.
Yeah.
What do we think?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I think they might be
Absolutely.
giving it a couple of overs with the old ball just to see what happens with it. Oh!
I think
What happens there? He's bowled him, has he?
No.
No, it's LBW. There's a big appeal there from Robinson, who seems absolutely convinced. It really jabbed back. Stokes looks as though he cannot quite believe that a finger
Might
hasn't
as well
shot
go
up
for it.
into the air there. But he's not certain enough to be showing the signs that he's going to review.
Yeah,
Like
they
I said,
have reviewed.
He has done it in the most subtle of ways. In the same way that Andrew Strauss used to clump a fist towards his forearm, Ben Stokes has a rather secretive tee just with his hands.
Yeah, just secretly down here.
Yeah,
now,
it's,
the question,
what do we think?
Well, the question is here, did he actually jab his bat down into it, or did it just cut back and hit him in the pads?
Here we're seeing
No,
it jab
that's-
it straight onto the pads, yeah?
Yeah.
Could be umpire's call.
Oh, that's missing leg.
You think?
Missing leg, says Messi.
I don't know. This
back
one I
too
don't
much.
think is going over.
Yeah, well, when we see DRS, it's probably going to go over by 3 feet.
Yeah, well,
on
no.
the basis of the
Yeah,
last
see-
one. But yes, I think missing leg or umpire's call. I'd be surprised if
Yeah.
this was that. But it's a real bite off the pitch all of a sudden.
Just the odd one, isn't it?
It is just the other one. Here we see again. It really
I don't
does
know.
jag a long way. It actually hits the front pad first, doesn't it? Not the back one.
It's
We're
cut
seeing
back too far.
Yeah, I think so. That would be my.
I don't know. This is going to be close. It's going to be close. It's hit me in front and middle and off, you know. He's on
There, I'm breathing in the fumes of positivity from you. Please carry on.
Come on, leg stump. Yes!
Yes!
Get in!
Hitting leg stump. There's 2 miserable people commentating here, and one person whose sheer positivity has forced this. The decision is overturned. We see people in the crowd with their head in their hands, and Brendan McCullum celebrates by putting a white trainered foot up on the rail. That is about as far as it went, but he's out. Salmon is out for the 30.
Crowd says
Looked quite close, and it was quite. I mean, I originally, because it came back so far, I thought he jabbed his bat.
Yeah.
That's why it was a bit kind of like. But if he missed it completely, it was going to be close.
Beautiful.
How did he suddenly get that to come back so far? I mean,
Well, there are cracks on the pitch; they just haven't opened up. So I guess if you manage to hit one just right, you get a little bit of something.
Yes, the pitch strikes me as it's like a person who's just always calm and never really does anything, and then goes batshit crazy, and just and you, what the hell are you doing?
Well,
But
now
that moved a mile, didn't it? That
it
was
did.
fantastic, and this really changes things now, doesn't it?
Well, it does. It's interesting, isn't it? Because Harris Ralph is next man in, which we'll give him a jingle now. Except for
Nassim.
But they've sent out Nassim, so we'll give him a jingle too.
When Nassim Shah left home, he said to his dad that you're the man of the house now, because Nassim Shah is just that good.
Now the question is, you've broken open one end. Do you take the new ball?
Yeah,
I reckon you give Leach one over with the new ball.
Yes, I'd agree with that. Yeah, don't forget about Leach.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, Nazim might certainly Nazim and Harris might be prepared to take on a spinner.
Although Nassim has come in with a statement of intent here by not practicing a shot but practicing a leave straight away as Robinson comes into him. It's Yorker length. Now they're appealing for a caught behind there, are they?
How did that miss the stumps?
It's really great, and it seemed, I don't know if it was, but it seemed about 5 miles an hour quicker. They're showing the stumps undisturbed.
Oh, I think that went off the side of the stumps.
Absolutely astonishing. There'll be a little kiss mark on the stumps there. Robinson's actually pleading with the stumps. He looks disappointed by them, like it's a Buster Keaton style complaining about machines. I thought he was complaining to the umpire, but
that has hit the stumps. That's edged the stumps.
It's amazing how often that happens. There was one in Perth that hit the bail the day before yesterday.
Here comes Robinson again, out to attack his enemy, the stumps. Again, pitched up, but this time, Nassim, the Disney prince, hats it out more easily. Stokes now in full marshalling mode, isn't he? Arms aloft, like Freddie Mercury. We'll see here with Ultra Edge to see if it hit the stumps here. It did. Absolutely, it did. Massive sound wave. That's incredible. They can't believe it. They can't believe it. Stokes' arms at the end of the day are going to need their own personal ice bath. He's like a scarecrow in the wind at the moment, moving the field around.
Well, England moved from 3-1 to even money with that wicket.
Okay.
I've got him at 10-3, Messi.
Here comes Robinson again, pitched up. Nassim plays that out defensively, practices another defensive stroke there, so to say, I'm not going anywhere. We're just seeing a repeat of the a replay of the wicket. Absolutely astonishing how much it moved off the surface. And then we see the England players celebrating like they heard Piers Morgan got his arm broken by Brett Lee. Absolutely beautiful scenes.
How long have you been working on that one, John?
I haven't. It just came to me. Brilliant. I was thinking about Piers Morgan this morning. As he comes in, Robinson again, and again substantial movement off the deck there. The seam didn't play at it, and he got away with one there, I think. Fantastic over by Robinson. Messi, over to you.
Mike Taylor says, check out Mrs. King's Melton Mowbray pork pies at Borough Market, voted the best in the world. Mouth-wateringly delicious and eye-wateringly expensive, and we are open to sponsorship at any time.
Well,
Warren says, haven't been tuned in much today. What news on the over-under for Woi Woi Pom's doomed? And Josie Oak says, we're doomed. And will the bear refrain from shouting down the mic? It disturbed my neighbour.
Very good.
Fuck off.
And Leah says, oh dear, English supporters will be unbelievably smug and upbeat until Friday, won't they? And Mog says, fucking 3-ton zing bales.
Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah. Yes, I think he's got it there, hasn't he? Yeah, no, I come from Nottingham, and in Nottingham, pork farms used to be such a big deal in their pork pies. They were shit, to be honest. But Lace and pork pies kept Nottingham going for a long time. As Leach comes in again, he's hitting the spot, isn't he? Better length and accuracy than previously.
He hasn't taken the new ball, has he?
No,
I don't think so.
They've got to take it at some point, though.
They must do. This is the opportunity, isn't it? As Leach comes in again on the spot, stroked out onto the offside by Azhar Ali, and they saunter through for a one there.
My thoughts on this are the longer they can leave Jimmy and Stokes are obviously going to take the new ball now. Then if Robinson is bowling now, right? So they give them 6, 7, 8 overs here to try and get a breakthrough. They've got a breakthrough. Gives them that extra time to rest, and then maybe they can bowl through to the end with the new ball.
Yeah, I think that's a good
couple of 6 over spells each. Is 12 overs. If these guys bowl 8, that's 20. That should take pretty much through to the end. If they can pick up another wicket.
There's a concern, obviously, about more runs coming off the hard ball.
Yeah, it comes into Naseem here. Naseem, who's got a fair bit of company around him right now, as you might imagine, and a bat that is splodged with so much red, it looks like he's had an argument with Jackson Pollock. As Leach comes in once more, a little bit more towards the leg stump and darted in there, and Naseem keeps this out. We're not expecting too much from Naseem here, are we? A batting average of 6.45.
Not really.
But I guess
long
he's just
tail.
blocking. Leach in once more. Again, more towards the leg. Again, darted in there. Again, patted out, and he touches his helmet as though for good luck. So you see Stokes, keen, rodent bike, ready for a catch, assuming one will come. Let's hope so. Leach in again, darted in as before. He's bowling sort of the same delivery every single time. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's
it's never a bad thing. It's not like else you can do. You want to get consistency. The problem is, if he does 2 overs of blocking like that, you might as well just take the new ball because he's not going to get anything to spit, turn, do anything drastic. He's not going to take any chances. You might as well go and take the new ball.
Leach has finished his over. Messi, what's happening in the Twitterverse?
Mog shows his colours. He says, it may just be my contrarian nature, but I hope Pakistan does win just to stick it to you Englanders.
Fuck off, Mog. Fuck off.
I'm with Mog entirely on this one.
Of course you are, you bloody Australians.
I still think it was a really irresponsible declaration, and I'm not shifting from that, even if England win.
I don't think it's
irresponsible. I like that intransigence from you.
It was sporting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm an old fuddy-duddy. I'm old enough to be a fuddy-duddy.
Yeah, exactly. I have license to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I will stick
still
with
no new ball. Doesn't look like that.
No, that's what I mean. I think they're gonna bowl out Ollie Robinson and then Stokes and Anderson, because I mean they get a decent rest then. They've had tea off. They're probably good rub down at tea, and then they get another half an hour off here. They'd have had an hour or so since they last bowled.
Yeah,
might be enough to take them through to the end.
Yeah. No, and Stokes is their bear. He's emanating so much positivity.
Absolutely.
On the ground, he's double thumbs upping like Paul McCartney at the Brit Awards. As Robinson comes in again to Azhar Ali. He's taken a deliberate tactic there with, was it Rooter leg slip, and they have got him. Azhar Ali has gone, and Stokes is exhilarated, as are the whole team here. Fantastic.
That is fantastic.
Wow.
And not a strangle at all. That was a deliberate tactic to get him substantially a little bit more bounce actually this time, and snatched really nicely by Joe Root, who caught it and jumped up in the air and threw it sky high all in one movement.
Didn't have to move, did he?
No, he didn't. I don't think Robinson knew what to do with himself there. Just running through several embraces to get to Root. Well done, Azhar Ali, though. If he does have a broken finger, he's done ever so well, hasn't he?
Well, he has indeed. And you know what? That's both ends open as well.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? That's the mass opportunity.
Now, take the new ball now.
Yeah,
now, take the new ball.
So there's a really interesting tweet that Ajit from Armchair Cricket Podcast posted as that ball was being bowled. He said, "One feels Nazim Shah is better off looking to score rather than holding on to one end. The onus of holding the end and take Pakistan to win falls on Azhar Ali."
Well, a bit late for that one, Atif. I mean,
Yeah, sorry. It's funny how tweets can become old news so quickly within the space of a delivery. As soon as it's been sent, suddenly it's history. But yeah, I mean, fantastic. They've opened up both ends up here. How is Haris Rafan? Do we know? Is he still carrying a bit of a knock, or am I just
he's got a. Oh well, they're not sending him out, so they're setting Mahmood. Well, apparently he's a blocker. Well, he's pulled a quad, I think. Haris Ralph, which is why he didn't bowl. Let's give him a jingle for Zahid.
But I know sometimes I must get out to his flight. Don't leave him behind. Mahmoud Zahid is alright.
While we were jingling, then Robinson came and bowled a kind of a floaty Yorker that he kept out quite easy. He's having a hell of a debut, Zahid Mahmood, isn't he? He has been spanked around for an enormous amount of runs when he was bowling, and now he's coming in a pressure cooker situation with his batting, which is not exactly his strongest suit.
No.
As Robinson comes in again, nice direction here once more, sort of middle and leg. It's patted out here to short leg. I think that's still Jennings there. We keep seeing shots of Stokes celebrating like a nodding dog on a Formula One car. He just cannot believe it. If England win this match, I know he won't be, but there's an argument to say that he could be man of the match for his captaincy.
I think Zahid Mahmood should get it for taking 6 for 315 in this match.
That's the thing that changed Test cricket. As Robinson comes in again, a bit more bounce this time, fended off his hips by Mahmood. There's lots of high-fiving between Jennings and Brooke, the helmet twins, right next to each other, crowding the bat there. Nice to see so many helmets on the ground. Sure,
by the way, not to miss an opportunity, Tony Bishop tweeted, "Blind Joel strikes again" with that previous.
He's a fan of Joel's, isn't he?
We all know that Joel's blind.
Yeah. Oh, Robinson comes in, and Robinson comes in and he's fended off round about his throat by Mahmood. He's finding a bit more bounce here, isn't he? He's got a spring in his step.
Not surprising when you take 2 really important wickets straight after tea, and you've still got and they've now got about an hour and 10 minutes to get 3 wickets, and all of them are tail enders.
And also, let's not forget, his figures are 4 for 48 now, which is a remarkable effort when they're essentially playing on plasticine. As he comes in, oh no, he thought he was coming in again, then just aborted Mahmood, just sorting out his arm guard there. Incredibly large arm guard as well, the sort of size that only a tail ender would have.
Chest guard, arm guard.
Got everything. Got everything you can have. But I love the energy Stokes is bringing. He's still laughing, still treating this as though it's a larky Sunday game in the local leagues. As Robinson comes in again, slightly outside off this time, dug in sort of Yorker length. It's just patted out onto the offside by Mahmood. Yeah, you sense that they've sort of gone full tortoise now into their shells. Messi, what's happening in Twitter?
Well, I'm not sure how to deal with this one. Mike Taylor says, "Messi, were it not for Stokes' irresponsible declaration, as he put it, I wouldn't even be listening to you now. I mean, Peter Eustainoff, Messi, you are not." I'm shattered. Well, I'm sort of relieved, because if I was, I would have been dead for 18 years. But, you know.
Do you want to be Peter Eustainoff?
Don't pull your punches, Mike. Don't pull your punches. Now, I think actually Jono's got Peter Eustainoff's gift of the gab much better than I.
Here we go, right, Anderson is coming on now. Now, is he going to have a couple with the old ball and then take the new one?
Maybe he's going to have a couple of warm-up balls with the old ball.
Yeah,
well, maybe they think the old ball is reversing and it's skidding on and it's, you know.
Well, on the basis of what Robinson's been doing with it, it's worth Anderson having a look, isn't it? As he comes in again, bowls it, of course, sort of on the money. It may be a little bit too much leg, and it's kind of slapped down or tickled down there to the leg side boundary just for a single run. Anderson already looks pissed off with the whole situation.
Pissed off.
It's exactly what you want from it. And Stokes again, all hands and arms here, really directing things, isn't he? He's suggesting a field change here, which Anderson seems uncertain about.
Nah, he's just shaking his head going, nah.
Nah. Yeah, I've listened to you, I've respected you, but I'm going to do what I want to do. Thus speaks the voice of experience. I know what I'm doing. I've got a fair few test wickets in case you didn't realise. As he comes in again. Oh yeah, they're getting a bit of reverse here, aren't they? I think they might carry on with this for a little while. What do we think?
Why not?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Anderson is probably going to decide when they take it, if they take it.
Yes.
If he thinks this is going to do a job for him, he'll carry on with it. If he doesn't, my God, will he tell Stokes quite quickly. So we're being reminded here of the Robinson wicket. It's absolutely fantastic. I wouldn't want to get in the way of him when he was celebrating.
Yeah, he's a big lad.
As Anderson comes in again, yeah, he's finding some shape here on the money, then breaking out onto the offside. Mahmood looks incredibly cagey about this whole thing. This is now becoming a bit of a fetish for him, his arm guard. He keeps repositioning it at the end of every ball. I don't know if he's touching it for good luck.
And it's amazing. It's amazing how quickly 82, 85 runs look so far away. At tee, with 5 wickets in hand, it looked like they could get that quite easily. Now they were favourites. They were favourites.
Maybe now's the time to put on your run-out bit there.
Well, yeah. Do you think they're going to actually run anything though?
I don't know. Dave Woods, I love our fucking tweeters. He says pulled a quad. Sounds like he got lucky with 2 pairs of Siamese twins.
I think we have to use the term conjoined nowadays. But we get.
Oh, jeez. That's getting weird.
Yeah. Yes. That's we don't want to go in there. That's going too far. Now, did you see Stokes warming up there, or am I just imagining?
Nope, you did.
Anderson coming in again, more down the leg side. Remember, we've still got that leg slip in there. To be fair to Mahmood, he hasn't looked massively threatened this over so far.
No, and that's where I think the little extra zip from the new ball might get a little extra bounce.
Yeah.
A bowl the odd short ball that'll, they won't feel comfortable with.
Well, at least Jimmy knows he's going to get a week off after this.
Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would. Yeah. You probably will get a week off.
Comes in again, pitch shorter this time. Just played out there onto the leg side where Keaton Jennings takes it underneath the lid.
The flip side.
Over to you.
The flip side of that is before you
we're
go
actually
there.
due a change.
We are due a change. Yes, James. Oh no, it's on the WhatsApp, isn't it now?
Oh, yeah.
Bear, you're on tweets, and Joshua Letchford is the next tweet.
Who says Bear, license to pub.
Bear,
Yes.
Bear, I feel like you're my... Thank you. I feel like you're having to be my parents telling me what to do.
Yeah, don't you worry about it.
James, you stay in the car. We'll take your sister into the hospital now.
Just stay there. That's all you've got to do.
Well, I'm doing the last ball by ball probably of the day.
Am I doing this ball by ball?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay, Robinson, 4 for 48 of 20 overs so far, and he's I think he's bowled a ball.
I think he bowled. Yeah.
I was just thinking on your point there, James. I mean, actually, when you look at the scorecard, the full scorecard, in the first innings, for fuck's sake, if the thing will work. Jimmy's bowled 19 overs in this innings, and he bowled 22 in the first. So he's only bowled 44 overs over the space of 5 days. It's not a huge amount.
No, it's a quick session in the gym for someone of Jimmy's athletic ability. That's a backward defensive. Backward defensive shot from Mahmood. Just having a look at the chat. Quite a funny little message came through.
And And I would say it's not like it's the heat of, it's not like it's 30 degrees, 35 degrees like you get some places in the world where playing in subcontinental conditions and it's really humid and it's really hard. So they might be all right for Friday. You never know.
Yeah. Whatever else we can say, it does look as if Pakistan have got into full-on defensive mode. Would we say?
Yeah.
That's another defensive shot from Mahmood. I don't think they can win this match anymore.
Yeah.
No.
Full-on testudo. Full-on.
Yeah,
well, exactly. But then surely you just take the new ball now, don't you? You want something to happen. It's not reverse.
You've just taken 2 wickets for the old one. It's less straightforward than it was 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. But
And Anderson's been getting some movement from it in that first over, yeah.
Anyway, in comes Robinson, bowls it slightly wider of the crease, and that's played straight back by Mahmood to Robinson, who fields with his feet, World Cup style. I don't know what you've done to get into Tony's good books, James, but you're really hogging this last last period. Yeah, you're up. You've got 3 out of the 4 sessions. Tony absolutely loves you.
Yeah,
that's kind
glory
of
hunting at the end of the game, isn't he?
Other stuff I've got to do, but
what I want to know is what are on those things behind you on the wall? They're either your kids, like revision sessions, or something to do with work, aren't they?
Well, I'll tell you in a second. We had this discussion yesterday.
We did indeed. I dismissed them as modern art. Dismissive.
And I think Porthy's close to the truth. I do have a picture.
There's a dot ball, by the way. Dot ball.
Sorry,
Dot ball
I do have a picture that's like drawn in a kind of crude way of like a mouth open with loads of rotten teeth that I took it to be framed, and the guy said, "Oh, God, your kids are pretty good at art, aren't they?" No, actually, it's meant to be a proper thing, but thank you.
Yeah.
Look how close Jennings is.
It's astonishing.
If Jennings tippled over, he'd actually bump into Zahid at the moment. And that just goes past the edge of Mahmood's bat. I mean, it wasn't that close, but it was a false shot, and there was a bit of movement. Everyone's getting very excited. That's the end of the 21st over. Pakistan needing 81 more runs to win. Something or other, it's just gone, but that's the figure you need to know. 81 runs to win with 3 wickets in hand.
Am I doing social?
I think that was an oval. Was you saying that was an oval?
Oh. Yeah. Joe Wilson's belatedly decided. We think that was an oval.
No one knows what he's doing. Least of all him.
Be a chaotic world to live in, Joe Wilson's. You can't help thinking. I don't know what kind of a world it is.
No, it was, yeah. It was quite a big one as well.
Let England get with a wicket off this extra ball. Don't see that often.
Oh, wouldn't that be amazing? Amaze balls, that would be. Robinson again. Forward defensive from Mahmood, no run there. Do you have that phrase in England, amaze balls?
Yeah.
Or is that
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, so
please, come on, it came from England.
Did it? Okay, from everything comes from England. That's the end. Socials, Bear.
Me. We hear that Harris Ralph will miss the next. This is from Armchair Cricket Podcast. We'll hear the next test for PAK, and Liam Livingstone's going to miss the entire series from England. Feel both will get more chance in the near future. However, neither will particularly missed right now. Well, yeah, possibly true. Just Ideal says, for the Hofbears edification, bookies display odds on in red ink and odds against in black ink. That's what he was going on about, black odds the other day, earlier. To think PAK were red odds not too long ago now, and black must be black odds.
Jimmy in again. Fantastic field he's got here. Backward defensive from Nazim played out. So basically, he's got a sort of suicidal silly mid-on. He's got a more conventional silly mid-on. He's got a what can I say? A silly square leg. He's got
a short leg and
short leg,
leg slip, leg gully,
slip and leg gully, and a conventional slip. And he's also got a wicket keeper in there, but probably the least reliable of the catchers, unfortunately, which is a shame. In comes Jimmy again, tight to the stumps, gets a little bit of movement, as James has been suggesting. James, you're a bit like Darren Anderton, who's perpetually injured between World Cups and Euros, and then just at the moment a major competition came round, he was always available.
Glory seeker. It's essentially what you're saying there.
I was not going to use that expression. That would be very difficult.
it, but I internalised it and tried to make it positive.
Okay then, in comes Jimmy again. It's just a whisker away from the edge of the bat. the entire suffocating infield throw their arms up in the air, but they can't induce the edge by so doing. Dot ball.
In the same way that Mahmood has as a tick when things don't quite go his way of moving around his arm guard, Jimmy's one is just sort of like slowly flicking at his fringe, isn't it? When he doesn't quite get what he thinks he deserves.
It's kind of more intimidating that way. The fact that Pakistan are no longer going for this is indicated by the fact Mahmood is none off 16. Nazim, by contrast, is a sprightly 2, now off 14, because that's another dot ball. So really, this is either going to be a draw, not going to be a tie anymore, or England are going to win it.
Next to Mahmood, Naseem is almost in 2020 mode here.
Indeed.
With that incredible strike. I do feel sorry for Mahmood. What a match to make your debut in.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Fully justifying the declaration there. That one's played down. A little oop from James, remember? He thought he saw something, but...
he sort of pitched it halfway down the track, didn't he? But it didn't really get up.
No, it shot along. If it had a bit lower, I'd have appealed for LBW, but it was clearly going over.
Yeah.
It was dropping.
He played that where he was sort of standing. He played that behind him. Really, he turned round. It looks like when we used to play French cricket with my mom. Not quite knowing what's going on, but still getting a bat to infuriating.
Or something perhaps. What's happened there? Oh,
He's
just
fenced
alluding
one
there to
outside off
that
stump.
one.
And
Jimmy
it went through to the keeper.
Believe his bad luck. Jimmy cannot believe it. The end of that over from Jimmy, who's got 2 for 36 off 21. Pakistan 263 for 7. They still need 80 more runs to win.
This one's for you, Forthy. Warren says Coventry being sent to Coventry. Mike Ashley's Fraser's group serves stadium eviction notice.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Does that just happen?
He's such a twat. He's an arse.
For fucking fuck's sake!
He's lost it. He's lost it over there in Melbourne. Mog says, handy Testudo reference. Where do they go if they get booted out of their stadium, for crying out loud?
Yeah,
it happens to us. It happens to us every fucking year, so we're very used to getting to that in our own stadium. We've played. Oh, it looks like Robinson's going off. Sorry, well,
he's going to get a quick rub down in case he's required again. This man's going to come on to bowl.
Ben,
let's not get too embroiled.
Ben Stokes.
And Coventry's internal politics, or they will completely lose it. In comes Stokes, arrowing it in on off stump. Played out successfully by Mahmood to point. A bit like a low block in football, it can be difficult to prize out tail enders with decent techniques who are only intent on defence. It can be tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think Stokes has bowled well, hasn't he, this inning?
Oh my goodness me. Hands on heads once more, as that one just eludes the edge of Mahmood's bat, who goes around as if looking for someone to blame. It was a beautiful delivery, pitched on off, jagged off the seam, just missed the edge of the bat. Even Mahmood seems quite impressed by the ball. That one's more on leg stump, and again French cricket style, James Hillhouse's mother's style there. Played out just wide of the man at mid wicket. They come through for a single. Is he off the mark?
Yeah, I think. He did. He got a single there. They get a standing ovation almost for that single.
A leech-like one. Mahmood moves on to, but equally heroic in its own way, perhaps, if he manages to see out the draw here. Well, maybe not quite equally heroic. In comes Stokes, and this ball. Again, just passes the edge of the bat, rinse and repeat. This is surely England are going to find a way to prize these last 3 wickets out.
You'd hope
You can see the highlights package here already, can't you? There's going to be about 20 of these.
There are indeed. And this time, whatever we said for the last 2 balls,
it's exactly the same.
The same thing happened again. Exactly the same thing happened. And then Stokes throws his hands to his face. He can't believe what's happening. He's bowling superbly.
Yeah, he is.
And the tailenders are riding their luck. But so far, No, Rip throws his eyes to the skies. And then has a cheeky little grin. Stokes in again, last ball of the over. This one's just the dot ball, so Pakistan needing 79 more runs to win. England 3 wickets, Pakistan 264 for 7 at the end of it.
Well, yeah, Mike Taylor says, new ball now, surely give it to Leach. Well, possibly. 40 going full bear there. That was when Coventry were getting evicted. And Just Ideal says, French cricket, of course, back in fashion in the short formats. That's coming up to 4 o'clock in the land of Pakistan.
We can see the sun going down, isn't it? The shadows of lengthened.
Yes, there's some concerned Senegalese in the crowd. 12 hours ago now, there's some concerned Pakistanis in the crowd. Similar shots as the first ball of the over there from Jimmy. And what great style.
But I do think if you took the new ball now, you might, the thing is you get a little bit of extra bounce off the pitch. You can bowl short, and they're tail enders. They don't like short stuff. And then you can bowl your Yorkers, and you mix it up. And you get them hopping about on the seam, more uncertain, more like to fish at one outside the off stump for the same reasons. Oh, that's a catch and a half!
This is the classic. Well, my feed's 5 seconds behind everyone else, so I need hardly tell you what's happened there.
Sorry. That was the short ball.
What a grab from Pope as well.
Has done it. Oh, magnificent stuff. The 8th wicket falls. Mahmood has gone for a sturdy one off 21 balls. Smiles all round. It was dug in at the hips. It was flicked instinctively off the hips. It was a magnificent diving catch from Pope behind the stumps. I mean, he's made up in full for his error just before the tea break. Magnificent stuff.
He's it feels like he's got better as the match has gone on, but that was absolutely fantastic. Although after watching the football last night, I'm now slightly obsessed with it should be hitting him on the wrist, Jordan Pickford style.
Well, yeah, that was a good save, wasn't it? Anyway, let's give it a jingle.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
It wasn't either of those, but it was excellent.
That is pretty much the best jingle, I think, of all of them. It has the least craft to it, but it's just for pure word, laugh per words. I think that gives everything.
You haven't heard the other one, have you?
No, go on.
I can't remember where the fuck I put it now.
It reminds me of that scene in The Office where how's that wife of yours? She left yet? Oh, she has. I forgot about that.
yeah.
Ah, yes. This was Moeen Ali in the World Cup, dropping.
Slammed up in the air. This could be out. Oh, fucking hell! You dropped it, you.
That was when Moeen dropped Glenn Phillips in a crucial game against New Zealand.
Oh, good. And basically, England are employing a bodyline field here. That's the only way one can legitimately describe it. When you see those images back from 1933 or whenever it was of the entire England field congregated around the leg side of batsmen who are getting peppered. Anyway, Jimmy into the new batsman. Harris Rauf has finally appeared at the crease. And nothing is expected of him except to be there in an hour's time. Will he be able to manage it?
It's reminding me a little bit of, you remember the bit in The Birds where Tippi Hedren's waiting outside the school and she turns around and there's one bird on the climbing frame and then she turns around again, there's about 50. I think Harris Rauf is going to do is turn around and holy shit, where did they come from?
Indeed. Oh my goodness, there's a huge appeal. He's given him out!
Yes!
Given out now. Was it too high? Was it going down leg side?
Surely
Jimmy, we are about to find out. They've got 3 reviews left. Of course they're going to review it.
Of course they're going to review it. I think that's out. I think he stood right in front of middle stump. He's both pads down the track, French cricket style in fact, and he's been hit right in front. I don't think it's going over. It's still the old ball, isn't it?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Oh no, actually, maybe lucky, maybe going down. Only has to be clipping though.
We need your positivity again, Bear. Can you say it's umpires?
Well, it could well be umpires call on leg stump.
Yeah, thank you.
And the other thing is, what you often do with the cameras are often slightly over to mid-off or mid-on, and so it looks like it's hit him inside leg stump. No, it's not good, is it? Really? But hey,
I don't know. I think it might be clipping. I'm going to say it.
I think we'll get other opportunities if it isn't.
Seeing Harris Ralph looks like he's going through an existential crisis here.
It's clipping!
Yes!
It's clipping! Yes, it's clipping! It's clipping! It's clipping! It's
I'm
clipping,
sorry.
it's clipping. Fuck off! Just fuck off!
This has been one of the more
crazy, isn't it?
This has been one of the more profane half hours that Gorilla Cricket.
Well, you know, it brings the worst out of us.
Pack it in again. You need a nickname with like the midwife or something, Forthy, because you're delivering this. This really reminds me of my wife when we were having our first baby. My wife was struggling through a horrible labour, and this really horrific midwife came in, literally rolled her sleeves up and went, "Right, I better get this baby out."
Is that what you want to hear?
Exactly. You are that woman for this match, though.
Well, look, the 9th wicket has fallen. Do we think that England's declaration looks premature now? I'm asking it rhetorically.
No, obviously not.
Messi should come in on that one, I think.
Yeah, what is that? And the other thing is, I mean, this is it. Going into this last session, they required 85. They had 2 set batsmen who could have taken them through. It was right on a knife edge. And now it looks like, you know, England have got what? Probably 45 minutes to get 1 wicket. This man has come to the crease.
He reminds cognoscenti of Jason Gillespie. This no longer young man called Muhammad Ali.
And you have to say, this will be England's only 3rd Test victory or something stupid like that in Pakistan.
3rd. One in 1960 and one in 2000.
Astonishing. Messi is still claiming it's a rubbish declaration.
Well, of course he is.
It's in comes Jimmy again, backward defensive. This is like people who still thought that Russia were the nice guys after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939 or whenever it was.
Yeah,
you took that out of people's mouths. Everyone was thinking that.
Well, yeah. Okay. Oh, there's some very happy faces on the field, and none of them are Pakistani. Jack Leach is losing his shit. Even Brendan McCullum has deemed to raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, that took a lot of effort.
In comes Jimmy. Puts it in at the chest of Muhammad Ali. Any boxing analogies welcome, obviously. Is that the end of the over?
I think it is, yeah.
It is, yes. Warren says, I have a jumper that Coventry FC can use as a goalpost.
Please!
You're just digging it in now, aren't you? Just ideal, says Cameron lingering on Ben Folkes after the Ollie Pope screamer. He's been telling him what to do with Hannah Stump. So he's probably his understudy, isn't he? One of them. They both play for Surrey. Mog says the bear is very sampleable. Is a very sampleable chap. Thanks for that, Mog. I'd like to think so.
You are. You're the chic of guerrilla cricket. You turn up in thousands of samples.
Yeah.
You're on. I can see why Tony's retained your services. You're on very good form today, James, if I may say so.
It's because it's not so early.
Yeah.
In comes Stokes, first ball of the over. I mean, it's not over yet, quite. The last, there's been many famous last wicket stands during the course of history. It just doesn't feel as if these are going to be 2 of the guys to deliver it, but occasionally it happens.
How many overs do we think we've got left?
I think it's not so much a question. Well, I mean, overs time. I mean, the last couple of days they've gone out anywhere between sort of 11:45 and 11:53 is when the play has ended. Although they have had to bowl from about just gone half past. They've had to bowl with spin. So we've probably got maybe we might have another 20-25 minutes where we can bowl pace.
Oh, really? As little as that? Okay, right. So yeah, there's still a lot in this. In comes Stokes again. Well, he goes on a very wandering, strange run to the wicket.
Yes.
Well, I don't know quite. It was a bit like one of those, a lot of football analogies today because it's the World Cup, one of those strange penalty takers who stop just before they take it. Anyway, suffice to say it's not a wicket, and it again just eludes the edge of Mahmood's bat.
solid defensive that time. Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, there are no. I don't know. Maybe there are, but there are no Chris Martins perhaps left in the world. Even the most rabbit-like of tail end batsmen are expected to be able to hold up an end for a few over these days. No doubt they do a bit of work on it in the nets, more so than they used to, certainly. Stokes, false start, in again. This one goes straight through. No, it doesn't. It goes down to the man at wide third, slip and defended competently enough.
You can tell this as well from what you're saying is absolutely right. That when that went wrong for him, he then replayed the action in his head and even replayed the delivery as well. I kind of knew what I was doing.
Yeah, kind of guess. All along. Oh my goodness, absolutely French cricket style. He's completely turned around by that and completely missed the ball at the same time. I don't think this French cricket strategy is working for Nazim.
Although I think we might have fallen upon a great new format or an old format that we could bring back. You as the father of 2020, 40.
Oh, don't.
Shall I get some tweets in?
Or maybe. Yes, do.
GC Radio Naked Fun Bullhornbot says Bazball having a Brazilian waxing. Armchair Cricket Podstar says incredibly English bowlers have taken all 9 wickets so far in the PAK second innings. What do you mean? Of course they have. Oh, fast bowlers. Sorry, Jimmy can take a fifer. Yeah, Jimmy's got 4. Ollie Robinson's got 4. The light roller says, what a day for England fans. Yeah, early to see the footy team progress in the World Cup, and now Stokes' superstars fabulous. No wonder. I'm so tired.
Yes, that one's dug into the hips. Normally you'd think that's a loose ball. Quite the reverse when you've got 4 men hovering around your legs, as is the case in Muhammad Ali's case. But no nick.
Anderson looks incredibly contained here, doesn't he?
Well,
he's been done it all before.
Yeah.
Look at that one. Look at that field. That field is amazing. Got a silly mid on, short square leg. You got a slightly deeper square leg gully, leg slip, 2 slips, gully, short cover. Oh no!
It's and that one, basically he's not out. But it's even more fun and more. What's the word? It's even more aesthetically pleasing than 7 or 8 slips and 2 gullies, isn't it? This kind of field.
Yeah. It's also, I think, an indication of how popular or how shit you are at fielding. If you're not in close at the moment, no one likes you.
The one man on the boundary.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shall I come in, lads?
No, you're fine. You're fine. Someone's got to retrieve the ball. Income slightly wider of the crease. Fairly textbook defensive, has to be said. Very straight back from Muhammad Ali. We've all been there. We've all been in this situation, I think, in schoolboy cricket or whatever level we've played at, where you're desperate to get that last wicket out and every man's round the bat.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali, you sort of feel like he needs a bit of a break. What a place to make a test debut, particularly after you've been doing pretty good in the Pakistan domestic season.
Unlike in comes Jimmy Anderson again. A much fuller ball this time, and there is a little bit of swing, and to be fair, he defends it very competently back down the wicket. As the Pakistan supporters not continuing the same level of support for their team as Senegal did throughout the World Cup match this morning, and who can blame them? It's been 5 long days.
Yeah, and that just made me sad how they had to just keep going.
Kept going, yeah. Here comes again. Oh, it's absolutely on the money, and it's an absolute textbook forward defensive, it has to be said, by Muhammad Ali.
Either Muhammad Ali has a very small head, or he has an oversized helmet. But he does look rather like he's borrowed his dad's helmet.
It's bobbling around on his head.
Yeah, it really...
Alistair Cook used to have the most ill-fitting helmet, which didn't seem to affect him too much, did it? It just always looked as if it was 2 sizes too big for him. Again, could barely see out the grill. In comes Jimmy again. And French cricket again, this time straight through to Pope, left alone. The end of that 23rd over of Anderson's spell in this second innings. The wicket has not fallen. Pakistan still needs 79, 1 wicket for England to claim the win.
The light roller says, I didn't know he was a sperm donor. I don't know what that's referring to. The bear is very sampleable. Okay. No, I'm not a sperm donor. Spicy Golden Duck says this one was one of the more profane overs. Wanking fucking lootly. Yes, it was indeed. Adelaide Barmies joint third aggregate test score 1764. Australia versus West Indies 69. That draw. That was a tie, wasn't it? Was that one of the ties? Diana Patterson says, could you kick the score shown on the screen? It still shows 5 wickets. Oh fuck, it does actually. I shall do that.
Stokes. You can tell from the whoops that ball has in fact gone straight through the slip cordon. I couldn't tell from my feed whether it was a chance. I'm assuming
it was a chance. No, he edged it.
100%.
Root at first slip kind of got out of the way to allow Pope to go across and catch it, but Pope left it. It was like one of the that happened in the summer that we got away with against somebody.
Yeah. It's what David Lloyd was called after you, Claude.
After you, Claude. Definitely a more regular wicket keeper would have gone for that one. You can be almost certain. And you can't bowl Ollie Pope. You can't blame Ollie Pope. He's not. It's like an irregular spinner will occasionally bowl a 4-ball, and the irregular wicket keeper will occasionally not catch the ball that he should.
I think that was a pretty easy chance though for him.
Yeah, it should have been taken. It was a very easy chance.
Being overly generous there.
You're being kind. That's good, but I think it's right because of his footwork. Maybe he wasn't quite in the place to go, but it would have just been a lean and a take. It wasn't even a leap required. That was very odd.
Well, some nervous people in the green room waiting to come in. Will they be able to get a commentary stint in with 3 balls to go, or will our trio be able to finish the match off? That's the question. There's another dot ball. We've got 2 balls to get it.
Well, I'm doing the next session, so I'm still here anyway, so I'm not that fast.
So you grab the glory either way. So, which is fair enough. It's your picnic there. We're anyway. In comes Stokes.
Well, James
Fuller defended. We've got 1 ball to win this match, James. Oh, you're probably still on.
Yeah,
as well.
James is still on. Yeah.
Okay.
Just me.
James, you're moving on to tweets at the end of this.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Whilst I do a bit of ball by ball.
Come on, Stokesy, you can do it. Let's win it this ball.
I'm just going to disappear for a second while I get my phone to text someone. I'm going to be late for something, but I will return.
Okay. You might not be. You might necessarily not be, because it might only last, 2 balls. Who knows? That's the end of the over.
No way. I'm going to run.
Okay.
I'll get out of here.
Okie dokie. Well, Josh, you've come for the denouement.
Indeed, this is not the denouement I was expecting. I have to say, it's not the denouement I've been expecting since England declared, and I think they've been absolutely vindicated. I mean, as I said early on, I think the decision was the right one to declare, to make a game of it. If there's going to be any doubts, it might be over the timing, but you'd have to say they got that one pretty right as well.
They have. They've needed the time to get the wickets, and they've got now what? They've got about half an hour to get a wicket. They should have had it.
To get a wicket.
They should have had it.
There's only 2 results in the game at this stage. There's no chance of a tie, and there's no chance of Pakistan win.
No, and they should have had it in last over.
Should they? I wasn't. I was still stuck in the
rain. Well, so, it was an edge, and it just went to first slip, but right between where Ollie Pope could have taken it or Rope could have taken it, and neither went for it, and it just.
Is it one Folkes would have taken?
I think the keeper should have gone for it. To be fair. I mean,
it's one we all would have taken, isn't it? To be absolutely honest with you, it was a real gimme.
Yeah, it was. It should have been taken by the keeper, considering the catches he has taken.
Yeah.
Now, James, I don't think we met before, have we?
No, we haven't. I mean, I've seen and heard you on commentary before, but no, we haven't met. So nice to meet you.
Likewise. Where are you joining us from?
Well, I'm in London, but I'm feeling like I'm on the north side, so that's my excuse for not being in the studio.
Yes.
Not extreme laziness.
I'm in favour of extreme laziness. The lazier the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well, there's a little bit of that as well.
How far north are you?
Not far at all. Well, I'm more kind of west. I'm sort of wrong end of Ladbroke Grove, if that makes sense.
I didn't know Ladbroke Grove had a right end, to be honest.
It depends who you are. If you're Richard Curtis, it very much has a right end.
Fair enough. I regularly have to travel into and out of Paddington, and it's not a particularly pleasant experience as far as I'm concerned.
I don't know what's going on
I
here.
kind of like it that way. I like that it's a bit scuzzy, but
I know, I like Scuzzy too. Parade Street. I mean, famously, the original BBC adaptation of Tinker Tailor, Smiley's People, Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, had the team, Smiley's team, holed up in a somewhat dodgy hotel in Parade Street, and by the remake, the Gary Oldman film, they've moved it to Liverpool Street.
that says something about the changing face of London.
Absolutely.
Maybe Forthy, Grubby and me used to work in an office really near there, and it was such a peculiar place to have an office. It made absolutely no sense to be there, but was kind of fantastic because of it, because you were stuck exactly in the middle of all that mess and gunk. And
Oh, for crying out loud. Now that's time wasting.
Some decent Arabic food though on Edgware Road.
Muhammad Ali.
absolutely.
Muhammad Ali has gone back into the changing room. Don't know what for. I think the umpire followed
Piss.
him up there. Yeah, well, he probably has. But come on, he's only been out there for fucking 20 minutes.
yeah, but maybe
Take
he
a
was,
couple of overs out of the game.
Well,
he was
exactly.
fluiding up beforehand. He needed that break.
Was it Lahore in 2000 where Thorpe hit the? I mean, where we believe Thorpe hit those runs so late in the day that the sun had set and no one could see it. I wonder if the umpires will let them continue longer to take the wicket if they're time wasting. But there was a lot of blatant time wasting on that day.
Oh yeah, there
20
was
years
massive
ago.
time. They were bowling about 10 overs an hour at the end in that game.
Forthy's pointing out that it's Karachi.
It was Karachi, my mistake. Yeah.
The field's very interesting here. They look like they're lining up like the England love train from the World Cup 4 years ago. Sure, they must disperse at some point.
It takes some dedication. What time is it, Forthy, for you still to be awake?
It's not that late. It's 11:20 in the morning. It's only about midnight. It can't even be that, possibly.
Yeah, but he's been up since the football.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that was only 6 in the morning. Christ, I do that every day.
Personal choice. That's his decision.
Exactly.
Says Bert.
He says it's only 10:20.
Oh, there you
Actually,
go.
no, I'm usually up at 6:30, but
Exactly.
I'm also usually asleep before 10.
No, I'm not usually asleep before 10. I'm usually up about 7 and asleep at about, well, I sleep on the sofa for about 11:15, 11:30. That first ball was
You
just
in the
defended.
doghouse with the missus, Bear, sleeping on the sofa?
No,
your sister's house.
No, not at all. I just end up falling asleep there most nights. That's short by Jimmy Anderson, and Muhammad Ali just defends it into the ground, and there is no run.
Marital bliss in the Bear household.
Oh, don't. Occasionally we have rows. I was not spoken to for 24 hours this weekend, purely because I didn't order food on Saturday night, even though I'd asked.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Wow.
I did say to her, she phoned me up and said, "What do you want for dinner?" I said, "I don't know. You lot are all that." They were in town. Speak to the girls who she was with and phone me back and let me know, and I'll get it sorted, as that one comes off the deck really slowly. It's defended back down the track and there's no run.
Have we got the entire England team in shot as the ball's being delivered?
I think so.
Let's just have a description of this field for the benefit of anyone who's.
Well, we've got a
listening.
short forward short leg. We've got a short leg. We've got a slightly deeper square short leg. We've got a leg gully. We've got a leg slip. We've got a slip. We've got a third slip, or maybe 2, 3 slips. Here we've got 3 slips, gully.
3 slips and a gully.
I know leg slip, and there's only 1 leg slip now. That one's arrowing in on the off stump, and there is no run. 2 left in the over. It's 11.
And then there's a super short cover. There's a silly point, and there's an off Hayden. In fact, a short off Hayden, maybe even a silly off Hayden.
Does look like they're lining up for an immense game of leapfrog at the moment.
Maybe they're still in the huddle that they were doing at the end of tea. They just sent the bowler out.
Jimmy comes in, 5th ball of the over. Beats the outside edge of the bat. It's just poor defensive, and there's no run. Obviously, there's no run. No one's running anymore. By the way, the last tweet for you, James, will be Ravi. It's getting darker in Bombay. That's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
As we look, that's the edge. That should have been taken. That's Pope's, man. Pope should have gone for that.
Yeah, it is.
If it ends up being a draw, man, they'll kick themselves for that.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Jimmy. Interesting for the last ball of the over. It's going to be short and into the ribs. There's a leg slip and a leg gully. And he bowls it full and tries to ping him on the stumps. Tries to give him the old double bluff, or as Andy would say, the bluff. And there is no run. And over to you, James.
So we've got Leah saying nothing, damn that field, nothing better than seeing Anderson looking like he's got his nuts caught in a vice, taking it out on a tail ender. I'd take it out on all the team, I would imagine, as well. Just ideal. Asks who is the fielder out? Well, right now, no one. Even the most unpopular.
I think she means Livingston.
Livingston. No. So Livingston's out of the series now, not just out of the match. Warren asks, what's the deal with Folks?
Stokes is in, and he bowls it short and hits Nazim on the hand, and it goes down in the offside, and there's no one.
Two fielders on the one to Stokes. That's remarkably defensive. I suppose with the extra cover in the mid-off, they're really there for the prodded drive that spoons up rather than actually saving one.
No, Folks was just ill. Basically, they all had a virus, didn't they? And it was doubtful whether they were going to actually start on day one. Enough of them recovered to start the game, so they had to change the team. Oh, that's short, and jabbed that by Nassim as he pulls his bat away. Didn't get an edge through to the keeper. It's close. They thought about it. So basically, Folks will be back in for the next test. He didn't recover in time to start this test.
I like the way that it was left in the end there, though.
Oh, that's edged. At the slips into the ground, though. Well,
into the ground at second slip.
Yeah.
The previous, we're used to seeing batsmen pull their bats back when they've almost hit the ball, but that time Nassim pulled his body back and left the bat in the same place, which wouldn't entirely work, and fills me with some hope that he might be out soon.
Yeah. Stokes in. Again, pushed out to point by Nazim. And there is no
I don't mind if it's soon, as long as it's this 30-minute stint. In fact, this is probably going to be the last 30-minute stint.
This is going to probably be the last 30-minute stint. Isn't that the dude who was in Sri Lanka in the COVID series, just standing on his own at the fort? The guy in the flowery shirt. That's short. This time Nazim ducks underneath it, and there is no run. There's got to be a full one here somewhere, hasn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, presumably the only point in bowling short stuff at the tail ender at this stage. Oh, they've got a long leg.
Oh, there we go.
Wow, there's no need for that, really, is there? Stokes in. That's and I love that defensive shot by Nazim. Defends it and then bends down.
It was French cricket style defence.
Yeah, it was. No
it was like his bat was stopping the ball hitting his pads rather than.
But with a flourish as well. He made the point that he blocked that. We should add it to tweets. We just got a couple here. Just ideal saying the key to the declaration is giving the opposition a sniff. I think we completely agree with that. Mog saying bring back Folks, and then Matt Searle, nice little message. GC provides such an amazing service. The mention of a row about dinner reminded me I haven't taken the seafood that I'm cooking tonight out of the freezer. Thanks, guys. We're saving relationships. That's what we do.
Yes, which reminds me, we do provide such an amazing service, and we get up at stupid o'clock, and it's been a tiring 5 days. So if you fancy helping us to keep going, please do go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. There's lots of
short
amazing
leg
extras.
on his knees, Claxon.
Oh, look, and Leach is into the attack. Short leg is on his knees. He's bowling up Ali, and there is no run. Jimmy must be worn out.
I've seen slips on the knee. I've seen Trescothic on his knees back down at Taunton. I've not seen anyone in front of the bat on his knees before, but he's there for that, just to get under the defensive shot that's not prodded quite down into the ground. It's a nice innovative bit of fielding. Is that Jennings under the lid?
Yeah, so. Leach in, defended by Ali, and there is no run. We're getting to the point where they won't be out of boulder paces anymore. I think they'll really regret this if that fucking edge.
They're still in direct sunlight.
But the TV gain and all that, I don't know, it depend on the umpires presumably. Tossed up by Leach. I just give it some fucking moon balls, man.
Yeah, I think so. He's got to try something a bit different here, hasn't he?
Yeah,
you can see that just on Stokes' face, isn't it? Burning him even more.
Leach in, bowled, defended. Well enough by Ali. This is really not enough in the wicket for the spinners, is there? You'd like it.
I think he needs to vary his length more. He's
that's what I mean.
He's bowling good length bowls with a lot of consistency that can be defended back down into the pitch.
Yeah,
whereas,
that one comes on the inside half of the bat into the ground, short leg, and there's no run.
And he's getting a little bit of, albeit fairly predictable turn, but it's really the length that he's got to vary, because tail ender, they're not going to pick it up as quickly, and just the one that's still rising or that's looped a bit.
Oh, that one's in at the legs. It's turned around. Quick over there from Leachy.
They're really running between the wickets as well. They want to get as many in as possible.
There's a couple of tweets here. So we've got Jersey Oak asking, have England got to bowl spinners because of the light? Well, we're just debating it.
Not yet.
Can see that
I think
the light
probably
is going down, but this is a conscious choice, right?
Yeah, I think that's a conscious choice. I think Jimmy's knackered. I think. What the fuck is the umpire doing? Oh, that's the third umpire.
That's third.
Oh no, England have taken that new ball.
Light meter on the bails. They're just checking it. They won't.
Well, they've got about 20 minutes left, but I mean,
yeah, I would say so. Yeah,
there'll be a point where they say you can't. I think they should have maybe taken the new ball a little bit earlier, but Stokes has decided to take it. Stokes is going to continue. He's bowling at Nazim with a new ball. It's got to be short, surely, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
As long as you're allowed to.
A couple of short ones rough him up under the armpit, and
Indeed.
then a Yorker.
First ball was just defended by Nazim back down the track, and there's no run. And Stokes is running back to his mark. Problem with this is sometimes you don't concentrate on actually bowling the ball that you want to bowl. You're just trying to get as many balls in as you can.
One for the pawn bot there.
Stokes in. Short. Ooh, edged down to the slips, or guided down to the slips. There's 4 slips in. It's the first time we've seen that in this match.
That's the tail ender. You really do not need to be playing at those. It was wide. It was well outside of 6th, 7th stuff, but he just hung his bat out at it. I mean, that's why you got the 4 slips. I guess if you don't know where your off stump
I think
is.
Stokes is bowling off a shortened runner as well. That's fuller and edged again. Well, played down by Nazim.
He's also showing first signs of impatience, I think.
Yeah.
Because he's kept such a positive attitude throughout all this, dragged the team, but now you sense he can feel the pressure of the time ticking.
I still think they've got about 20 minutes left. It might have to go down. The thing is, there's no danger of Jacks getting hit out of the park now and then winning. So, I mean, if it comes down to it, why not? That's down leg side and no need to play, and there's no run. I mean, if they have to bowl Jacks, they're going to have to give it to Jacks, and they have to hope that, you know, he tosses it up and gets a little bit of turn with a newer ball. It's harder. Might skid onto the pad for Leach to get an LBW.
I mean, they've got 75 runs left to play with.
Yeah,
to buy that
runs
wicket.
isn't it's time and the amount of overs you can bowl. That one is missing the off stump, and there's no run.
But it is interesting. I mean, we've reached a point where Stokes' captaincy decision, or the team's decision to declare at that time, has completely been vindicated.
Yes.
But he's not willing to say, "Oh, I gave it my best shot." He's really desperate to take these wickets.
Gets behind that. There's Nazim, and there's no run. Ali will have to face up to Leach with a new ball. And this is what you hope. You hope that Leach can get something to happen. It skids on a little bit with a new ball, gets an LBW like he did to Azhar Ali in the first innings.
The sun is still a good 10-15 degrees above the horizon, but it's looking very, very hazily bright yellow. It's definitely lowering.
Yeah, but you know, they have gone off at roughly 15 to 20 minutes from now most days, with the exception of the first day. So they must assume they've got 15 minutes left over. They've probably got 4 to 5 overs to get this wicket.
And they got Robinson back on.
Oh, they got Robinson back on.
Wow.
Interesting.
I guess they're going to bowl the quicks while they can. Maybe.
Well, they're taking a new ball. You might as well, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
A, that, and B, use the quicks while you're allowed to bowl them.
Exactly. Well, he's bowling at Ali, who gets forward and defends, and there's no run.
And perhaps if they're hoping that they can get one over the umpires by having 2 quicks on and then immediately switching to spin, and they'll give you a little bit longer after you've made the switch than they might if you had spin going on from one end all the time.
Well, that's what they've kind of done for the last couple of days. Robinson.
No relation.
Going to bowl to Ali. And gets him right behind that, and there's no run.
Defending his box with his bat.
Yeah, well, it seems easy enough to defend if you have to, doesn't it?
But also they're doing that beautiful tail ender thing of everything's with a flourish. Every single defensive shot is just met with a little curlicue, with their bat is brilliant.
Don't often hear the word curlicue on cricket commentary, but it's a good one.
Well, we don't often have Muhammad Ali batting.
It's from typography, isn't it?
Yeah, 4 slips, leg slip. Ooh, short. Needs to be a bit more accurate. Needs to bowl at the batsman, I think.
Yeah.
A short ball to make him fend it somewhere. Hopefully, he just pops it up in the air somewhere. 3 balls left in this Robinson over.
You'd expect one, maybe 2 of them to be at the stumps.
Hope so.
You've got to make them play, haven't you?
Yeah, at the very least on line, if not on length.
Short.
Ooh, that's it.
That didn't get up either as well. Sort of skidded on a little bit. But Ali was right behind it. Just knocked it down to short leg and there's no run.
What's happened to there ain't no run, Bear?
There ain't no run.
And there's no run?
Well, there is no run. Well, it's more tense than that. Ali facing out Naught off 24. Quality tail end batting for a draw.
Yeah.
Nazim 6 off 43. Robinson in. Short! Oh, that one gets up and over the top. Now that should worry him a little bit, hopefully. That's one for the over. Well, he's allowed 2 though, isn't he? Oh, for fuck's sake, not now, hun.
She's talking to you now, is she?
No, well, yeah, she is now, but she doesn't realise that the game hasn't ended. She usually manages to catch me literally the minute the game ends, but today, no. Ollie Robinson in. Bowl short again. That one is
wasted.
Wasted. I think that was a bit of a wasted over, wasn't it?
Over to you.
Yeah, so what we got? Well, actually, a message sharing something from Caribbean Cricket Broadcast saying West Indies the last team to beat England in this series. Until they can do baseball on a tropical day in Grenada, all of this is irrelevant. Boho Day saying it's a nail biter. At this point, England are battling the clock versus the batters. Mike Taylor was asking if Leach has the new ball. Well, not now. He doesn't. We're back to the seamers again. Spicy Golden Duck saying sure his chance to give Jacks another over might be a bit expensive, but he's quite wickety.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have to run about runs now. Well, I think they have.
Wickety is a piece of dilapidated furniture in the household of Jonathan Wass.
I think they have had to go back to the spinners.
Here he is. Yeah, he's back.
Leach is back with the new ball. He's going to
guess
bowl.
We'll see if Jacks is on at the other end. Oh, hello.
Again, the umbrella field is in there.
One's out.
Leach.
Ooh, I thought that was through.
Me too.
Yeah.
Thought it was inside edge onto stumps.
Bit of a drive at it by Nazim. Gets inside half of the bat. And
we should do like a spot the ball contest. Guess the one player and his location who's not in the field of view.
Yeah.
I reckon they've got a 45.
That's not a very good ball by Leach. It's too short, too wide. He's got to give it some air here. Got to tempt him to, even if he drops forward, it may bounces a little bit more, catches the glove, shoots up to one of the short fielders. Leach comes in, tosses that one. Oh, that's a big appearance coming out! Give it him! Oh my word! That was tossed up on about middle of the leg. It's been given out. He's going to review it because he's the last wicket and they have reviews. The question is it going to be out? Here we go. This is the game. 268 for 9. He's got to review it. He has reviewed it. We're going to have a look now. Having been given out.
I think he's safe.
Do you
I think
he's
it's going
safe? I don't
down,
think he is safe. I don't think it is going down.
Might be umpire's call. I instinctively thought it was an out.
That's straightened enough. That's going to be hitting leg stump.
I think it's going to be umpire's.
Umpire's call. It's going to be umpire's call at worst, and it's not going over that one. Well, we're going to have a look.
No, it's definitely not going over.
Leachy could be a hero. We're all going to be waiting.
Pointing us towards the umpire who gave it, and the fact that he has to reverse most decisions.
Was it Joel Wilson?
It was, yeah.
That's troublesome.
That's not a good sign.
This could
reverse
be. Well, he's got to get some right every once in a while, hasn't he? Let's have a look. DRS. Well, it's pitched on middle. It's hit. No, that's got to be going
by
out.
definition be wrong.
I think that's going on to hit a roundabout leg stump.
I think it's out.
There's no inside edge.
If there were, it was a catch anyway.
Oh yeah, it's true. If it was, there wasn't. It was a catch anyway.
I think that is out.
Sharply taken at silly point. I think it's going to be umpire's call down leg stump.
I think that's hit him just inside middle stump. It's going on to hit the inside of leg stump.
It has straightened nicely.
Yeah, it has straightened nicely. It's new seam, new ball.
It will be Leach's first wicket of the innings if he's got it.
Very important one.
What a time.
Everyone's watching with bated breath.
Yeah, they're drawing this out.
They are drawing this out.
I wonder if the home team's trying to take more time out.
They are trying to take more time. Someone's told the guy in the box. Let's have a look. It's hit him.
Ball tracking.
In line. It's going to hit.
It's got to hit leg. It might even be not umpire's call.
It's hitting. Yes! England win the test for the third time ever in Pakistan. An amazing test. In retrospect, this is an amazing test because this pitch, to be honest, this pitch is probably one of the worst test wickets for a result you will ever find in the world. It's as flat can be. England done an amazing job.
To conjure a result
from that. They batted for 670 in the first innings at a run rate of about 6.5. Pakistan
657, 659. It was
something
slightly
like
more
that.
Than the
Well, let me get the scorecard up. In the first innings, England got 657 in only about 110 overs or something insane like that. It went all along at 6 and a bit and over. Pakistan came back with 579, but the fact that England batted so quickly, I mean, they were out by lunch on day 2 with 657. Pakistan took 140 overs to get 579. England came out again, scored at 7.5 an over to get to 264 for 7 declared. They declared at tea yesterday, only leaving 363 or 354 or something stupid.
4 sessions at 3.5 of up, 3.5
with a flat pitch with a fast outfield, and they've managed to get Pakistan out. I mean, that is a phenomenal victory when you look at it.
I mean, this is a team that can manufacture victory chances and take them. And this, I think, we're witnessing something pretty special.
That is just phenomenal because I mean, when we sat here on days 1 and 2, I was like, why am I getting up for this? This is kind of pointless. This is going to just be a 5-day dull draw.
Back on day 2, I thought, fuck, I'm still going to be here on Monday morning commentating on the most boringly tedious of dead draws.
Exactly.
And what have we just seen over the last day?
It feels like you're both giving a personal message out there to any prospective Patreon members. This is fucking pointless. Why have I did
Well, no, but it hasn't turned out to be pointless because we've got the Stokey-McCullum axis, and they make things happen. I mean, that is such positive captaincy by Stokes. Unbelievable. And even up until tea, I mean, we needed 5 wickets after tea. We got 2 wickets by Ollie Robinson straight after tea, and they were the 2 big men actually, because it was Aga Salman, who was looking pretty solid, and Azhar Ali, who'd come in and was also looking pretty solid, and we actually thinking they need 85 runs to win after tea with the potential of the amount of time that we've had, and roughly about 3.5 and over, maybe a little bit more to win the game. So
absolutely, that session between lunch and tea,
were possible.
Session, I remember thinking this, they've declared too early, they're going to lose the game, or at least they're going to put themselves at risk of losing the game by leaving Pakistan needing just to tick along. And they were ticking along comfortably for quite a while at 3.5 and over.
Yeah, they were. Well, this is it. But every time you got a wicket, you thought, right, if you can get another one, you can get into them. And they have got quite a long tail. And once you broke Salman out, Aga Salman and Azhar Ali, and especially when you got one out, you thought you got an end open. And then when Azhar Ali just tipped that one round the corner and it was caught by Root at leg slip, you thought, bloody hell, we've got a chance here. And then, right at the end there, bloody, what's his name, Nazim edged one, and both bloody Pope and Root just let it go through first slip, and that was the game. And then time was going and lights going, and you're thinking, Christ, they can't bowl the seamers anymore. Took the new ball, and Leach, having done not a lot all game, it's not a particularly helpful wicket for spinners. I don't think Jacks would have got that wicket if you're still listening, Gary. I think that's experience from Leach, and the fact that he can bowl at the stumps because he's a left armer bowling around a wicket, and it's got a harder seam and it's a new ball, get it to straighten, beat the inside edge, it's going on to hit the stumps, they get the LBW, last wicket of the game to Leach, 9 wickets taken by the seamers, but the all important one taken right at the end there by Leach as hitting leg stump, it wasn't even umpire's call. And England, an absolutely amazing historical and fantastic victory for England there in Pakistan in this first test that if it hadn't been for Stokes' and England's positive approach would have been a completely dull draw. But
don't you think also, I think the thing that's really, really exciting about this is that it's not easy to go out and play over the top baseball cricket and try and take wickets all the time and try and smash every ball for 4 or 6. That's not easy, but it's not difficult in a way. It's a mindset shift. But this match, they've showed just fucking willpower.
Yeah.
Pure determination. If you can ally those two things together, that's a really heady prospect for the next
And they've done it
months.
from the start on day one. They've scored.
Amazing.
They've scored rapidly, and yes, the pitch allowed them to do so. But there's plenty of time. There's plenty of teams that would have batted themselves to 400-ish on a day one like that. Even you've seen England teams in the recent memory would have batted themselves. They'd have
they'd have just sedately gone
their
along.
way
Well,
to 320.
Well, they'd have done pretty much what Pakistan did. They'd have gone along at 3.5 and over, and got themselves to 600 in nearly 2 days rather than a day and a session.
And there's a risk in doing that. You know, there's
there
that famous test at Adelaide in 2006 where scoring relatively rapidly and declaring did not pay off. And they've managed that risk, or rather they've taken advantage of that risk by leaving Pakistani batters a target that was always in play.
Yeah.
But, you know, they couldn't sit. It would have looked stupid if they'd shut up shop, but actually it wouldn't. If they'd shut up shop, they'd have probably got out more quickly. They've made a game of it.
Well, they have.
Credit to Stokes.
This is it. I mean, they needed 85 in that last session, and it was well on when they had Aga Salman and Azhar Ali. I mean, England, again, as you say, James, is willpower. They got those 2 wickets. They set some funky fields. They always had people in around and about the bat looking for the catch from the slightly misjudged shot, and they got it.
I agree. That for me is the thing. It's blood and toil. You know, it's not going out and being a dasher. The past day and a half that they have showed that they can roll their sleeves up and they can bloody graft really hard. And at the point when other teams might go, this isn't going to happen for us, they're going to keep going and they're going to keep believing in the process, keep believing in their ability. I think that's a fantastic. I mean, that speaks so well of Stokes and McCullum that they've created an environment not just to express yourself, but an environment of such determination. It's amazing.
And on an extra added bonus is my bet at 10-3 that came in at tea. On England victory. More importantly. Right, that's that. We're wrapping up. I'm knackered. I'm going to go and have a kip at home. And we're going to be back.
On the sofa.
We're going to be back, yeah, exactly, on the sofa, in front of the football this afternoon. We're going to be back on Friday morning. Presumably, Friday morning will start actually at 5 o'clock. It might change after day one, but presumably day one will start at 5 o'clock in the morning, so we'll be on air at 10 to 5 on Friday morning. It's a goodbye from me, it's goodbye from James, and it's goodbye from Josh. Say goodbye.
It is goodbye from me.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
If you prefer, we can tell you to fuck off.
Yeah, shut up. We'll see you on Friday morning. See you later. Bye.
See you next Tuesday.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal,